Bop, bop. 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 The hell is wrong with me? Bop, bop. Oh, what the fuck is... Doo-doo. Bop, bop. Okay. I don't remember what the hell we were doing. I think we just got the tower done or some shit. What up, Goose? Oh, I don't know what the hell's going on. Hopefully the rest of your day isn't too bad, Goose.
I trust this will suffice.
God smiles upon the generous.
Oh, away with you! Back to your cesspit, beggar! A land grotesque as its people. You dreamt of utopia. You saw the tribes united as one.
Oh.
Oh yeah, hey, 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 oh yeah, hey. Whatever shit show been this afternoon. Hell yeah, glad it calmed down. I'm only there for like another couple hours. Hopefully the home stretch isn't too bad. Oh god, we got almost 48 hours. Okay. What the hell do I have to do? God, every time I start up a game like this, after a long session, I gotta remember what the hell I was doing. Okay, what's... I need to get to 20 if for only to have that in my arsenal alone, honestly. I don't want to change it from this yet. Quest. Okay, so that's the Dragon Temple one. We can do that after the temple, maybe. Go do Stroll's thing. Okay, whoa, okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is, look, what the hell is in that? I need to know what's in the, Brawl, there's gotta be a better way. So, Dragon. Physical attacks are in. Yeah, okay.
Cheers.
Moving stone statues and spectos. Swords and spears don't work against either of them. Spectos reflect bows and the like. Tree-like monster called a lintos.
Just between us.
Green is weak to fire, but non-green ones don't have fire at all. Green ones.
Come again, Erita.
Oh, I'm sure it's a riot, Chad.
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
This is the potion shop, not the... Wait, I got an appraising item? What the hell? Okay,
Hey!
What have we got here?
Oh, I got mossy threads. Vivid ensemble. Vince charm. What? If I had warrior, that'd be sick. But I don't have warrior. I mean, I guess I could use assassin. Man, hovering that doesn't tell me anything about the goddamn. Beautiful. Oh. Oh, it's Pennsylvania. That makes. The next one. Paladin and Dark Knight. If I get to 7. We gotta go help out Stroll. We're gonna help out Stroll. Actually, I wanna get this done and help out Stroll. Fuck it. Let's go check out the. Okay, so we need fire, which we already have a ton of, and non-physical, which we already have a
What
ton
now?
of. I will say we'll probably take out. He has physical, but you know, he hits with a ton of fire. I have everything on B. Alright, well, fuck it. Let's go see about this dragon's den. Yeah, how many fucking days? 13? I think it's a day's trip.
All right then. Let's go.
Okay, so it's a day's trip.
So, what should we do?
Now,
Ba 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 da, ba.
Let's see. It's your call.
Alright,
we
let's
bring the
go.
fight-
We got the.
What to pick?
Already get all the planting done. Got all the planting done.
What now?
Need imagination's close. See if we get imagination done.
All right.
Ah, we're just short. Oh, that's sad. Okay. Next one looks like it's gonna fucking do it though.
Navigating the archipelago's currents once more, the Dragon Temple again comes into view. It is dedicated to the dragon god, Et. The Gauntlet Runner pulls into the shores of the isolated island, amidst surges of sinister magla.
Alright, we can fucking go in here now, can't we?
All right.
Meow. Where are those fucking pebbles
Let's
at?
do it.
You need those damn pebbles.
What do you think?
Alright,
Can you
let's
take
get
this
this.
one, please?
Hey,
I mean, drink up, big guy.
Huh?
Of course it's a fight. Why wouldn't it be a fight?
Wait.
It's nothing too happy about it. Honestly, couldn't the drought have stripped away the armor
Incoming.
too? Okay, so he a green one or a? So is he the one weak to fire? I'm gonna. I guess we're gonna find out now.
blaze!
You hit their weakness.
Okay.
I call upon the royal soul.
Okay, so it's the other one that's not weak.
You hit their weakness. Don't
It's
let
okay.
up now, Juna.
We can do this. Better be sure. Let's set it up.
Get after it, love.
Burn!
You hit their weakness. That's
Observe
your
the
opening,
enemy.
Captain.
Ba 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 ba.
Oh, power of heroes!
The generals come up. Now accept your fate. Hellfire!
This'll be over. Masked dancer.
I will fight. I won't hold back. Fire!
Floral Sephimore too. Oh, and the Unscathed. Alright. Whoa, the double ranking and the triple level.
I feel stronger.
Oh shit, I forgot to allocate my points. Let's go to 30 even.
Ha! I have never known such.
Even I had more to learn.
Man, you don't need any more agility. Alright, Heist. All that trouble over an angry shrubbery.
But
Yeah, let's
you're
go.
right.
A rough start, he didn't even hit us. What are we talking about here?
Pushing forward.
Oh wait, this, what's
What
that, Sephim? Increased damage against insectoid type monsters. Just want to be What up, man, Cardi? Well, I mean, it's already a fucking upgrade. Well, let's go.
We've got to hurry. What do you think?
Alright, let's see if we can get this piece of shit done in one day. This one might give us some trouble.
Here.
Melancholy is different.
Speaking of,
We're not alone. Keep an eye out.
Shit, we're not alone.
Right there. Come on! Time for some close combat. How's that?
Oh, Wizard 15, baby.
Nice.
Wait, am I just gonna be able
See the
to...
enemy.
Amazing.
Charging it. Forward. Come on. Such skill.
Dude, I wish sometimes the targeting wasn't so asshole.
Hey, you found something.
Oh god, that's a big boy.
Damn,
We
they're
got
onto us.
Right there. Charging it. Time for some close. Charging it. Our enemies are down. Do not swarm. I see the enemy.
Looks like we're
I
safe
mean,
for
I'm getting
now.
hammered, but I can hit all the overworld ones right now. I don't care about that. Don't let me get this item before you tell me about the door.
if you see a use for it, I say take it with you.
Oh, there's another item down there. Hold on. Oh man, if I'm just killing overworld things, I'm doing something right. I guess this is just the entrance.
That's
Polar stone. Oh, that's one of them. There's like 3 or something. Alright, let's go. Into the labyrinth. Whoa, this place is
No way.
Whoa, holy moly, this place is purple as shit. I cannot believe the size of this place. It's like a proper labyrinth. I wonder how deep it goes. Perhaps we could tell it were it not for the strange mist. The path ahead is shrouded. Is this the Magla? I must go before the dragon god.
What can I do?
I'm the priestess. I must offer myself in
What's up?
sacrifice. I just heard a voice in my head. Apparently, it belongs to the princess. It talks to me. Understand what call it? I forget.
Okay, so
I'm not. I'm giving up on them. That's true. She is alive.
let's go.
Well, I see treasure over here.
Check
Oink.
this out.
Hey, another stone. Don't like seeing whatever the fuck that was, though. Alright, this was a whole fucking bunch of nothing on this side. I mean, the polar stone's good. Wait, can I, like, light these? Do they stop being lit when you go away? Oh, that's kind of cool. Monument of Virtue.
Check this out.
Something written on the stone monument. Those who are lost does midst medieval. But upon the proper path, no mist will be there. Nope. Bro, I hate old-timey talking. Those who are lost does the mist medieval. But upon the proper path, no mist will there be to thwart.
I see.
The visibility worsened, we're off track.
If so,
That's just what this one says.
This.
Okay. Thine eyes report doth not tell all. Only those with the conviction to alter their perspective can find the way through the dark. Oh boy. Well, that ain't right. How about this side? Alright, well this way is right so far.
That should come in handy.
Whoa,
right
bro.
there.
We're not alone. Keep an eye out. No choice.
Huh.
Looks
He's
like
a
we're safe for
bitch.
now.
I see the error.
How's that? Do it.
So I guess if you're on the floor, like the way you're supposed to go, what the hell? Oh, these motherfuckers again.
We've scattered them. Our efforts were not in vain.
So I guess if you're on the right level, the Neville level, if you will.
There they are.
But something's around here.
Yeah, I know, it's right here. Okay, oh. Okay, this place is gonna be a pain in the ass. I should be able to go up here and get this fucking chest.
What?
Oh. I guess if you go too far the fucking wrong way, you're fucked. Okay, well, I see now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, my poor brain's not gonna like this. Gonna go up here. So if you go too far the wrong way, it just dupes you back. Well, how the fuck I get over there? I gotta go all the way fucking around the world, don't I? And can I?
Right there. Time for some cozy.
All right. Don't
Right.
push yourself.
Can I go up here? Oh my god. I go up here. Alright, so now I should be able to go this way. And I should be able to get. Alright, okay. I'm getting it now. It's only a little bit of it. Whoa, big one.
That's what I call treasure.
Paladin's Mace. Small MP recovery every turn? Whoa! Hold on.
What now?
Whoa. Do I have that already? I mean, this is all stats plus 2, but this is MP every turn. Give me that shit. Okay. Whoa, I'm not familiar with your game. Well, okay, well, if you're not going to be in a spot where I can attack you, maybe it's running away from me. Where was the... Oh, God, it was like the third one down, wasn't it? I think. This one. Okay, so... Oh. Something written on the stone monument. Mortals are all but lone shards of Mother Earth. Look to the stars, follow the dragon god's guide. Oh, wait, can I look up? Certain poetry, isn't there? Sound like it meant to encourage the living in harmony.
However,
No.
Bro, okay. So I could have just looked up the whole way. Wait, so is it just the... Okay. Look at that. Well, I'll be... Man, so that's what they meant by different perspective. Oh, I'm fucking wrong. Wait, is this gonna... Okay, so if I don't... I'm gonna explore up here right quick, just to get my map filled out. Fuck that. Okay, so... this way.
I see the enemy.
Blades at the ready.
Right there.
Cautionary heal never hurts, I say.
What? Chill, bro. We'll get to the healing. Hey, when do you come alive? Thank you.
I see the enemy.
I knew I could count on you.
Hey, when do you come alive? Probably this one.
There they are.
I can feel greater.
Hey, rank 19 for Commander. We can almost get the next one for him. That's good shit. Yeah, I know I'm not going the right way here. I'm just filling out map. Then give me the old. Yeah. Where the hell am I going? Here. No, wait, this is where I came down. Here. Here. Oh, God, there's a pain in the ass to. Wait, this is where I came up. Oh, I just went the wrong way. Shit, I'm an idiot. 25 streams. Jesus Christ, Chad. I'm sorry for you having to watch all of this. So, this is not where I came.
A nice find. Add it to the
That
collection.
solves that.
Two blessed water is fucking stick though. Nothing here. Much as I want to run down right there. Well, what are we doing here? What, oh, I didn't even see that. What the hell? It's a mural. The War of Ruin is inscribed here in archaic writing.
Doesn't it seem like?
It depicts the Annex War. It seems far too grand a scale. Damn, it looks cool though. If it were, it wouldn't have been called the War of Ruin. It's likely depicting a war that led to the destruction of the old world. And many people aren't the only combatants here. There are dragons, what looks like monsters in the play too. It could even be ancient gods. If you ask me, it looks like more like they got roped into war with it.
What the?
Telling me people manipulated dragons? This many bloody dragons? Is too hazard a guess. I'd say the magic which allows us to control archetypes fashioned after heroes of old is similar.
Hey.
Gods and dragons really started fighting. No wonder that it's called a War of Ruin.
However,
Alright, let's grab this for Please. Well, if it's not going to kick me out yet, I might as well run down and grab this. So I guess if you're not going down steps, you're just good to go. Alright, what do we got in here?
amazing. Fortune smiles upon us.
Whoa, another one for Heisme. Increases fire attack strength. Alright, well, we're already leveling up that, Heisme.
What now?
There you go, bud. It's a little lower, but I'm pretty sure something in here is weak to fire. You know, stream until 2 a.m. again. I don't know how long I'm streaming, dog. I ain't committing to nothing. I ain't committing to nothing. I didn't stream until 2 a.m. I streamed until 1 a.m. I streamed until 1 a.m. We'll see how I'm feeling. It was the second one.
Right there.
That should come in handy.
What'd I get? Oh, super. Okay, bro, this fucking. The labyrinth isn't so bad once you kind of know what you're fucking doing. That's good.
Hey, you found something.
Place is fucking huge. The map this. Can I just do it tomorrow with football? I just gotta turn. Do you have to have people watching you?
something.
Can't you just like
Let's
go
take
into
it
a
with us.
server and like just turn it on? Technically. And you just.
There they are.
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Right there.
How's that? That was neatly done.
Oh, branching paths time. You don't have to be in a server. Oh wait, you just gotta have Discord. Wait, open? Wait, what? Oh, there's another mural. Looks like a basin or a grave. The world after ruin, described here in archaic.
Indeed.
And tomorrow's football day, so gonna be sitting here for 12 hours. Commercial-free football. Not 12, it's like 10 hours. Whatever. 8 hours? I don't know. Whatever amount of hours. Based on the title, we can surmise it depicts those who perished in a city torn asunder by flame. It would imply a world brought to the brink of destruction by a great war. What's the bottom here? There, it looks like people gradually changing. Isn't that a monster of some kind on the left? What is going on there? What a strange physiognomy? Almost looks like a human, but the figure on the right looks like a regular.
Oh.
No idea what any of this means. Don't think any amount of concentration on our part's gonna pick up. What up, Mito? Oh wait, is there anything up here? Doesn't look. While I'm up here, might as well run up here. This is the way I'm supposed to go. Oh, it is. Hold on. Might be something down here then. There's branching paths.
I see the enemy.
Shut up.
Exemplary.
There they are.
If you intend to take risks, I might suggest healing first.
But we're only at half, it's fine.
Right there.
Great job, love.
Okay. So we're making our way. Okay, I don't want to quite make my way to the center yet. So that's where we need to go. That's not fun. So we're gonna explore the top part. Where is that branch here? Let's explore the top part right quick and then make our way down. Might be another mural.
There they are.
Is that the end then? We've cleared the way.
It would let me run around this entire place, huh? Gotta turn there a bit. And so like a Freudian thing, Tread? Oh.
Hey, you found something.
I can't go up there.
I see the enemy.
If you intend to take risks,
There they are.
Oh, two of you. Little buggers. Fuck, why am I going up here? Oh. Bro, I'm so lost. Oh.
what is this?
Something's carved in the stone monument. It says, "Be not perplexed by illusion, accept fear and open thine eyes. Do so, and the truth shall be within your grasp." Warning then, but the caution is against the perplexity of illusion. Does this mean there's some way to see the mazes
That means.
private?
Hey.
What? Okay. Dude, there's one spot right there I haven't explored, and it's pissing me off.
They found us. Get ready, everyone.
Ooh.
Right there.
Maybe a precautionary heal wouldn't hurt.
Oh, we're fine. Going back. Oh, wait, hold on. Another mural. How did we miss this? The old world.
This is.
Those are some kind of ancient city. If those are buildings, they're preposterously tall. Never in all my days have I seen a town such as this. Hard to believe it's a depiction of the past. Almost feels futuristic. So if that's a city, what's surrounding it? Like monsters? No, the more I look at it, it appears those are being worshipped. World where there is not but one God. How is that indeed very different? A very different understanding of history, not of sanctity. I don't think we're gonna guess our way to the right answer.
Oh, yeah?
There they are.
Not tired, are you?
All right, what do we got in here?
All right.
I love it.
A tranquil trilby, and it prevents rage. Is that good for holding
now?
bird? I mean, it's better. All right, got that. Looks like I back-assed my way the right direction. I didn't explore that one spot there. Wait, am I back at the start? Motherfucker, leave me back to the start? Have I gone in a damned circle? Well, I guess we're going back around, shit. Meow. Meow. Oh, I can get that spot now.
Hey, you found something.
Right there.
Shut up.
Very impressive.
Here. All right, this seems like the right spot. Guess I gotta go to the top.
Yeah.
I see the enemy.
I can feel
Cleric
the
to
power
18.
coursing through me.
Sick. this?
But
Does this mean?
There they are. Come on! Let's push through!
I might suggest healing.
Right there. All right. How's that? Let's push through!
Incredible!
There they are. All right. How's that?
Still.
And those seem like they might be annoying if I didn't one-shot them, huh? Okay, so I can't run up to that floor to get that. So, well, this must be where what's-her-face is, huh?
What now?
The Canopy Chamber. Closure ray. Oh, you don't say closure.
There's someone here.
It's you.
What up?
I believe we met at the spring.
Hello.
My name is Euphazia. I am priestess of the dragon god, but you may call me Eupha, if it pleases you.
To see you now, you seem largely unscathed. You have hidden yourself well, priestess. This place is devoid of monsters. Almost uncannily so.
I sought the room least affected by Magla. We of the Mustari are blessed with a third eye that can see magic's flow. But more importantly, why are you here?
Adeni asked us to help you. We're here in the stead of the island soldiers.
So my brother is safe. Thank goodness. Then I trust your word. Please, help me complete the ritual for the island.
Hell
Wait,
about
girl.
that.
We want
About
no part
that.
of this sacrifice. We're here to take you back.
'Twas your brother's own behest. If you doubt us, then you may seek your answers from him.
My brother would have you stop me. But why?
This is so crazy to think he doesn't want his sister to die.
But what happens if I return? The island's Magla royals. Our people are tormented by horrors from the sea. Even our herds are being driven to madness. The chaos must be quelled. And if I stand as sacrifice, no one else will need to.
A fire burns in you, girl. It's a valor any knight would be proud to wield. And I should know. But if you're to risk your life, shouldn't it be for something certain?
Is all this really happening because of that dragon god?
What? But the perils that grip the island, they are born of the same magic that floods this temple.
We've seen the same phenomenon across the nations. This affliction isn't isolated to your islands.
They haven't invented it yet in this realm.
Even
Cream,
so,
that is.
surely...
How about this then? We'll get you safely to the altar and see what we can figure out there. You know where it is, don't you?
Well, yes.
Let's see what's really going on back there for ourselves. We've got business with this lance of yours too.
She's right. No point in stopping here. Is that okay, Captain?
Yeah, we've barely fought. We're fine, dude.
That's fine with me.
What do you want with Dracotios? No. Whatever your answer, it hardly matters for the sacrifice. I will trust all of you as envoys of my brother. Besides, my third eye sees the flow of Magla keenly. There is something unusual about the Magla in your wake.
I'm looking inside.
It brings to mind descriptions of the heroes of old.
Are you talking about archetypes?
Then we must not disgrace their legacy. Let us proceed with all due care.
Stop looking inside of me. I don't consent.
Then...
Indeed.
Yep.
What now?
I have retained my edge.
Gates one enemy. Oh, okay. Strength and endurance by 2. Oh, that's We have to have enough. Well, we got plenty of it. Hold on. All right.
See.
General. Whoa, look at him.
Fascinating.
Look at this guy.
This right here.
Broken embodiment. Is that of the adept officer, a tactician who understands battlefield,
All right.
enhancing allies, blah blah blah. Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
Oh, he has ice too. That's
Of course.
actually good shit. We can have ice and fire with him, along with the dark. A worthy heart who tempers anxiety and strength. Blah 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 blah. True master of the battlefield, a heavy responsibility, but I shall carry it all the same. Accept the burden of power.
Steady effort is key.
Nothing should change. Well, I want my fire bloom back. We have 3 slots too. Okay, hold on. Once the night blade. We already have it. We want heal. Want the. There's the 1,000 for that. What are the blah, 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 blah. I mean, Flame Vanguard works fine on. So Vanguard's just medium magic. This one's fire. Isn't one of these physical? Hold on. Like one of these,
Cheers.
swords and spears,
Just between us.
fire.
Come again, Eddie.
Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, might as well just take strike for
All right.
now. And just so, so I have ice as well while I'm here.
I have retained my edge.
Alright. Okay. Probably save after all that, huh?
Yep.
I don't think it matters which way we go in here, does it? Alright, well.
Everything's pretty standard.
Get those little fellas.
Time to go.
The altar's in the deepest level. Oh, boy. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Oh.
What now? I see the enemy. Forward! Alright. How's that?
Very impressive.
Okay, so we can just kill them still.
Hey, you found something.
We're actually leveled good enough for this dungeon. Thank God.
We
I
cannot
don't
avoid
care
this
about
fight.
you.
Right
Care
there.
about you.
Time for some close combat.
That was brilliant.
Run that way. I can never kill those stupid elements.
There they go. A nice find. Add it to the collection.
Whoa, what the hell are you doing down here?
I can't believe.
Soldiers who escorted me. Oh, you're fine, dog. Dragon God. Yeah. You know, any ideas what could have started this little temper tantrum? That I'm uncertain. Ever since the founding of the village, when our protector deity frenzies that is used by the sacrifices. Hey, another mirror. Our origins is inscribed. What's this one up? Our origins. That is the Mastari people. Up close to people in the painting.
Very well.
This painting depicts the birth of the village. In the center, there is our first. Our village passed down and protected for generations. Now I too must sacrifice myself. Save it. Excuse me. Words.
If you see a use for it, I say take it with you.
Oh, God. Can we get a fast travel down these steps? Yeah, it's every staircase in this game.
Exemplary.
There they are.
Quit attacking me, asshole. I'm trying to get items. Hey, another mural.
I see the end.
Fuck you. I'm trying to learn lore. It's a mural of the birth of the priestess, described here. So we got the priestess, the lance, and the flock. Feels like we're getting closer and closer to the truth of this island. The people of the village discovered these ruins and met the dragon god later, those entrusted with a sacred ceremonial duty in that priestess. The dragon god is our protector deity, but also an impetuous god of conflict. Sometimes its all-consuming rage is directed at the island. In those chaotic times, the priestess makes of herself a sacrifice. Legends foretell that in past that in offering her life to beg for mercy, the dragon god's purity.
Hey.
You're not afraid to die? It almost seems like you want this to happen. I cannot claim to be absent of fear, but I possess the ability to save the people of the village that I hold dear. So more than anything else, I feel both joy and pride.
Say.
Right there.
How about bird? Trying to get this item. Ventilating marble. Okay, thank God. Whoa. Denser magma down here. Is there going to be a crystal pissing off the dragon or something? Oh God. Well, this sure seems like a fighting room.
I mean to say.
Gucci is barking. You'll know when you see it. Oh God.
Got it.
No? I guess we're going in. Is this the altar? Okay, I can't see anything right now through that.
What?
What is this place? I don't think we've seen anything like this before.
Huh?
Whoa, we're here. We're in the human land. What is? Hold on. Look at that. Chad, it's us. It's modern day. Also adding about 2 minutes. What is going on here? We're in Tokyo. Like my book. If you look at that, the sky is so strange to see, being so far underground. What the hell's going on? They have a. I'm with you now, Chad. They do have a cream for this.
Surely.
I shared your surprise when I first saw this place. Your shock is only natural. This is Draken Grace Shinjuku. It is Japan! Look at that! The remnants of an ancient civilization. Many people refer to it as the Lost City.
What?
That's no language I know. Safe to say, it's really, really old. So do we have the Star Wars phenomenon happening? Where us in the past are very technological, but then you see Star Wars and they look kind of primitive at times, you know? Pretty sure this place is where the game Draken are. Japan? A lot of games came. Our ancestors discovered it alongside the lance and enshrined it all in the temple.
Please, have a look.
Look at your feet, traces of the priestess' past imprinted in the soil, an earthly record of their pilgrimage. We follow them, we shall reach the altar at the Lost City's lowermost level.
Let's go.
Fucking know what you're saying to me, but we're in Shinjuku. Okay, well. Hey, Mr. Butterflies, I gotta kill you. Oh, I finally can't kill him. Okay, hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Witness our secret technique.
Wait, what do we have? Allies recover 10% of their HP. Whoa! That's sick. What the hell? Extreme ice magic to one enemy. Extreme magic ice. Okay, okay, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, okay, okay.
I must be sure.
We're evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our toes. We hit their weakness. This is just what I need.
Good luck with the edge, chat. Mother.
Juna's down. Someone, quick!
I won't
Get
hold
her back on
back.
her feet.
No. A tough one. Observe the enemy.
Okay, so these guys are no magic on them.
Excellent work.
Only don't
Not just me,
underestimate them.
Chad.
We're clear.
Any normal human.
I'll show you.
That doesn't help me right now.
The curtain. Show
Oh,
some
sick crit.
That's our diva. Dodge, Judah.
So do they just repel everything?
Hit them all in one fell swoop.
Man, I don't want to try and use fire, or I don't want to try and use this in case I die, but fucking.
Still here?
Oh, okay.
Oh, healing power.
Let justice prevail.
Light?
Shine!
This is nothing.
Here comes the counter.
Dick.
Captain, your
Face
attack
me.
is weak.
Darkness?
Rancor.
Darkness. Found it. Found it.
What a finale.
Hey, that could have gone worse.
Everyone.
Bad, if I say so
I know,
myself.
Aurora. Hello. Why are you biting?
Some
Hello.
enemies are still around.
I
Careful
see
now.
the enemy. All right. How's that?
Come on, y'all need to
Now.
chill with the running in like a madman. Hold on a second.
Right there.
All right.
You've no time for praise.
Stay calm, everyone.
I'll use what I must. I must general. Rancor. Last one. A
Damn.
halfway decent
down.
result.
Only one behold this power. And we're clear.
Oh.
Hail.
Wait, so once you find 1 week, okay, that's it. Okay, these are free now. These are free now.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
And we got magma pills. All right, these are okay.
Halfway
These are
decent
free.
result.
Rank 3, hell yeah, for
Is that the end then?
whatever the command
Clear the way.
commander is what it is. Wait, what the hell? Oh, the hell I leave. Quartz vine.
I think there's treasure nearby.
I
So
imagine
there's
that would
a
be of use.
tree that's weak to.
I see the enemy.
So are you weak to?
Get in there.
Are you the one weak to fire? Oh, you are.
Face me.
Mac.
Hellfire.
You hit their weakness. Nice move,
Okay.
You hit their weakness.
I will fight with
Don't
pride.
let up now,
Let's
Judah.
work together. Not this. Come forth.
Oh,
loyal
this might
soul.
just kill. Okay.
What a finale. Keep your energy up, everyone.
Easy enough. Easy enough.
That's all of them. Yes?
Okay, so there's a fight in there, and there's a save room right there. Let me grab this before we go in the save room. A pallid thin stalk. I thought that said phalid thin stalk, and I was about to lose my damn mind.
This is the place.
Thanks, Yufa. Welcome back, chat. Make a record. It's so weird to see modern looking things right now, like, you know, a chair and a desk.
Let's go.
After spending almost 50 hours in a fantasy setting, you know. Oh, that respawned him? Well, we're going... Wait, can I just go in there? Go over there. I'm looking for... Can I just go in the door? Or is there like a hole I can...
Sure, be a pleasure to find some treasure.
Okay. Well, chill, bro. I just want to go in the door. No, you can chase me in a circle. I'm going in that damn door.
They must have lost sight of us. We can relax.
I don't like this tree gorilla. Just want to go in the door.
There they are.
That's one more thing we don't have to worry about.
Alright. Easy enough.
What an
Okay,
incredible
what's in
find.
here?
Look at the quality.
Alabaster mail. Pure white armor, untouched by both light and... Gotta purify before reuse. That's a good one. That's a good one. Man, I am sick of this gorilla. Why he gotta be right? I just want to run to that spot to trigger a cutscene. Is that the entrance?
No.
That's an elevator. An ancient lift powered by magma. There are 4 lifts in the Lost City. In order to reach the altar, we must make it careful.
Let us go.
Please continue along the traces on the floor as you have been lifted to the altar. Well, I
Is
want
this
to go.
right?
I want to go down further. That's right, but you know, I want that item over there though. I want that. Okay, we're gonna go off the beaten path for a second. Okay, we're not gonna go off the beaten path for a second. Dude, he hit me through the wall, man. Come on.
They're seizing their chance while Hulkenberg's anxious. Dodge, Juna.
He hit me through the wall and I'm pissed. Poor shit.
What now?
There are some enemies
I
left.
see the enemy. Forward! Time for some close. Okay, let's give this all we got.
Fell swoop.
Rancor! We cannot
Boink.
relax yet.
Marvelous. Only 2 enemies left. Is just what I need. Gale!
Boink.
Give up already!
I must buy this power. No, I'm all prepared.
Give it all you've got. You hit their weakness.
1083.
Of heroes.
Damn.
No.
Honestly, we're just gonna give
To
him.
you.
Only
Be
one left.
my
Finish
general!
them off. We're clear.
Blaze!
You hit their weakness. Nice.
Do-do-do-do.
Great
Da-da-da-da.
fire.
669, nice. Hello, Aurora. What are you doing back up here?
Great work, everyone.
Unscathed.
That'll do.
Level up for
I admit,
Stroll.
it feels good to get stronger.
Level up, Aurora.
That's
You
all of
don't,
them.
you don't know what that
Yes.
is. Not all of them.
Great find. Keep it.
Whoa, chill, bro. So we need to go in here. I don't care about that. Alright, what do we got in here? Oh.
What?
Whoa, are those ears? Are those ears with a knife? Is that those ears with the Michael Myers knife?
But how could...
What the hell is that thing?
Seems likely.
Those earlobes? Are they weak to pierce damage?
That can't be.
Why would the dragon god reject me? I'm the rightful sacrifice.
Wait.
What am I looking at?
Indeed.
Oh. No, I'm gonna fight the
see you.
fucking ears. We're gonna fight the ears.
Keep your wits about you.
So basically, it just moves when I move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Like that. Oh man, I thought I wasn't gonna flip by there for a second.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
So can I go anywhere else? Man, I want to fight these ears. I want to fight them. Something gonna pop out on me.
That's...
Yes.
Yeah, this just seems like a city, dog. Like my book. God.
There they are.
Alright, so y'all guys ain't dying anymore.
Get in there and finish him off.
Now accept your fate. Some darker arts. Two left.
Leave it to a professional, eh? Only two
This'll be
enemies
over
left.
soon enough.
Stay sharp. Masked dancer.
Please.
Howling wind.
Don't.
Already.
It's okay.
Not bad, eh?
Wind!
Job, Juna. I just guessed and you didn't die.
What a
Sometimes that's how it be.
Keep your energy up, everyone.
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
I'm going. Meow. Excuse me.
We are spotted.
Pardon me. Hey, dumbass, come get me. I need to go in that door. Thank you. Sick. No, fuck off. Sick, we got the cutscene skip. We'll say it's got a 3 on it.
So be it.
So do we go in this one third?
If so,
To get to the mechanism, we have to take a shortcut with the neighboring lift. Okay, so 4.
Then
So we go from 4 to 3, and then what, 3 to 2? Is that how it works? The fucking ear, dude. The fucking ears, dude. How far down does he go? What's in the door? Oh, what the hell's this? Parts of a keyboard? A keyboard? What's a keyboard? Why are there a bunch of keys on this wooden plank? They're made of a material I don't recognize. Perhaps an ancestor of the instrument?
this.
Oh, a keyboard! A piano! It's similar instruments in ancient times. Music was the first magic in this world ever knew. I can only imagine how much the old war loved it. I'm just going. I mean, they're easy to kill, but... Oh, of course, assholes on this side. Uh-oh.
Come and get me.
Oh, Nelly, where? Okay, the door just up front. Uh-oh. 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 Can't believe just going in a circle there worked. Cutscene. Okay, what do we got in here?
That's what I call treasure.
A serene fist. Knuckles blessed by the goddess of the moon. Strike, add strike and agility +3, and I can purify. Oh my lord. My lord. Alright, go on by, Mr. Ears. I want to fight you, but I don't want to fight you at the same time. Alright, y'all do what y'all need to do. I'm gonna steal your shit. You ain't going past Mr. Eardrum.
We've scattered them. Our efforts were
Oh,
not
I
in vain.
thought I was gonna get hit. Okay, I thought I was gonna get hit there. Good. Okay, so we need to go down the lift, she said, but fuck that, I'm exploring. Oh wait, hold on, can I open that? Okay, what, right here. Something on this side? Yeah, well, I don't want that. Something in here? Even nothing in here. Let's see the gardens. Oh, that's one of the trees that aren't weak to fire. Okay. What are y'all hiding over here? What are y'all hiding over there?
Right here.
Bitch. Slow. Hey, bud. Bye, bud. Wow, how the hell did you not see me? Oh, this is a bad corner to go in. I made a
You
mistake.
found something.
Speed instant.
Take it with us.
Not worth. Okay, hey, big guy. Okay. You're dumb as hell. Okay, is there a way through on this wall, maybe?
There are enemies around. Watch your
Yeah.
step. Don't think we can avoid a fight here.
Trying to see if I see a hole. Whatever, we'll come back. Alright, let's take the elevator. I mean, the ancient lift.
Just as I
Ding
thought.
dong. Oh my dude, this place is hell. What are those little octopies? Oh my god. Oh, there's more earlobes coming, isn't there? Alright, you go by and do your little turnaround.
I imagine that would be of use.
You even get by the ear. Right? You even get by this shit? I mean, obviously you can do what I'm doing. But
I'm sure of it.
Right. We got this.
I see the enemy.
hey, what the hell are you weak to?
Now get ready. Guess we better stay on our
Oh, we know what skills they have. Maybe they're weak to light. I'm gonna guess fire.
Hellfire!
You hit their weakness. This is just what I need.
Bill Levis is out. Mason Rudolph is in.
Great work, everyone.
Gotta get that interception shoulder
Just
warmed
carry
up,
this
dog.
fortune on.
To ever greater heights!
That'll do it.
Okay, that's where we need to go. I don't want to go there right now. So, what are we...
There they are.
Bro, come on, man. That's...
Blindsided!
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked.
Well, I want that, so I'm gonna fucking steal it from you.
What a blunder!
Fuck.
So much for that.
Oh, you have anxiety shit. Oh, well, I mean, I was gonna try that anyway.
It's
Okay,
okay.
so they're not weak to fire. I think they're weak to wind or something, isn't it? Or some shit like that. Oh, well, I guess not.
Heisman,
I stand
that's a
ready.
lot of it.
Oh, is that
Careful
burn
out there, okay?
actually sick? We're gonna
Mystic
remove these
I knew you'd
debuffs
help.
right quick.
Thank you.
Much thanks.
Juna's anxious and they're out for her blood. Huckenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
Oh, are we all dying here?
Too many people knocked out here. We gotta get back on track, or this'll get ugly.
Okay, okay.
Frantic. Is that all?
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked. be careful.
I'll take this. What a blunder.
So much for that. I'm only a songstress. What?
I will fight with pride. Freeze!
What? Attack was nullified? They're fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him. Everyone okay? You gotta heal up. Good move, dodge, Judah.
Whoa.
You're all hurt bad. Clara, if anyone get on healing duty.
Yeah, but I gotta figure out if he's weak to light. What the hell is this thing fucking weak?
Got several ailments.
Just a little while longer.
Alright. Alright, you do all the shit you're gonna do. I'm gonna run away.
Everyone is anxious and we're out for her blood.
A blunder.
Why do you keep getting free moves, asshole?
It looks like you've got several ailments. Watch your back.
I leave it to you.
That's not what I
Don't
want.
underestimate me. Nobody likes a clingy fan.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Is everyone okay? You gotta heal up.
My master
Too
is
many
here.
people knocked out here. You gotta get back on track. Or this'll.
I just wanna leave.
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Let's run! Looks like it's not safe yet. Stay alert.
I'm not sure that's worth it. I got 7 of them. How in the hell did it not see?
What now?
So, were they weak to electricity? That's the only thing I never fucking tried.
Cheers. Just between us. Come again, Edita.
Oh, fuck it. Alright, let's explore the rest of this, I guess. Oh, God. Go here.
I see the enemy.
Thank God we can kill these guys.
There they are.
Damn pots.
Gotta be something we can do here. There's something we can use nearby.
Right there. Forward! Ready. Time for some close talk.
We can kill this thing a little easy. Whoa, I don't know what those worms are weak to, though.
On me, we go together.
Hopefully those worms don't reflect. Oh, they resist, so it's fine.
You're like a one-man army. I've got just the dance for you.
Are you weak to wind, Mr. Wormy?
It's okay. Let's go.
Are you weak to ice, Mr. Wormy?
The captain took her down. We strive for.
It's weak to ice.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Ba-ba.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
So we need to just go down this way, I guess. All right, what's down here then? Wait, this is where I came up. Okay. Gonna pop out. Who's in? Oh, it's just a dead end. Son of a bitch. Okay, well. So we gotta go in one of the elevators. Oh, the lifts, excuse me. So, I'm gonna go with the far one first. Since it's farther away. further away. Oh, this isn't a lift, it's just some stairs. Oh, okay, this is a good choice, actually.
Indeed.
How far down do you run? Uh-oh. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this, chat. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Watch, 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 watch. This will work. Trust. Trust the process, chat. Oh, it worked! Oh, no, it didn't. Woo! Yeah! Oh, it definitely didn't work! Let me through. Let me through. So why are you fighting in there? What is that? Open the door, open the door, open the door. Okay, so. Oh, it's the lift. Okay, okay, okay.
No, no. Yes, of course.
Can't believe that sort of
Yes, sir.
worked. Idiot. Hey, you need to get away from that door because I need to go on that door across the way. Alright, what's in here?
There they are.
How's that, cat? Stop staring at our fighting! Get in there! Finish him off!
I'll use what I must.
Alright, so I can't go after him with that. I need to go after the other one with the wind.
I'll show you.
So you're weak to wind, I heard?
Their weakness.
I'll show you the F-Vitus power. Wind!
The General's command may turn the General! Hellfire!
This I call upon a royal soul.
Alright, please kill Juna.
I'll see the finale.
Fire!
Alright. Okay, hold on.
Healing power.
Finish them off.
Grant us solace.
I have faith. Oh, okay, that was close.
Not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Whoa.
No way I'm stopping.
Way, the old sniper rank 9.
That was the last of them.
Oh, I could have just ran in between them. Shit.
This is amazing. A magnificent find.
The all-in abacus. An abacus used for calculating the return on risky ventures. Normal attacks that land will always deal crits? Whoa. Interesting. Farming these trees? Maybe. I like getting the map done, though. Before I start farming things if I need to in video games. Good luck with the same age. Thank you, Adam. I don't know what the fuck that means, though. I'm gonna wait for him to run by because I'm gonna go down and fight that big monster down there. Dick. Oh, it's just an element.
They saw us.
I don't care. Scraps of yellowed paper is scattered on the ground in front of me. This ancient writing.
Now that you mention
Long time
it.
ago, my brother taught me to read the writing of the ancients. It's not especially legible, but I shall try my best. The discovery of Magla, era of science, to an end, but despite all its glory, Magla author are destruction, world destroyed. But what's science? Yeah, what is science? Fake news, chat. Don't believe. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. Oh. They damn got weather machines. They're controlling all the hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico, brother. The government's in control of the weather. Don't believe them.
Well,
However,
Yeah, I'm not gonna go after you, big guy. Mostly because, fuck it. Alright, we're waiting for him to run by.
There they go.
Yeah, I don't care. I can't kill those things anyway. We're gonna sneak here and grab this. I believe that worked. You didn't see me, you didn't see me, you didn't see me, you didn't see me. Alright, I'm running with you, big guy. Let's go. Which way is he turning? Which way is he turning? Which way is he turning? Fuck!
Looks like they
Shit!
found us.
Shit. Alright, let's go. Before I move onward, I'm gonna go to the other one. So it's over here. Oh, fuck. I forgot these things don't respawn, huh? Yeah, y'all can blow up or
No.
something. I don't
Looks
care.
like they found us.
I don't care. Right. Yeah. Oh, this is the elevator. Oh, shit. I didn't want to go in here. I thought this was another door. But where does this take me? Where? Oh, oh, that was where it came in. Wait, hold on. I'm an idiot. Is he hiding something behind him over here?
Right there.
Forward!
Why are you right here?
It's too late for you.
General! Blaze!
You hit their weakness. I call upon the royal soul.
Scour!
You hit their weakness. That's
everyone
your
all right?
opening, Captain.
I defer to you.
Let us... General! Hellfire!
Right fast. That's Gale. More. Shooting up.
Okay. Bird!
Okay.
What a finale. Keep your energy
Heroes,
up, everyone.
Incense, and Bouncy Bark.
They surely underestimated
And
us.
rank 16 for me.
They're gone. The danger is behind us.
Was he just chilling in here? There ain't even nothing right here. Why was he here? Hello? What is this room? Alright. Okay. So confused. Alright, well, I guess let's go back down. Where was it? It's
They
oh
saw
wait,
us.
what are we talking?
On your
I'm going
toes,
to
everyone.
the lift. The lift is where I'm going. He needed his place. Yeah, he needed his little decompression zone. He's got his goddamn ears everywhere. They're just hopping around. Can't do shit.
No. Looks like they found us. They
Alright.
found us. Look alive.
Oh, scared the piss out of me. It's just a stupid orb.
There they go.
Okay, for the lift or the thing for the other lift.
I see the...
God damn it! I'm
Incoming.
an idiot. I thought he was turning around. To be honest.
Everyone, run!
There is still danger here. Stay vigilant.
Right there.
What? How did I not do enough? Oh my.
The captain's fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him.
Bro, I'm mindless right now.
Attacks have been weakened. Let's run. Looks like it's not safe yet.
I see the end. How's that? Time for some closing.
Stop staring.
So that time it works.
Oh, power of kings! We cannot relax yet.
I'm a bit too professional, eh? Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp. Gale. What more? Keep
Prove
that
yourself a true songstress.
Fire!
You hit their weakness. That's
Observe
your
the
opening,
enemy.
Captain. They're weak to fire. Let's heat this place up.
They yet cling to life.
You now accept your fate.
You hit their weakness. This is
Man, could you not have just killed?
raging fire. Keep that energy up, everyone. Applause, please.
13 for the Masked Singer on
I haven't seen the
NBC.
last of them.
Oh my lord, y'all need to chill back there. Let's open this door.
Ooh.
Where? This is new area. What, man? I'm not done exploring the other area. Am I? Oh, there's an item down there. Hold on. Wait, I never got that item right. Might as well go grab it. Where the fuck? Is there like a asshole in front of it? Oh, that's why. Ain't no way.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
I like that they just like randomly see you sometimes.
Ah, looks like we're out of their sights.
Oh, they saw us.
Okay, what the hell's down here then? Bro, this place is awful. There's too much everything everywhere. But what the hell's this then? This better not be a mimic.
Everyone stay vigilant.
Fast one on us? Looks like they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to shine.
Alright.
General! Nothing personal. Didn't work.
So much for that. I've got
Bro,
just the dance for you. These
What
are
are-
just small
might
fries.
say it's
If we
to
play
die
it cool,
for.
we'll cruise right through.
Well, I don't have
Show
light,
you.
but I can burn you probably.
Let's stay calm. Burn! Come!
Oh, Mystic Heart.
Hulkenberg got them right in their
General,
weak
face
spot.
me!
Hey, can you steal the damn
I'll
ship
take
this
this.
time?
What a blunder.
So much for
You're
that.
0 for 2! Oh, please miss.
Fire.
Ain't no. Well, I'm not hitting anyway. Nice fucking crit. Yeah, stop hitting my weakness!
I call upon a royal soul. We sure don't give up
I'll
easy.
show you the essence of truth.
Hold on, I want this fucking eye. Hold
Looking
on.
good here.
Observe the enemy. I'll stay
Hold
my
on,
lane.
hold on.
You
This
think
is-
all power of
hold on.
kings.
Give me
Nothing
your
personal.
damned water.
Didn't work.
So much
Ain't
for that.
no
Life,
much.
this is just what I need.
Alright, get out of here then.
Fire.
I'll hold on to your damned water. Get out of here.
Good. Clean, very decent result.
Hey,
I
5
shall
for
strive to use
general.
this power.
I didn't know I had it in me.
Oh, there we go. We got ice dodge. Am I weak to ice? I'm not even weak to ice. So that's cool, I guess. Ice dodge is good to have.
What, an
What else is
incredible
in
find.
here?
Whoa.
A lightning glaive, a lance blessed by the god of thunder. Normal attacks become electric affinity. Oh, that's pretty sick. Bro, we're all fucking dying. Heismay's got like no fucking MP. He's beating the piss out of everybody. Alright, well, I guess that was a good detour to make, huh? Actually worth my time to run down here. But I need to get to the safe room, because I gotta feed poop about dinner time. We're gonna run past these guys. Gotta hope Tree Man turns around right quick. Sick. Go this way.
I think we shook them. We should be safe.
Way. We go. Where the hell's the damn safe room? Oh, it's up there. Meow. Such a dick. How the hell did I get around him? Okay. Alright, chat, we're gonna save. I'm gonna go feed Poochie right quick and check on him, and then we'll continue on. I'll be right back. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like how confusing new old Tokyo is. Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Well, have I explored everywhere I can explore? I can't stand here outside this door, I don't think. Funky boy right there. Alright, so... I haven't... Wait, did I go up the... I haven't gone up those stairs over there. Maybe I should go check that right quick before I leave. So I've gone down the lift, I've gone down those stairs. One thing I haven't done is gone up those steps over there. I don't remember how to get there. I'm gonna be honest. Or have I gone up those steps? I don't remember, man. It would be... I guess the quickest way is just go the normal route, huh? So... Oh, fuck it. We'll just... Oh, this is the ear friends. Okay, okay. Here. And run through there. Yeah. Okay. Hey, big guy, I'm just gonna cut through where you're standing.
Come on.
Stay on your toes, everyone.
Hey, you can do that. Whatever. Hey, big guy. Whoa, bye, big guy. Whoa, excuse me, Mr. Birds. Okay, yeah. Okay. What's down here, then? Glad I came this way. The whole damn other route appeared. Okay.
There they are. Time for some close calls. All right.
I don't see any more. I think we're safe.
And now we can cut through, too. Okay. We can cut through somewhere. Out of the hell I know where. Is this another asshole?
Oh, I think they see us.
Oh, I missed the damn item.
I see the enemy.
You
We'll hold our ground.
repelled.
I see your game.
Oh, good shit.
Beautiful dodge, High Smooth dodge,
Oh,
Luna.
geez, everybody's dodging. What the hell?
They're weak to ice. Let's stop them cold.
Do I have a ice move?
We're
Do I have
matched.
items?
Guess we better stay on our toes.
Oh, I have an ice move.
You hit their weakness. This'll be over. Come on,
Five.
Zane. Follow me. Maybe not. This might be a good strategy.
Okay, let's set it up. Show them our might.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
Just two left.
That's your opening,
Is
Captain.
everyone all right?
They're weak to ice.
We're
Let's
all
stop
we
it cold.
strive for.
This should do good damage.
It's almost decided.
Oh, power of kings.
I could have gone worse.
Finale. Keep your energy up, everyone.
He's still over here now. A quartz wall material. So, is there a wall I can go through? It's chill, bro. Maybe this will work here. Shit.
I'm right here.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that.
Oh! Okay. Okay, we made it. We made it. We're fine.
There they are.
Be careful.
Whoa, what are you doing over there? Can you make it through the door? Idiot. Get out of here, eyeball flower. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone all right?
This is bad. They're onto us.
A bomb. We're fine.
Right there.
All right, put the pressure on.
Let me go. Wait, what are we doing here? The more ears?
I want to say,
I see.
Yeah, I was about to say, do I have
Watch
enough
out.
time? I don't think we have enough time, dog.
Stay on guard.
Is that all?
Jeez, that's a lot of damage.
She's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
I see your game.
Down. Get her back up.
Where it ends.
Sheesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful. Let's get the heck out of here. What?
What now?
I mean, honestly, it's on me for just running at it. Oh, that big asshole. Holy. Oh, that's...
All right.
Thank
that's
God it's not
lovely.
another fucking fight. Chef's mitts prevents burn. God, can I sneak by that asshole? Another path that... Fuck it, dude. I guess we're sneaking by, I guess? No, we can't even sneak by. Because the door's fucking closed. That there. Open now. Think there's a path over there I missed? Or you think like this floor is like just in another spot? Bro, I got no idea what the fuck's happening. Excuse me, big guy, I'm coming. By path, I mean one of the holes I can go through. Something like that.
There's probably something movable. Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
I think I've done all I can do in here. Nah, we'll just run back down here later. Now we go to 4. Was it 4 or did we go to 3? Bro, I don't. No, I gotta run back through. That's what I gotta do. That's what it is. Excuse me, big fella. Wow, how the hell did you not see me? That's crazy. What the hell? Almost forgot about those motherfuckers. Almost headlonged right into them. Out here. Then around here. Then through here. Oh, a lot of ears.
But actually,
Countermeasure. If I had to describe it, it feels fake. It has no real substance.
I see.
Ah.
that's surely right.
It's surely hiding else. Well.
If so,
Well, this is why we unlocked this, I guess, huh?
But this is.
Oh. Alright, well. Oh, it's a golden ear!
get him quick!
This is bad.
Go!
Get the ear! I'm cutting him off. It's too smart. Oh, I see. Ha!
Damn it.
Wait, where's the door? Oh. I've caught a Farfetch too damn many times to not try and suss this one out quickly.
Finish it, quick!
As long as it doesn't go first. Okay, Homo Flameo. Flamo. Flame.
Yeesh, they're pretty tough.
What?
Be
Okay,
careful.
General! Some darker arts.
I've masked dancer. Raging fire.
It's okay. I won't hold back. Freeze. Oh, come.
I'm just trying all the
Shine.
normal attacks. Alright, they all do a decent amount. Mad rush.
Now that's finesse. Beautiful
Alright,
done,
good shit.
Ismay.
General! Rancor!
I'll show you. Burn!
Add start to chat. Good luck. I'm sorry. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Come forth, royal soul. Ice.
Oh, healing.
With blade in hand.
No, I'm not risking.
Healing arts.
That helped.
Thanks.
Quite a boon.
Only a flesh wound.
Nice
Thick
Captain.
dodge.
Now accept your fate. Some darker arts.
Don't I call upon a royal soul? A bit much, actually. No one here fights alone.
We'll combine our strength.
Alright, I'm sick of doing
This
this.
might sting.
Dance on them ears.
It's okay.
Now they're
We
weak
can.
to something new.
Fire!
You hit their weakness. That's
Observe
your
the enemy.
opening,
Come!
Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Uh-oh.
Everyone okay? Oh, I'm trying to heal up. We're all hurt bad. Can anyone get on healing duty?
Fuck.
My son must wait. Just a little. Fortifying.
Thank you. Thank you. It's Mass Dancer. Raging fire.
I won't hold back. Burn!
Cleric! Are you alright?
I knew you'd help.
Thanks.
My thanks.
Well, that could have gone. That couldn't have gone any better.
Oh, power of kings.
That couldn't have gone any better there.
I've got just the dance for you. You might say it's to. I'll show you. Burn! Stubborn, hey?
It's okay. Fire!
Still up? Is that for all that we strive for?
Get it still up.
Shine! They yet cling to life.
Dodge. That's not good.
Captain's hurt bad.
That's double not good.
Healing. Impressive.
Well, forget's probably the worst thing.
Last legs. Someone get him healed up.
Got you. Apologies. Would you finish it?
I'll give you the book. Watch me. He can't remember how to use his skills. Raging fire. Sorry, my mistake.
Let's go. Burn! Still here?
I with blade in hand.
Fuck it.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Okay, we beat the ears. Welcome back, chat. A filleting katana.
Not bad.
Level up to 40.
Strive for greater heights.
And there goes the ears. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. That settles that.
Expected nothing less.
Oh, well, is that the dragon?
No.
Dragon God can just sense all the humans have been cleared
I'm going
out?
back.
Alright.
So is there any way that I can, like, go through the wall in here? We're all fucking dying.
Now,
Okay. I didn't see any holes, so I don't think that's an option, but I'll look at
There's probably something movable. Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
I think we'll just have to find another way around. Get to this outer shell of where we're at right now. Alright, let's go back to that room. Well, that was a pain in the ass. Or a pain in the ear, I guess.
There they are.
Oh, we found a gold tooth! Oh my god, look at them all.
We're evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our
Golden gauntlets.
Now accept your fate.
Get them.
Take this. Didn't work.
So much for that.
I'll give you the performance of a lifetime.
What the hell are you weak to, little guys?
Come on, follow me.
We'll combine
I just killed the teeth.
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Juna.
Let's stay
Now
calm.
they're weak to something new.
Fire!
Got him. Nice going.
Our healing power.
Cleric. Shine.
Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da.
4 left. Don't let up.
General. Then
They're
again.
weak to fire. Let's heat this place up.
General. Nothing personal. What a blunder.
Why can't...
I've got just the dance for you. You might say it's to die for. Watch me.
Burn. We're in the groove. Keep
It's
it
okay.
up, Juna.
We can do. I'm all prepared.
Tis yours.
Oh, maybe we'll get it as a drop. Probably not, but
What a
you never know.
finale. Keep your energy up, everyone.
Whoa, 10,000 though. Whoa, big experience though. Whoa, the triple rank up. Whoa, new skill recovers HP after defeating an enemy. Okay.
That'll do it.
Glad I saw that little fella in the dirt. Wow, I am begging for MP for highs, man. Oh, God. This is another fucking asshole.
Not half bad.
A coddled choke. Magic choker imbued with loving but overzealous protective spell reduces weakness, the damage from being hit by your weak. Okay, not bad. This is where we needed to go, apparently. Oh, the thing. Dude, I'm out of MP. This might be where I'm stopping for the day. For this, you know.
Yay,
I'm
we did
dying.
it.
I'm not dying from losing. I'm dying from not having MP. Fucking asshole again. How far are you walking down? You're not gonna go past the crystal, right? Excuse me. How the hell did you not see me?
Come on.
Thank you.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Oh, heavenly water. Sick, actually.
We've scattered them.
Hey, bud.
Our efforts were not in vain.
See you later.
Would seem they are off our trail for the time being.
I don't need to go this way. I need to go this way because 2 is open, right? Go here and then here. Yeah. Hope there's a save point down there.
We got this. They saw us. On your toes, everyone.
Later. Alright, to 3 we go. Please say there's a save point here. I ain't fighting a dragon right now. Hell no.
So apparently,
Quake's more violent. Finally closing in on the dragon god.
That can't be.
Dragon god is not so wicked a deity as one you describe. Can't well say she's wrong though, can you? Didn't they originally discover Dracodio, excuse me, down here? That's true, but be that as it may, it doesn't mean this is no place to consider such hypotheticals or no other way to tell if one is friend or foe than to meet face to face.
Let us continue forth.
What the hell is that thing? Why
if
he
you
got
see use for
mochi?
it, I say take it with you.
Why he got mochi in his hand? Why he got mochi slimes? Or she? Okay, I'm going this way. Is there like a restroom, man? Because I could really use one of those. You know what I'm saying?
This is no good.
Oh, God. Oh, those fucking assholes. Oh, if we're gonna deal with them, we're just gonna have to run.
Stand ready.
Ooh, it's a human.
Don't let them get the best of you now.
Oh, they saw us.
We'll need your... Looks like they found us.
Oh yeah, I'm out. I'm sorry. I just wanted the item. I didn't get it. I just wanted it. Stop following me. I don't want to fight.
I think we'll be okay if we made it this
I
far.
don't like the Easter egg.
Probably.
Oh, usually golden. I don't want to fight the golden egg.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Okay. I didn't see what it was because I was panicking and running. Wait, you turn around. Turn around, asshole.
Would seem they are off our trail.
I don't want to fight the golden egg right now, and I don't want to fight Mochi Lady, Mochi Man. Not that I don't think I could win, but my MP is trash right now. We're gonna have to sneak behind them. If I sneak behind them, we wait till now and then go.
Oh no, we're respawning.
Okay, there's a clear container on the ground at my feet. It must be some sort of ancient. Is it a water bottle?
Hey,
Give it a touch. I thought it would be a regular bottle, but it's soft. Squeezing it makes a little thuddy sound and dense. What is this material? It's not glass. Yeah, it's material that's soft but doesn't break immediately. And not fabric. These ancient sure were. It's just plastic.
What an incredible find.
whoa. Now that's what
Tortoise
I call treasure.
Jambo. Cast Raku Haja at the start of battle with endurance and agility +2. Oh my. Oh, y'all need to chill. Stop following me. I don't know where I'm running. I don't know how I've been caught by something yet. How? How did we lose them? I didn't do anything. I just ran. Golden Strand. Is that money? Hold on. Oh, this motherfucker. Get him.
We strike first.
You've no time for prayers. Then again,
Evenly matched. Just
I
need
want
better
those
stamina.
damn gauntlets.
Power of Kings. I'll take this. I'll be taking that.
What?
Hey!
This'll be over soon enough. Come on, help me out.
You can do this.
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Juna.
Let's
Now they're weak to something new.
burn. Stay focused.
My life is
I
in your
stand
hands.
ready. I shall defend.
Don't let up. They're weak to fire. Let's hit
What if
this
we
place
got
up.
another one?
Face me.
What if we got another one?
Nothing personal.
So much for that. I've got just the dance for
It
you.
is what
You
it
might
is.
say it's to die for. Please, after you.
I will fight with pride. Let's work together.
Show them our might.
What a finale! Keep your
Oh, we got a
energy up,
white mask
everyone.
though. Good shit. And unscathed, and level up to 40 for
Tremble
Juna.
before me.
There is still danger here. Stay vigilant.
Oh, it's the human bird too. Or they just like run it. What am I waiting? Okay. Kill Mr. Human Bird. Uh-oh, there's some weathered paper littering the ground. Sky sundering wings, ground to flame, sweep hellfire. Capital Falls, city enveloped mag. Could not surrendered ourselves to fear. Uh-oh. Chronicle of the Fall of the Old War. It reads just like a glimpse into hell.
No, don't tell
That might
me.
not even be the worst of it. These sky sundering wings, are those the dragons?
Well,
How the hell did you not see me until then? Can you make it through the door? Dumbass. Okay, well, oh shit, I need to run back through once Bird
we've
is
lost
gone.
them, but stay on your guard.
Yeah, get the fuck back, dumb bird. Alright. Wait, hold on. What do those gauntlets do? What them gauntlets do? Are they like sellable or are they like actually gauntlets? Well, they are actually gauntlets. Where the hell are they? They worth it? Did I just not see them? What the hell are? Where are they? Are they a hold item? Bottled show. Oh, they're a thing. Beautiful gauntlets. Gauntlets lacquered in gold. It's luck +5. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Go luck build. Whoa. Better turn around, big guy. What's his path? Is he running down or is he coming back this way? Now we need to see if he turns around. Is he turning around this way or is he going around the corner? Okay. So I guess the bird is behind me now. Is he gonna double back this way? Or he doesn't double back.
Right there.
They see us.
Go. Okay, well there's something this way. I saw the thing. Oh, it's you. An item over there.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that.
How did you lose me?
We've put some distance between us. Perhaps we're safe.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh, you son of a bitch right here, ain't you? You're just a big old asshole. I'm gonna get by you.
We've been spotted. On your guard.
Oh, I'm too good. Ah, he's too fat to get in the door. Ah, look at him back there. Idiot. There's a metal tablet on the ground. Wonder if it's some kind of component to something. A rectangular metal card. What's it? Like a key card? A pass card? A credit card? A plate key. Hey, it couldn't be. Thoroughly broken. It looks as though it could be part of something larger. perhaps it's something like an ancient magla
For
key.
real?
Hard to picture a little metal what's it like this being key. I'd love to meet the people who designed the use. I'm begging not to be a.
Now we fight.
Uh-oh.
The demon?
Now accept your fate. Nothing personal. What a blunder.
So much for that. Don't underestimate me. I call upon a royal soul. Burn!
Let's stay calm. I won't hold back. Burn!
Oh, power of heroes!
Hulkenberg got them right
Let
at their
all
weak spot.
power of kings.
Give me your item.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hello there, treasure.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ridiculous.
About to collapse.
Come on. Stop it.
Heismay's in real danger. Not healing now.
We're all in real danger.
Sorry, my mistake.
Wizard! Fire!
Okay.
It's only the
Oh, we got an
natural
extra
outcome.
grace water too. Sick.
Nice.
That's lovely.
A thrilling tricorn. +4 and prevents sleep. Dude, I'm out of MP. This might be the time. This might be the time to skedaddle. Are you gonna go back to your spot?
This is bad. They're onto us.
That's not ideal if he's not going back to his spot. Oh, he just. I know it this way, but. Oh, okay. Fine. This way. Fuck it. Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm shutting here. Oh, I'm opening something. Never mind. Okay. Sick. Don't know what I'm opening. Don't know what I've opened. Get out of here.
They found us. Look out.
That'll do it.
Oh,
spotted.
Oh, that's a hell room. Okay, I need to just. We're just gonna blitz across this room. We're just gonna blitz like no other.
Come and get me.
Nope. I'm out. I'm going. Oh my God, this place is hell. This place is hell. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Fine. This is fine. This is fine. We'll make it. Make it. Make it. Nope. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Double back. Go in the room. Open this door. Go through. Okay, we found another mural. The mural inscribed with archaic writing. Hey, there it is. It's it. Et. Dragon god Et.
What this is?
It depicts the dragon god manifesting before the priestess. The dragon god normally dwells within Dracodios, but takes to its dragon form only when I, the priestess, will it. That looks like that big magic igniter that's sitting in that we saw at the beginning of the game, that scepter one. You just pop out and go on a rampage when he's feeling antsy. It's my first time doing anything of the sort, and I'm uncertain. However, the dragon god is a protector deity. If we fulfill our duties, he will come to our aid, I'm certain of. What do you mean by well? Has the village lived up to these so-called duties? Edeni said it himself, the village took all of their fears and anxieties and burdened your shoulders.
Say,
Yufa, what truly compels you to seek the path of self-sacrifice?
That's so.
That's my duty. We stop the cycle?
So.
Oh, what need would there be for a priestess if it were to stop? The village has already sacrificed so much, the priestess cannot simply abandon her destiny. Sure, it's a matter of pride for you, but you didn't take on this role lightly. But I cannot condone a course that may lead you to dying in vain. Given how much you seem to care about people, Yufa, you could really accomplish a lot if you didn't die.
But then...
Where the hell are we? I want those 2 items out there, but I also don't. Because we could just come back in and grab them when I'm... Oh, it's gonna be a trap.
If it's useful, I
Oh, actually sick? I don't want to go down there and be thrown into a fight. That's my only thing right now. And then a divine elixir. Those sound like they could heal a lot. Please no fight, please no fight, please no fight, please no fight. Oh. Oh, this must be the altar. Oh, this is the altar. It's a mural. The priestess and the dragon god is inscribed here in archaic writing. The priestess is holding a lance and a dragon, so the lance is in the depths.
Hey.
This image, something about it doesn't sit right with me. On the left is the dragon god. Would it not be facing the priestess if it were meant to make a meal of her? In the middle, those are the inhabitants of the village.
Indeed.
They are. I interpret this as the people standing protected behind both the dragon god and the priestess. I don't know, it's almost like the priestess is fighting with the dragon. Are priestesses really supposed to be sacrifices? Is the legend correct?
See here.
But offerings have been made of the priestess to the dragon god for generations. Maybe that's why he's pissy.
Might I ask you something? Why have you come to this island? For the lance, I know, but why risk your very lives for it?
Well, we've come this far in together. I suppose she deserves to know something, at least.
There is someone we aim to save, one who was ambushed in shadow, cursed to die. And the blackguard responsible for this cruelty now seeks our land's throne. If we are to thwart this tyrant, we must first ply him with power and favors. That is why we seek Dracodios.
So you do not bid for the throne for yourself? I had heard that the mainland's aspirants were all seeking relics for their own gain in the race.
But just so you know, we still meant that part about not wanting you to die.
Perhaps. It was the same with my own parents. My mother and father served as the priestess and island chief before my time. They died in an accident out to sea. More than 10 years passed. We knew they'd set sail to seek the dragon god. We never knew why they made the journey at such a time, when no ritual was needed. To hear all of you now, I think I might understand. Perhaps your aims are not so different from theirs.
They sought to question the ritual itself, whether these sacrifices held any meaning. That way, they might protect their dear daughter. Is that it?
Yet there are those in the village who will not suffer any doubt in the dragon god's ways. My brother left for the mainland, claiming he'd change us for the better.
Your parents were not alone in their love for you. There are others on the island who would see you live.
And truly, I'm grateful.
Brother, and you know.
But as a priestess, even surrounded by such chaos and despair, I have already known such joy and freedom. To me, offering my life is no sacrifice. Those born into blessing must give back in turn. Such a duty is no more than simple common sense. It is the only way to live.
Well, that settles it. I'm getting you out of here. Deal with it.
Wait, but did you not hear a word I just said?
I don't think she cares, dog.
Oh, we heard. But fools like us rarely listen.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, thank God there's a safe room down here. Alright, well, this seems as good a place to stop for today in this dungeon as any. Because I'm I'm MP spent. 50 hours in the video game.
Finally.
We're almost to the altar. Okay.
Wait.
Not too hasty. We must first ascertain whatever is causing the dragon god's wrath. A dragon god from inside of a lance just shows up all by its lonesome. Find that one a little hard to believe myself. It's true, but still. Whatever got this dragon god seeing red, I hope we can put a stop to. And I bet if we all head to the altar once we're ready and yeah, we're getting the hell out of here.
Want to go back?
Yeah.
Understood.
I'd love to get it done in a day, but I just don't have enough. Not enough juice. Not enough juice.
Well,
What?
Your brother's waiting on the island. I made my choice as to where I belong. I cannot return while the dragon god yet rages. Appears I mean, we're coming back tomorrow, guys. Calm down. It'll all be okay. We're coming back tomorrow. It's not
What do you
a
think?
huge deal.
Hey. Okay then. Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Well, we made it through those strange ruins. The altar should be close. Dragon God really be a dragon, or something more? Maybe all those humans milling about down there has something to do with its influence. I doubt the answer to those questions will be easily acquired, though I'm confident one thing: our strongest foe is ahead of
Even
us.
so,
Truly intend to claim the lands. More enemies undoubtedly lie in wait. Yeah, well, the woman to possess such admiration strikes me odd. The women in the tower call it research, but I can't fathom what purpose it would. You literally salivate at the sight of meaty monster before. I merely seek to expand my culinary palate. 'Tis a noble okay. Strength's a rare quality amongst those with such passion. Let us just be thankful that Hulkenberg and this woman's not compromise their safety.
Hold on.
Let's get to bed.
now then.
I think we're decently leveled. We're all at 39 or 40 now.
Time marches on, and the age of a new
My thing
king
is, I don't know
draws nearer.
what this fucking dragon's. That's my problem. Oh, Brigida. What the
try
hell?
not to die.
No great sum, but I hope it helps. Try not to die. 15,000. Wait, I got 100,000? When did I get all that? Whoa! And I probably got stuff to sell.
All right then.
Hey, I got your stuff. I think I got. You said there was 3 of them, right? That's all I saw in there.
Not finished yet?
Isn't that wonderful?
I got you. Good luck with the dolls, dog.
Mission accomplished.
33,000. Hell yeah. Divine elixir and a sumptuous magla feast. Whoa. Yeah, I thought the whole reason was because you couldn't tell your family you dropped it. At first I intended to hide my mistakes, but after I set you off, I gave it some more thought. Stones were the guiding tools for us fisher folk, that we might find the right path. Could I really pass in my grandchild under such deception?
Fine.
You're shocked to be sure, but in the end, all of them, even my grandchild, simply laughed and forgave me. When I told them about you, they're all moved that you would go so far for a
Thank you,
complete.
dearie.
Bro, thanks, dog.
All right.
Okay, Roll's sitting there.
Let us
Let me
have
get a, let me get a couple.
Hey.
Let me get a couple mag. Let me get a couple.
Let's
700. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
All right then. Go.
Do I need anything from Weapon
Okay.
Land? Out of that. Well, I guess I. Oh wait, I have some appraisal stuff, don't I? I get something done in here. Oh, we got a bunch down in here. Oh baby, one day I'll have the biggest face. One day, man, Carter. It's gonna be the biggest face you ever did see. A field glaive. Well, that doesn't count much when I got fucking Zeus's thing. Armor. I think I already had one of those. I don't need that. Oral mail. Endurance +6. Holy Moses. Alright,
If we go here.
Alright, we need to go get some things purified at the church right quick.
Let's go.
If I, well, I guess if I have the items to do so. Closure! Closure! Okay, okay. So 2, so I need 3, 4. I think I can do all of these. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to, right? Resist dark damage is huge, though. That's a big. There's a lot of money to do these. Holy moly! Hold on. Well, I mean, I can just go stuff shit. Not a huge deal. 300. Holy. Resist dark and resist light damage. Actually sick. Wait. What? I can double purify? Not sure I want that, right? Skills that hit multiple times always hit. Bro. Bro. And 334? Wait, hold on. I need to.
What now?
Need to wrap my head around. Oh, do I need? Okay, so wait. Wait, what happened to my other mail? What? I'm so confused. Okay, so Divine Elixir is fully restores one ally's HP. Sumptuous Magla Feast fully restores one ally's MP.
Closure.
Wait, what happened to my demon mail? Where'd that go? Whatever. Dude. Closure ray.
Where to?
Is it raining here? I'm just checking. Friend. Oh, I probably have enough beetles. Hold on. I can get that thing. Damn, not raining. I got your beetles, bro.
Hey there.
The Venom Ward Charm. Tremendously useful item, protects you from dragon's poison. Alright, well that might be what we need right now, Gold beetles here have slightly different shine depending on the magla where it lives. Right now all I'm doing is attempting to solve that mystery. There's still gold beetles hiding out there. If you find any more, please bring them. Lawbreaker. We gotta get another 13? What the hell? Alright, well we gotta get 13 more.
What now?
Prevents poison. Whoa, it's all. What the hell? Prevents poison, malady, paralysis, hex, burn, frostbite, and all stats +3. Whoa, holy Moses. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. That's a... Alright, well. Protagonist privilege for this one. Now we're losing +1 on my stats. I'm crying a little inside. Holy, that's a big boy. All stats +5. Okay, who's got the weakest stats? 31. Honestly, probably Heisman. I know he's losing some agility here, but... Okay. I gotta think what I'm doing now.
All right then.
That reminds me.
Dude, my brain just stopped working, chat.
All right.
My brain just gave up. It was like, no. It was like, no. Don't work. Idiot. My brain, no brain. Yo, what up, sick? It's just...
Let's go.
Dungeon raid. We haven't done a dungeon in a while. I'll join to that. Go in the tree, guys. Those birds, get them! Get them!
All right then.
Okay. So we need to go do the dragon thing.
What now?
So on the team we have... I have all the magic types. Hulkenberg has healing and light. Heisme has dark, ice and fire. Juna has fire and wind. We have literally all the types covered. Bro, do I just go for the dragon, I guess? Just fuck it? Normal attacks becoming almighty's kind of it though. I'm back in Scarlet and Violet for the mellow era. Oh yeah, you need the I have everything but the Violet Beasts, I think, in my home. The sacred ones. Those are still the only two I'm missing. From my decks or whatever. Twililight's pain with the lag. I have faith in you, Cerebi. You can do it. Or you can't, I don't know. I don't want to gas you up for no fucking reason.
have retained my edge.
Moves all allies to the back row. Shit. Hold on now. Frigid Fortress Tactic deals heavy ice, magic ice damage to one enemy. And whoa, that's crazy. Oh, that's like, holy Moses, that's just a regular attack too. Let's get the 13 at least. No, we gotta go to, if I'm doing this, we're going to 50.
Steady effort is key.
I don't mind not getting a 20 right now, but I want to get what's his face's thing done. He wanted that, so we can go talk to more now. Yeah, where he's probably sitting at. What all are you missing, by the way? You missing anything in like a crazy amount? Hold on, what do I get for this? Seeker. Man, I don't even care about that right now. Soul Hacker. Right, we'll do that. We'll do it after we go back into the thing.
What now?
Fuck it, I'm just going in. I'll be honest here. I'm just going in. Since all the Pokemon needed to originate from Scarlet Violet games. Wait, do they really? Wait, hold on. Wait, how does that work? Huh? I'm so confused. How is it? Wait, so if you just have the decks done, it doesn't fucking matter? I'm so confused. Game Freak, I ain't doing that shit. You know y'all be freaky making up lore, but I ain't that freaky. Actually, what I should do is double check what I can learn on things. Oh, it's like, oh, that, huh? I could probably log in and check, honestly. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna use you, but it has. I mean, I literally have every Pokemon, I think, sitting in there, but one or two, I think? I think I literally have every Pokemon, but they're definitely not all from Scarlet Violet, you know? As far as I know. Oh, you got a skill slot? Hold on now. Okay, what do we got? Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Okay, what can we do here? What can we do here? What do we have? What do we have? No, we're definitely not doing that. I even logged in. You got me curious. Because somehow home on the phone is worse than the Switch. The Switch is already not great. Hold on, you got me wondering right quick. We're taking a detour right quick, chat, to look at my phone. I'm not logged in. This is already Not gonna happen. Oh, hold on. I gotta update Pokemon Home. Hold on. Hey, but what, Aniv? Fucking install a phone. It's just Pokemon. How long has it been since I fucking opened this? How the fuck long has it been? Okay. I'm definitely, I mean, I love Meloetta, one of my favorite, if not my favorite mythical. But hell no, man. I didn't catch every Pokemon in older gens, so I wouldn't have to catch them in future gens. Unless I like had to, or I was breeding them or something, you know. I didn't work on, I didn't catch everything in X and Y, you know, and make a living dex. So I wouldn't have to in every generation. I mean, honestly, if it's shiny and you can get it now, like, just get a fucking hacked one. You know? News. I have 99,999 data altered via continued support. But yeah, I forgot. I need to check up on that. I think next month it refreshes. I don't want to pay for a year. Gifts. Gift the box. Oh my god, what the hell am I looking for? Oh, I got the shiny Magearna! Oh shit, look at that! That's what I have. What the hell? To celebrate registering so many Pokemon and completing the National Pokedex from number 1 to number 890, you'll be gifted a Magearna. Well, I've been waiting for that for like, I might have been sitting here forever too, I guess. Well, that's cool. Look at me, getting a shiny Pokeball golden colored Magearna. Would I like to give Magearna? No, I'm not a nerd. Okay, that's it. I don't think I have anything. Well, that's cool. Well, how the fuck do you check this shit? That's a weird. Yeah, it's a weird restriction too, because like when you look at the news or whatever, it just says conditions: complete your Paldea Pokedex, Kitakami, and Blueberry Pokedex, then confirm your completion in the games tabs of Pokemon Home. Oh wait, hold on. There's a fucking games tab. Wait, is it in? Wait, am I doing it in the game or am I doing it in the app? This is so. Why is Pokemon so fucking confused? Why? Dude, I don't want to see all these. Can I just mark them all as red? Oh, open the menu and use the Pokedex. Oh, okay, hold on. Pokedex. Game. Oh. Oh, yeah, it is. Ah, yeah. That is. Alright, so somehow I acquired over half. Well, hell no. Hell no, dog. I ain't doing this shit. You can fucking live in there, fucking Meloetta. Hell no. 65 of 200 for Kitakami. And 40 of 240 for Blueberry. Hell no, dog. I got the Magearna. That's way fucking cooler than that shit. Hell. No politics, Chad. I fucking hate Twitter for it. I don't need to fucking hear about Trump shit in my chat now, dude. Or Kamala shit or any fucking politics shit. I mean, I guess status ailments would be a good one to have.
All right.
One day you'll listen to me when I talk. You'll be mad at this. It's just a purge. You just had to just copy and paste what you were saying, huh? Instead of listening. I can see what you wrote. I just don't want to talk about it, dog. Such an idiot, Chad. I just don't want to talk about it at all. I know it's hard for your brain to get sometimes in my chat. You don't like listening to me and haha, don't listen to FJ, but you know, I don't want it. Even if it is a meme. At least right now. I'm not I'll meme on Trump, I'll meme on Kamala, but I'm just so tired of all of it right now with this fucking election cycle. Painfully clear. Ugh. I see the quote. I understand. But I just don't care. I'm not gonna dip into politics. I'm not gonna dip into funny meme political commentary, no political commentary, blah 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 blah. Want to vote for Trump? Vote for Trump. If you want to vote for Kamala, you vote for Kamala. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all fucking annoying. Nothing meaningful is ever gonna get done. And if something meaningful gets done, one side will hate it, and if something meaningful gets done, the other side will hate it. Doesn't fucking matter.
All right then.
And animals fed, legs tired. Welcome home, Goose. Hopefully work wasn't too bad. Put cereal before milk or after. If you put cereal after the milk, you're a literal psychopath and you don't know what you're doing. And you need to stop. You just need to stop.
What now?
Okay, let's see what I can do to help her out. Honestly, I'd rather not have sleep than rage. Care about the end. I mean, you don't have the hugest amount of God, why am I so far down? Holy moly. Think plus 5. I mean, it's evasion 6, and it's even if I never use the fucking. I mean, it's magic plus 3 on that. am I wearing? Oh, it's all stats +2. That's why I'm wearing it. Yeah, might as well still have it on for the... That's all stats plus. I don't think I got a new staff. No eep only. What are we eeping? Oh, you wanted to stay prevent sleep or whatever? I don't have a problem if their chip guy created for himself and failed to catch because he's incapable of making sure the problem isn't him before. Hey, listen. That's why they pay you the big bucks. So that's 20. That's 20. That's 20. That's 20. Yeah, everything's. You said, oh, I'd rather have raid. Well, yeah, at least if raid, she's gonna maybe try to melee him. You know, sleep just means she's asleep. They don't know. Oh, what do you want me to say here? Tell me what. Tell me what to. I'm gonna hydrate. You all should hydrate too.
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Oh wait, hold on.
All right.
I can go buy a thing right quick. Hold on.
Where to?
Right, where's the dragon?
Let's go.
Fetch. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think I have enough imagination.
We are witness to the
Hey, bro, can I have some more of those seeds, dog?
What do you
I
wanna
wish
do?
I wish I could buy them more than one at a time. Welcome back, Chad.
What do you want to do?
Whoa. What's it now?
What do you want to do?
Whoa.
I'm just gonna buy a bunch.
What's it now?
What do you want to do?
Whoa. What's it now?
What do you want to do?
Whoa.
5 of them? Okay, five's probably good enough. Do I have enough of whatever it is to talk to you? I forget. Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, whoa. Gucci barking. Rotate stock on a daily basis. These items by nature are scarce and difficult to come by. 1 item a day. Ah, okay. It could be a staff. It could be a staff.
Can we talk? Goodbye now.
That's true. It could even be a boat. That's true.
Hey, mister. Isn't that?
No, we're not doing. We'll do more in a second.
Let's go.
Gamba.
Okay.
I mean, I could use. I mean, it's a fucking RPG. You can use anything that upgrades. Fuck. It's not a. I mean, it looks good though. Dragon, Kukris. I think do I already have one of those? I already have one of those. I can't wait to fucking use that. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I had the oh, that's what I had the Well, I mean, that's neat, I guess. Alright, so those are definitely worth buying every day. What kind of shit you got, dog? Agility 4, agility 4. Evade. Oh, there's a lot of evasion. I see the use in these, but I'm not gonna buy any of them. So I understand the value in them.
All right then.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
I forgot I got my wisdom up and I needed to get seeds. I think I can only use it while it's running though, right? Unfortunate. I do want to check one thing right quick though. Oh. According to the old man's research,
Mancardi asked me, could you please describe JRPGs in the form of a short haiku? Heroes on a quest, magic swords, worlds intertwined, epic tales unfold, bahwa.
Thank you, Dracula.
All right then. Where to?
Wait, hold on. Did it say we already got the Grand Trad one? Besides value, your average numbskull wouldn't even bother trying to have the relic appraised. Finding it laying discarded around Grand Trad would be no great. Might mean the cave east of Grand Trad. Oh, okay, hold on, chat. We can go get another relic. You want to do that instead, and then we'll go get the relic and test everything, and then we'll hold on now. We're going on a side quest during the main quest right now because we got 12 days and we're at the dragons. Fuck it. Hold on.
Now then.
Okay,
Let's see.
Where was it?
That's where you want to go?
Corridor?
Let's see.
Did it say east? Oh, it's somewhere over here then. Wait. So confused.
Till next time.
No, these aren't the relics that are like these are the little relics that are like in caves. Like the ones we've been finding. Like the little doodads and shit that what's-his-face left laying around. No, when you fight the dragon, yeah, I already did that. Yeah, I'm not a pussy. I think the fight's up on YouTube. If you wanted to see it. It actually didn't go all that badly. I mean, it's all up on YouTube. I've been fucking uploading the VODs too. Despite its value, your average numbskull wouldn't even bother to have the relic appraised. Finding it laying discarded around Grand Trad would be no great mystery. That mean the cave east of Grand Trad. How do you go to that cave? So what do I do? Do I need to like? Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. I have an. Hold on.
Where to?
Hold on, I have an idea.
Let's go.
Maybe you have information on this. My brain muscles are braining. I have a single wrinkle right now. my wrinkle didn't help. So there's something to the east of here. So there's something to the east. How okay. So how go east? How go east? How go? Much go how? East how go? Go how east? I don't want to look this up. I will, but I don't want to. Wait, what the hell is this tab? Is there a dude in here too? Do I just head east?
Excuse me.
What, Ak? Listen. Can't fucking stop me. Okay, no, yeah, thank you, Cerber. Tell me how to go east. Okay, so there's gotta be somebody I can talk to.
Is Mr. Luis gonna be the new kid?
Yes.
All right then.
Maybe it's a bounty! I forgot to check the bounties! The compass, sun, or a map. Thank you, Cerber. Maybe it's a bounty. It hit me too, looking at the bounty thing.
His heat is insufferable.
Say
You're
that.
not serious.
I forgot bounties exist. Contract is this time is to exterminate the one-eyed monster Sio Corpus. Oh, we gotta kill capitalism. There's a cave near Grand Trad that used to be used by bandits. Some go-borns chase them out, and it's a oh god, that means I can't use my staves. Seems like the go-borns are intimidating the bandits and are attacking merchants and travelers. We can't leave them be. On top of that, the go-borns seem to be following the orders of this one-eyed beast. What else do we? Psyop Corpo. Oh no. Number of bounty hunters come running back, tail between their legs. Cave called the Scoundrel's Hole. That village, Ligno. Don't say it, chat. I can't help that they called it Ligno. No way. They're supposed to have some real nice stuff. I'd save up before going if I were you. Oh my god. Enormous eyeball is what I need. Oh my god, that's a big old 90k though, and some courage. It's a 2-day trek? Oh, it's a 1-day because it's just a town. That's not too bad.
This place.
The hell if I'm not using my wizard. I guess I can level up my
All right then. Let's head there right away.
level up my knight, I guess, depending on what everybody's.
Fancy a bit of info?
That I do.
Want in on this?
Scoundrels holds the den for all sorts of riffraff. It was once the home of bandits, but since it's been claimed by a horde of go-born. So backwards slash. From what I understand, the go-borns drove away the bandits who were settled there. Now they prey on any travelers unlucky enough to pass.
Really?
Heard about them at the recruitment center. Are they really as wily? They're clever little bastards. Their den was originally built by bandits, so pursuing the go-borns within may prove tricky.
Just between us.
And it won't just be go-borns we'll need to worry about. There's also the one-eyed Sio Corp. Said to be in charge of the lot. Find the whole go-born horde would be a suicide mission, so that's probably why the bounty is Sio Corp. Cropors? What the fuck am I saying? I don't even know what I'm saying. It's just fucking syllables. Using magic, I won't hesitate. Eliminate them first. The Psychropos will have a meltdown. Oh, God. Leave them alive. Focus on disabling their magic. Spears and bows. Man, you don't even got any weaknesses for me, dog? My God. Yeah, and that's not Goose, though, so I don't know who you're responding to. Alright, I gotta go get Poochie. It's starting to get dark shit.
What now?
Give me a minute. Oh. Everybody scatter, I'm back. Scatter. Yeah. Like,
All right then.
I mean, I could go to night if need be. One never makes it, does he? Never makes it.
All right then.
Well, actually, where?
Let's head there right away.
And what is it you want?
Gucci, how you already marking? Still out there. Oh, I probably have stuff to sell, don't I? Bouncy bark, resin, cutlery, marble. My apple's not going anywhere. Phallic penis, golden strand, ball material, vine, coin, aquamarine, turquoise, eggshell, no, it's mine. Opal, garnet, Baby clothes are mine. The sucker's mine.
Now then.
SaraBI09 asked me, who in chat is the one Pepe who doesn't make it in the scatter group? Well, let's see. Could it be our friend Manicarti with their Corpo Crusade?
What?
Every group has its odd puzzle piece, huh? Hey, I'm walking here.
What? Why did you go New Yorker? What the? What was the? What was the? I'm walking here. What the hell is that? Oh man, it's bot, I swear to God. Oh, fuck.
Alright then.
Poochie is barking. Alright. Now we can go.
Let's go.
Oh. Right now we can go get the relic for him.
Well, what do you want to do?
And it might get us another level too before
Now then.
We have a pending request there.
Let's be off.
It's your call.
Yeah, let's go.
Great. Let's move.
What to pick?
I could go to more. Or we can plan some shit, chat. We're gardening.
Whoa.
Coming into view is the village of Ligno, a frequent stop for
Don't say it,
capital-bound
chat.
peddlers and merchants. Experienced traders who have withstood the trials of all the world's cultures and customs gather here with rare goods found nowhere else. Though the village has waned in light of the influx of monsters, it remains an important hub of commerce. Here in this corner of the world, the Gauntlet Runner arrives.
Giving it some thought?
Oh yeah, we're stopping. What the hell?
Huh.
Sorry, I got a message. Don't do it, Cerebi. I said don't do it. Hey. No Ligma jokes. This village is unusually lively. A lot of strong people from different tribes. Merchants en route to the capital tend to stop here first, so that doesn't surprise. It was more like a mercantile commonwealth. Merchantile? Words, dude, I'm an idiot. A traditional village with a lord. We can find some rare goods here. Their perfume has been a strange odor in the gauntlet, and I'd like to combat. Stinky, uh-oh.
Let's go.
Alright, what do y'all got? Wow. Okay. Okay. Those are expensive as shit. What do they do? A mace and a medium MP. I don't have the 30K. No, dude, I would totally buy that right now and waste all my money. I'm not even joking. I would 100% buy that right now if I had the 75K or the 85K. Protects against fire, cold. Okay, these are the fans actually too. Golden armor. Resist slash damage. Okay, this shit okay, I can afford this shit. Evasion against fire, ice. Oh, dude, I might just buy these. Hold on. These might be worth the 80K. I mean, I guess I could come back here on a sale day. But I don't want to do that. What are these? I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I mean, Lux, whatever. That, though. That mace. I care about that mace, chat. I want that mace. Place may not be the biggest grand trad, but we've our fair share of goods. Perhaps the best of all, we've no snobbish nobles or regulators. Of course, that tends to attract unsavory types and fugitives from all over the place. I'm betting you a lot fall on that.
No. I see.
Not far off the mark. Other people coming through spouting ridiculous lies about becoming king. Most of them were scoundrels trying to pawn dodgy wares.
I see.
Oh, nice. You wanna know why it's so noisy here? It's because of all these heroes itching to regale us with their tales of heroic travels. So, go on. What's your story? Too long. All right, let's go.
Hey. Hey.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at an encampment, and sensing no imminent threats, they breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
Wester. I like a tornado, like the game. Wester. Wester, I barely know her. I'm just gonna say it.
All right then. All right then. What now?
Who has a match? Was it? You have imagination? He has eloquent. We do gotta get eloquent. Oh, hold on. We got a dungeon? Whoa, let me in, dog. I need to dungeon while I dungeon. What's going on? Okay, that and that. What do you back there? Bigger than anybody in there. Courage and of course there's no, but the one time I want eloquence, there is none. The one time. Or not, yeah, the one time I want eloquence. It's literally all of them but eloquence. Or not eloquence, imagination. Guess we'll go eloquence.
Isn't that?
I guess we could do that too. We can do the more thing whenever. That one's just a do whenever. I don't care all that much. So I'm not using the seeker archetype right now. We can do tolerance. We can do. Let's just do let's just hang out with you. We'll do fucking. We'll just do eloquence. Okay. Come on. Listen to her sing? Alright.
Faraway sky, blue and clear. Speaking of,
I ain't singing these lines shit. You know, someone told me once that my songs were like magic that could change the world. At the time, I didn't give it any more thought than you would a gracious compliment. But I've come to believe that the emotion, the raw power born of feelings can change the world. Doesn't that sound like the original form of magic?
Got it.
thanks.
Penguin soup, Monka S. Don't eat penguins, man. What the hell? Happy to hear you say that. That feels like we had a bit of a connection. Well, the first thing I learned from magic in this fucking world was Gallica giving me music in my ear holes. Never told this to anyone, but beyond being the world's greatest songstress, I have another goal. The truth is, at some point in the future, I'd like to conduct research architecture. By architects.
Yeah.
Power that awakened us is magical nature, that much I know. Archetypes are a power born when a heart yearns for something. More knowledge of them, perhaps every soul in the world can manifest its own need. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I think the only reason I can have my head in the clouds like this is because you're our captain. Happy to serve you, blah, yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. Something you need to table in battle. It's up to you to decide those talents. You have one to play too.
Gosh.
You're just saying that. You're already a main fixture of the team. What are you talking about, dog? Talking to you, I can tell we're on the same wavelength. I mean, we only met because we're so reckless that we both broke into Lewis's. Keep rocking the boat. Not like that, though, Chet.
Goodness. All right.
Dick. Yeah, I don't care.
All right.
Whoa, that was a lot. That was a lot more than I thought there'd be. Would have had one more if I hadn't fucked up that last one, huh? Thought they meant like the song. I rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. That one, you know. Like the turn from, like, you know, the turn of the 19th century. Like, you know, 1903. What the hell is happening?
Hitting us while we're asleep is
Oh,
dirty
you
fighting.
assholes. It's the buttholes. Damn buttholes.
Looks like slash attacks won't do much against them.
Light and fire. Oh, fire? Oh, fire, you say? Anybody else?
There's more, aren't there? Come on, everyone.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? I'll use what I must. Blaze!
Oh. Well, you woke me up for this? You woke me up for that?
Appreciated.
You could have just kept bombing them and they would have died. Oh, what up, Chop? Hope you're doing well.
See you.
Ooh, I liked it when you said up
and the age
before
of a new
ooh.
king draws
I'm gonna be
near.
honest about. I like the up instead of the.
What to pick?
You did it!
Hey, look at that, more experience.
Whoa. Did you know?
Got a lot of gauntlets. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Chop. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome. Hopefully enjoying your weekend.
All right then.
Courage. Is that it? Well, I guess we'll go imagination. If you're drunk, well, you better be drinking water if you're drunk. Otherwise, keep drinking. Drink in moderation and with water.
Now then.
Imagination to 4. Let's go.
Imagination. Why, that's...
Water is
The
great.
gauntlet
Hell
finds
yeah.
itself at the scoundrel's hold.
You know what?
A
I'm
cave
gonna
system
fucking take a
beneath
drink
the
of water
sand
right now.
Dug out by bandits over untold years. There were once treasures hoarded in the sprawling paths, but with the arrival of the monsters, only a vast labyrinth remains. The party wanders into the caves, now merely the wreckage of the bandits' dreams.
Alright, so these Goborns aren't gonna like my stabs because they're weird little gremlin creatures. But I don't
this the
care, I'm
place?
just gonna use my... I'm just gonna use what I use.
Oh my.
He laughs at a Goborn shall cry. Yeah, true, man. Yeah, I don't know. If you never fought them, they're little fucking assholes, dog.
All good.
Gosh!
Maybe I'm over leveled. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, we gotta get the thing.
So, hey,
Alright, we gotta get the relic for Nuras. We gotta...
that means
it's fine. They use magic, don't do it. Whatever, man. Whatever, I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Think I'm scared, chat? 'Cause I ain't. Also, I can just change shit in the
Okay, then.
place. Not a big.
let's go.
Don't worry, chat. I'll get my shit kicked in a second.
Wait.
Oh. Alright, let's go.
We end this quickly.
Where are they, little shits?
It's all clear.
Right there. Charging in. Let's push through. Good one.
Now, we must strike.
Stay calm, everyone.
Face me. Then
Wait,
again,
hold on. What do you... No. What do you guys have?
They're pretty tough. Better be careful.
You, Hey, I want your
I'll use
item,
what I
big
must.
guy. Give me it.
I'll take this. Sorry.
Why,
Hell yeah.
hello there.
It's okay. We can do this. Lend me your strength.
Hold nothing back.
Look for the captain.
bad.
Let's keep This'll be over soon enough. Masked dancer. Burn! I knew you could do it. Only one cleric. Finish them off. Sire.
Well, if we can get into a fight without getting
Great job, everybody.
dumbass, they're gonna shred them.
Trivial fight, really.
But that's how all Goborn fights are, so I'm not surprised.
I knew you could
Oh.
do it.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh. Dad, I think we might be over leveled. I think we might be okay. Could be off here. I mean, the boss is probably gonna be a pain in the ass. But the underlings might not be. Oh, this is wait, this is where I needed to go.
I see the enemy. Come on. Dad.
Expect no quarter.
Quick, everyone, go.
And honestly, for 18, fuck.
We'll combine our strength.
Mandible bearing.
I'll show you the essence. I'm all prepared. Strike true.
Ooh, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Okay.
Hey, rank up for mage.
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
Oh, is this what we need? Well,
All right.
relic out of the way, baby. Let's go. That's for Nurus.
Hey.
Like, is that quite an odd shape? Think it goes with
Okay,
something
so
else? Might be one of the relics Nurus talking about. Let's show it to him right away. Alright. Part 1 of our excursion completes. Now part 2 is to kill some asshole Cyclops.
There they are.
ahead.
Come on.
Good one.
Nice.
Well done.
Get ready.
Okay, well there's one of them. I'm guessing that's not the big one we're looking to fight.
On me, we go together.
Let's do this.
Blaze!
I had no chance against Heisman.
I will fight with pride. By this power.
You look kind of rocky. You like Blizzard?
Don't. This is just
You look kind of rocky. Do you like wind?
You hit their weakness. Don't let up now.
You look kind of rocky. Do you like light?
Oh, Mystic Purge! Still standing, I see.
Wind should solve this. Let's blow them
I
away.
mean, I don't really need the talisman, but if you insist.
I'll be taking that.
Why,
You?
hello there. Treasure.
Wizard! Wind!
You hit their weakness. That's your own done, Captain. Howling wind.
All right, let's hope that Cyclops in there
Great work,
fucking
everyone.
is weak to wind too,
They surely
but
underestimated
just bigger.
us.
I think we're in the clear.
Well, that was sick. I want that. How get? How get? Where go? How
We're
get?
safe here.
I think it would be right there. I think it would either be right here or right there. It's probably just the back end. All right, let's go. Oh, we're going down and then up. Okay. I see.
Right there. All right. How's that? Time for some close combat.
Your death will be swift. Witness our secret technique. This doesn't feel right.
I got an idea,
I will
chat.
fight with pride.
Oh, I'm faster now.
I'm all prepared.
Hold nothing back.
Nice going,
This will be over. I call upon a royal soul. Burn!
La 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 la.
Great, Judah.
I
Let
can do it.
justice prevail. Shine!
Ba-da-da-da.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
Oh, we got a helm anyway.
That was the last of them.
Wait. Oh, okay, this isn't where I came in. Oh my god, can you climb faster? Oh.
Just take it. You can always toss it later.
How the hell would we toss that? Jop! What are you doing?
Jop joined the app gifted a
Thank you
tier
for the
1 sub to the
gifties.
side goes up.
Give me the gifties. Enjoy this side goes up. Click name. If you ever hear it. Thank you for the gifty subby. Where the hell am I going? This can't be it, right? Oh, it's pretty. Have a great evening. Well, thank you for stopping in, Job. Thank you for the gifted sub. Don't drink too much if you're heading out or passing. If you do, have a sip for me. I'll allow it.
Be careful.
The door over here. Oh, hey, big fella. Let's see what our options are here. Undo. Wow, look at him go!
There they are. Let's push through. Come on. This
I wasn't behind him. Uh-oh. Oh, sick dodge.
I see your game.
Sick dodge.
Beautiful dodge, Heisman.
Witness our strength.
Well, we kind of got no choice.
It's up to you now.
You're done for today? Okay, that's good.
Let's stay calm.
They're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Let's work together.
Alright, at least one of them will miss next time, probably.
Did you just get all of them?
Dude, Heisman's crazy.
Only 2 enemies left.
No one here fights alone.
Actually, I can probably just punch Fanta.
Such daring.
Observe.
Get them, ladies. Girl boss 'em.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Oh, we still got the crossbow too. What a drop.
I think we're in the clear.
What game is this? This is Metaphor re Fantazio, the new game from Atlas. It's very much Persona inspired, with some of the combat and the archetypes being like Personas. But it's its own story. It's very much not like kid focused. And I akin the story to be more like a Tales of game. Have you ever played the Tales of than Persona? So it's like a meld between Persona Lite, a Persona spin-off, and the Tales of story. And I am highly enjoying it. It's very much more adult than Persona. Because it's not a bunch of kids running around doing, you know, in high school. So that helps a little.
What now?
Open. So if you ever played Persona, it'll be familiar to you, but it's its own thing. Like, you'll find out quick it does its own thing. Can you? Blah, blah, blah. You like Tales of? I do too. Holy jeez. I like Tales. It's what the hell did you just do to me?
Face me. There's a better way. Now accept your fate.
Electricity's no good against them.
Oh, I see.
They're pretty tough. Better be careful.
What's a black? Wait, hold on. I might want that man. Hold on.
I'll take this.
I love Tales of is.
I will fight with pride.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Let's set it up.
Or my favorite RPG series, if not like Pokemon or Persona. Yeah. So I'm very much a Tales guy rather than like a Final Fantasy. Vesperia is awesome.
Go!
Vesperia is great. I would say if you don't like older Tales games, try out
This'll be over soon enough.
Berseria is pretty good. The one from a few years ago, what the fuck is it called? Arise is really good.
This is just what I need. Howling wind.
I like the combat. It's kind of old. It's always been the series to not have turn-based combat and have like the open world run around in the overworld and fight combat. And some work better than others. But I've been playing like I had Symphony as a kid on my GameCube, and then I got Abyss for my PS2, and Abyss is my personal favorite. And then when the PS3 dropped, I got Zillia 1, and then Grace's F, which is getting that re-release in a few months.
Oh, healing power, grant us solace. With blade in hand! Healing us. Thanks.
Thanks.
Then Arise is good. I need to finish like the last bit of it. I still haven't finished it a few years ago. I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what that is. It'll live over FF. Like for me, I'm not shitting on Final Fantasy either. Like, I've just never played enough of it. You know, my first like actual JRPG that wasn't Pokemon was Symphony. So that kind of set me on that path rather than Final Fantasy. I want his coat.
Nothing personal. I'll be taking that.
Thank you.
It's okay. We can do this. I won't hold back. Scour.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, underestimate Captain. Me. Come on, help me out.
Alright, I know what I'm doing.
This might sting. Great job, Juna. Now they're weak to something new.
Shine.
Do 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 do.
You need training.
Oh, good shit. That's comedy. There's a good amount of comedy. I think there's comedy in both. I think they're the same stories. I think. Obviously, fantasy. You know, kind of like this story. Fantasy. Is it in the future? Is it in the past? They're vaguely technological and non-technological things. You know, kind of like Star Wars. You know. But I think the bigger thing that sets it apart is just the turn-based, at least for the most part, that Final Fantasy is versus the real-time combat that Tales, you know. That's what I think.
Face me.
What do you have?
I'll take this.
Do you have anything?
Let's stay calm. We'll do this
That's
together.
fine.
Show them our might.
My life is in your hands.
Show you. Gale. You hit their weakness. Don't let up now.
We strive for. Still standing, I see.
The all power of kings. Formidable indeed.
I'll show you.
Finish them off and we're clear.
Dick. Hitting me.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
What now?
I'm gonna waste some more MP. Alright, if I ain't gotta fight, I'm gonna try not to fight now. If I ain't gotta.
I see the enemy. All right, how's that?
Your trading has paid
That's
off.
that. There they are.
How's that?
Good one. Right there. Come on.
That was neatly done.
How the hell did you not see?
There they are.
Push through. They're down. Now's our chance.
I see the enemy.
Uh-oh.
There they are.
Amazing.
That's what I was looking for.
Back there.
I know what's in here, but I'm going through. Oh, hey, sir. Hi, sir.
Nice work.
We've put some distance between
You'll keep
us.
quiet. Nah, you can
Perhaps
talk.
we're
I don't
safe.
care. Well, I don't care. Man, when people are talking to my chat, that means I can play off stuff, dog. Oh, God, this is something I don't... Oh. Hi. Where you? Oh, how'd they not see me? Crazy. Alright, shortcut now. God. Okay, so that there, that's nothing there. Like I got the item for there. Where the hell am I going? Down? Is it down? Oh, there's a hole in the wall. Over here, isn't it? No, not here. Here. Then. No, not. Dude, I've lost myself, dog. Here we go. Here. Then. Well, I guess I didn't check this down here.
They saw us. On your toes, everyone.
See ya.
Looks like we're out of their sights.
Oh, is it on the other side there then? I'm so confused. You go too far? Okay, there we go.
I see the end.
Fuck.
Amazing. Great moves back there.
Ah, you're good. Go ahead. You haven't said nothing. Hey, it's the talkative tooth. Well, sometimes. Oh, good God, look at all them. Holy shit.
Yikes. I think we're in a little over our heads.
Ow, ow. Hey, you throwing stuff at me. Add in 30 seconds, chat. Ready your ad blockers. Otherwise, I will see you in a few. Fuck it. Fight them all? Hell no. I need the MP, dog.
Right there.
Oh, that killed him? Okay, what do we got? No mimic?
All right.
I love it.
Well, then that could... Okay. Oh. I don't think I'm gonna make it back across. I'm gonna be honest. Big fucking...
There they are. Let's push through. All right. How's that?
Oh, thank God. I got an M's old bow. Where the hell am I at?
I think we'll be okay if we
Oh, a
get this far.
ruby. Sick. What the fuck?
Probably.
Excuse me. How in the bloody hell did you not see? Oh, God. What? See ya. How the fuck did that not see? Whoa!
Let's push through. There they are. Forward.
See seem we've won the day.
We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Time for bed. Good night, Job. Thanks for hanging out. Rest well. Hopefully, the hangover is non-existent. I want to know what's up there. Did somebody run in here after me?
Right there.
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Here then, idiots. Come on. Chat, I want to know what's up that ladder. I want to know what's in the ladder. I'm doing it. Fuck it. Hangover never. Hell yeah. Oh, worth.
Hey, you found something.
Actually worth to come up here. Worth the risk. Okay. Bro, there ain't no way I'm getting this thing down with this party, but we're gonna give it the old college try. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna have to change at least me.
Yep.
But, you know, fuck it.
Just a sec.
So don't go after the go-borns that are gonna be pissy. Oh, that's a big boy. So I'm not supposed to go after the magic user, which is not good. That's a big Cyclops, though. Yeah, just go watch some Super Metroid. Thank you, Anif. Is there no one good stream? I don't know. You're stuck watching me, dog. Stuck watching me. Sucker. Stuck watching me lose to a Cyclops.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all. Yeesh, they're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Well, we're gonna at least lower their shit.
Hellfire!
Okay, evasion is lowered. I'm wondering if... Wait, hold on. I'm not supposed to take them out, right?
I'll lend a hand myself.
Burn!
We'll try and focus him, I guess. Dodge? Well, I mean, I could... Oh, no, don't. No! Oh! What does that do? What does that do? What that do?
Come on, follow me.
We'll combine our strength.
Alright, I got balls here.
This might sting.
I got balls here. Big balls.
Judah.
Big balls.
Now they're
Observe
weak
the
to
enemy.
something new.
Healing arts.
I knew you'd help.
Thanks.
Bastion can't be the only one.
You think yourself equal to a huge general? Some darker arts.
Can you just dodge? Oh, does that mean you're not weak to fire anymore? Can it even die? Oh, I guess you just took away. I'm getting fucking asshole. Okay. Are you still weak to fire?
Let's work together.
Dick.
Get after it, love. You hit their weakness. That's
I've
your
got
opening,
just the
Captain.
dance for you. No one here fights alone.
It's up to you now.
I'm actually down for doing
Going
this.
for the weak spot. Great job, Juna. Now they're
I
weak to
stand
something
ready.
new.
Declare it.
And this kind of forces them to debuff too every turn instead of attacking twice. I just need to get a dodge.
General! Rancor!
Uh-oh. That could have gone worse.
Lend me your strength.
Give it all you've got.
Fire!
Hit their weakness. That's
Don't
your opening,
underestimate
Captain.
me.
Let's do this together.
We'll combine our strength.
Yes.
This might sting. Great job, Juna. Now they're
Is
weak
everyone
to
all right?
something
Come!
new.
I think what I want to do is I'm gonna kill one of these assholes.
Thank you.
Quite a boon. You think yourself equal to a U-Chief's agility?
Have a great stream. Yo, thank you, Jop. Rest well if you're going to head out and go to sleep. Thank you for the gifty, by the way, as well. What do I want to do here?
General! Play! Who left?
That helped.
I will fight with pride. Wizard! Bird!
Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, goodbye. Oh, oh the luck! The luck!
Come on, follow me.
You can do this!
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Juna. Now they're
I
weak to
still
something
are it.
new.
Healing us.
Face Tolkien!
Much thanks. Let us clean up this... Some darker arts. What?
Fuck. Just miss. This is rude. Can anybody dodge anything?
We'll do this together!
Can anybody dodge anything?
If you would.
Fire!
Hit their weakness. That's
I've
your
got
opening,
just
Captain.
the dance
for you. Now for a grand maneuver.
Let's do this!
This might sting. Great job, Juna. Now they're
Is
weak
everyone
to
up?
something new.
Are you alright?
Okay.
We knew
Okay.
you'd help.
That helped.
Okay.
My thanks. Be neither timid nor arrogant. Now accept your fate. Rancor! Mandible bearing.
Just one dodge is all I ask. Oh, he's gonna debuff, isn't he? Oh, this should be over, right? We're good. Well, over is a strong word.
Let's set it up!
Of course, I'm short. Oh, I have one MP. Shit. Uh-oh. Well, uh-oh.
A tough one.
I'll give you. I call upon a royal soul. Burn! You hit their weakness. Don't let up now,
Let
Juna.
justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to life.
You think yourself...
General!
Some darker... One left to ever greater heights.
It's okay. We can do this.
Nobody should die. So I'm gonna boop him. I'm about to say, if this Meggy Dolan kills from full,
Behold this
that's
power.
crazy.
Raging fire.
I can't believe that worked first try. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, the quintuple level up. Oh, goblins are a pain in the ass, chat. They are a pain.
Not bad at all.
Too goated?
I admit,
I shall strive to use.
Excellent.
Power can be so intoxicating.
Okay, and everything should be cleared in here. Got the enormous eyeball. Yeah.
All right.
Pain in my ass.
What do you think?
I think we're
In
good.
that case.
Well,
That means
hey, we're already done though. Alright, good shit. Good shit, chap. We done did the bounty. Let's get the heck out of here.
hey. Okay then. Got it.
Oh, we went all the way back to Virgo. I thought we were gonna go to Grand Trad. Quite the formidable opponent, it seems that we must give our all with each and every task. I should always strive to grow ever stronger. To that end, I will help myself to an extra service.
Goodness.
Yeah, we'll take it back tomorrow, don't worry.
Guess we're splitting up.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Barden? Hell yeah. Thanks for the bomb, brother.
Let's go.
Okay, so we have 10 days.
All right then.
Let's go to the recruitment.
Where to?
I wish I could just go to the recruitment center.
Let's
Oh, I
go.
can. Raining here? Kinda hoping it was raining.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I got the eye, dog. Give me my
We
money.
did it.
Hell yeah. Courage 90K. We already made back that money we spent. Oh, we went up a rank. Yo, thanks, Mr. Dispatcher.
Thanks, mate.
You have any more? I ain't got no other jobs, dog. How the hell am I supposed to take more? I can't take more if you ain't got no.
Where to?
Maybe it's raining in Brile Lake.
Let's go.
We got a little bit extra mag right now. We can fucking spend it.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
I'll watch that loop. Not gonna click that. Well, I'll click it so I can, have it in my history so I can watch it later.
All right then.
Oh, hold on, it's a new day.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
We can gamba. Hey, down.
Hey, mister. Oh, it's you. Can we talk? Goodbye now.
I'm the gamba.
All right then.
Gamba.
Let's go.
Gamba.
Okay.
Gamba.
What have we got here?
Man, I already got that. That's what I bought already. I'm doubling up.
All right then.
Alright, so Hulkenberg can go up. Moore can go up. We'll be able to give Nuras his thing at night. Don't laugh at me.
All right then.
Don't you dare.
Let's go.
You stop that.
I beg your pardon.
Honestly, I want a couple of these. $200 to all allies? I mean, that's not bad, honestly. Grab a couple of those. Case. Okay. Alright, well, we gotta head back to that damn shithole over there, huh? Let's go.
All right then.
Then we can go. Then we have what, 8 days to do shit?
Let's go.
8 days to catch up on things.
Everyone is here.
Now then.
Let's see here. It's your call.
So we
Oh,
bring
it's
the
just
fight to
one
them.
day. Okay, never mind. I thought it was 2. I don't know why I thought it was 2.
What to pick?
Boo doo 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 doo. Tolerance for eloquence. I think eloquence is closer. Anybody help me out with these?
All right then.
Where the hell is everybody? Am I losing my mind? Well, I guess we'll go eloquence again. Okay.
All right.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
Navigating the Gauntlet Runner pulls into the shore.
Yeah, we've heard it. Sorry, Mr. Narrator. We've heard it a couple times. Okay. Hey, what up? We're back. Sorry about the delay.
What now?
Actually, I kind of want to make sure he has shit on him in case I need to. I mean, I guess this guy could just give him the golden gauntlets, honestly. That's kind of fun, huh? I need that on him for the recovery, though. Oh, I could give him the twinkling crystal, I guess. All stats plus 2. Dude, cleric's almost at 20. Oh. Hold on.
A new means of protection.
I want the Samarakarm. Just in case. Just in case. And magic increased by 3. Dick. Wait, how close is everybody else? 17, 11. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, wait, now we'll save. I guess we did. No. What up? Alright, let's go see about a dragon.
What do you think? Then...
Where to?
Okay?
Alright, chat, you ready? There might be a dragon afoot. Oh, yeah, that definitely seems like there's a dragon afoot.
The deepest part of the temple lies just ahead. It is the altar of the 12, where the dragon god Et slumbers.
Where?
What is this really sinister voice? There's unquestionably something totally not good back there.
Hey, chat, I wonder where the dragon's at. Am I right? I wonder where he's at.
This Magla, it feels like that of a normal dragon, but somewhat different. What is this?
Well,
thank you, sir.
That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I don't like this.
I don't either, but let's go.
Ready?
Altar of the 12. That's what I've been saying. Ready as we'll ever be.
Time to go.
That's what I've been saying, man. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be right now until, you know, I get kicked out of the fight and I gotta respec. Whoa. Whoa. Look at that Kirim up there.
It's all clear.
Look at that big boy or girl. Hey, big guy or gal. You can keep yelling. We gotta come up and talk. Yeah, I know. Got one more roar in you before we hit the top of the stairs. Go, whoa. What do you mean smaller than expected? We're 8 years away. Smaller than expected, this guy.
No, it can't be.
Oh, hell.
Oh, it's a human. And it's a human.
This thing needed a priestess to summon it.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's a human infected dragon.
Beside the lance.
We are in no condition to claim it. Fire and flame. Has even the dragon god succumbed to melancholia?
Uh-oh.
No. I think this is something worse. Look, on its back.
It's a human. Look at that little turd.
A human? Is that the fiend behind this chaos?
That's the worst double act I've ever seen.
Oh.
Look at its eyes. Its mouth, like it's shielding itself, or like it refuses to confront anything, or almost like...
So kill the...
Get back! We've got bigger problems than the ritual. This thing wants to eat us.
You would fight our god.
What can we do but defend ourselves?
Yufa!
I'm...
Aww. Oh. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Yufa! What can I do?
Do we get a new party member right now?
You would have me abandon this end. You would send me away to live my life. But how? How can I? This is all I have. Please. You can't take my purpose away from me.
Huh?
I must apologize. I was wrong to assume. I was quick to judge. But your rights are not acts of barbarism. Yours is a proud heart. But still, see the truth. Is this your god? A god who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a god worthy of your devotion and faith?
What if we just hit the human off?
Arise now, priestess! Have you come here only to be saved? Or will you find purpose beyond death, to stand and fight as a savior?
I want to!
Oh, Lodestar, ye torn maiden of faith.
New party member!
Traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now
damn, we're getting two back to back.
I love that island. I love the smell of its verdant flora. But what I love more than anything is its people. Their words may be coarse, but their hearts are true. I must save them. Please!
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light.
Whoa.
O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path. Awaken.
Oh. Oh. Oh, heart time.
If I cannot save them in death, then I swear I'll protect them with my life.
Hell yeah. Whoa, 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 she quick. Whoa, what the hell? Whoa, what is she a mage? What the hell is she? She looks like a mage.
Let me fight by your side.
I guess I have to put her in the party, don't I? Okay. So if I don't bring Heismay, we don't have Dark. I think we're gonna go Team Ladies, I guess. The only thing we'll be missing is Dark, but I can swap in and out if need be if I need Dark. So Eggy, then we'll have Hulkenberg. We'll have Juna. I don't know where Juna needs. I think we're just a back row team. Mostly because I don't know where the hell to put this. Wait, hold on. Can I check her details? What the hell's her art? Oh, she's a summoner. Oh, summoner. Okay, so she's weak to Weak to that. Have wind. I mean, I guess I could get rid of. I could move Juna out for this fight. She has wind. Let's just switch between Yufa and Heisme as need be for now. Then we'll figure things out. We'll figure it out.
Yufa, you can fight?
And she can now.
I found my answer. I offer my life in battle, not in sacrifice.
Then we fight as a team.
That thing on its back. That's the human possessing it, right?
What if we just hit the human and
must
save
be.
the dragon?
If we strike at the human precisely, we may be able to separate them. Everyone, you need not hold back. We fight to save the dragon god Et.
Oh, see, that was my idea.
I shall fight with all I am.
That's what I said to do.
Sacrificing anyone.
Oh, there's synthesis too. Synthesize. Oh, damn, she's fast if she's going before me. Oh, hold on.
If we all work together.
Extreme physical electric damage to one enemy and lowers their defense. Attack. Let's try and focus the human then.
It's up to you now.
As much as we can, at least. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's a bird. Get him.
Yeah, Yufa hit their weakness.
It's okay.
Oh, it is weak to that, and its attack is absolutely blitzed.
Let's go. Scour.
You hit their weakness.
I'll
That's your
give you
opening,
the
Captain.
performance.
I'll show you. Gale. You hit their weakness. Don't
Is
let
everyone
them
up?
down,
Oh,
Juna.
power of heroes!
I mean, might as well just keep wailing on this little fella.
I shall do my best. Here I go. Not this
I
time.
mean, I guess I could just double up, huh? I mean, we could do this too.
Hold nothing back!
Let's stay calm. Wind.
Oh, well. Oh, wait, that's it? Wait, that's it?
I call upon a royal soul. Howling wind.
That's it?
You hit their weakness. Don't let them
healing
down,
power.
Juna.
Come! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Even my strength will be needed. I must concentrate.
Let my power
I mean, if we do this every time with her, it means they're gonna have to Kunda every time.
Yufa hit their weakness.
It's okay. Wizard. Scour.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain. Gale.
And that just means that we can focus
Observe
that
the
little
enemy
turd
with
back
blade
there.
in hand. Shine! Still standing, I see.
I shall summon her.
Heed me. Yes, I destroyed it. We
Oh.
did it. Now we just need to take down the body.
The human possessing the dragon god suffering. Oh. Oh, so we are still killing the dragon.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
You're weak to ice like every other dragon?
Ice.
Nope.
I'll show you.
I might as well use fire. Light. I bet he's weak to dark.
Even my strength will be needed.
Bet he's weak to dark. What is this Pokemon? Hell if I know, dog. Well, I mean, I apply it because of dragons, unless they're like specifically ice. They tend to fly through the air, and if you get, you know, cold and freezing on your wings, you can't fly. You know what I mean? More than just, oh, ice type beat dragon type, you know. Oh, what the hell was I doing? I was gonna. Oh, no.
If you would,
ready.
please.
I'll show you the come forth, royal soul.
I mean, I guess it could be weak to lightning too. That's...
Blunder.
Of course, man. Why you gotta go? Yeah, I know. He's better not wake up. I swear to God. Since they do that often, when they not. Listen, man. Why did if we're going that route? Why are all dragon types still in Generation 9 weak to ice type? They're evolving so damn. Don't give me this shit. Don't do this.
Raging fire!
Is everyone all right?
Cleric!
Oh, yeah, you resist.
This won't do.
Might as well just yield.
To you.
You think you'll face me?
Wait, hold on. Do you have anything on you?
I'll use what I must. Rancor!
I don't think this motherfucker's weak to anything. I'm gonna be honest here.
Vitus power. Burn!
The fast dancer! Howling wind!
Ow! Of course the ties me that fucking goes down. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead.
Heismay got knocked out. We gotta revive him.
Well, this is unfortunate because I was about to fucking switch him out. Shit.
Healing arts.
I shall repay this favor tenfold.
She needs help.
Yeah, I know. I know what's happening.
The rest is up to you.
Fight.
Let's stay calm. Here.
Thank you. Thanks. That was helpful.
I'll give you the. I call upon a royal soul. Gale.
Into my ass. God damn it. Thank God.
I defer to you.
I shall do my best. If we all work together.
We'll combine our strength.
Alright, let's get that attack down.
It's okay. We can come forth, royal soul. Fire! A tough one.
Don't underestimate. I'll show you. Burn! Stubborn, eh?
Suffering. Alright. I think we're good, Chad.
To you.
Everyone is counting. I ask for your aid.
It's up to you now.
This cannon that she gets the final blow, I'm gonna let it long play. This final blow cannon, the storyline. That would have been over quicker had I not tried to find out if it had a weakness. But that wasn't too bad, honestly. Priestess Heart and the Talisman of the Avatar. Lots of experience. GG's, Mr. Dragon. Sorry, Mr. Et. Fuck you, little human guy.
Applause, please.
Ooh, the quad level, the triple rank up. Love to see it.
I feel stronger.
I admit, it feels good.
Ha! I have never known such high.
Even I had more to learn.
Oh my god, you didn't get agility for once, Heismay? That's crazy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, what's going on? What's going on?
The dragon.
Suck him in. Oh.
The dragon god Et has returned to its sacred vessel.
Dude,
Legend has it
saved!
that while in its vessel, that's when the dragon god's power is greatest and weakest when it takes to raging wing. So if it has a true form, you see it now before you. And here is our village's divine relic, Dracadios, Lance of the Dragon God.
Well, now we see why Luis wants it.
But now it almost gleams.
So dragons aren't just magical beasts. They're a manifestation of pure magla. My sister's research. She was right.
You all had the right of it. All these tragic calamities, they are not born of the dragon god's wrath.
And maybe they arose from the temple's melancholia. Perhaps that human was the source.
'Tis not the first time. Thinking back on it now, a human has always been at the heart.
You think humans are what's causing all of this?
No, I don't think that's quite it. Something about that monster. The way it instinctively tried to shield its eyes and ears. It was as if we faced the living past of the Mustari people itself. The Mustari reject the world beyond ours, lost and comforted by ignorance. And in adversity, it is our God we cling to as cause and answer to our suffering. Maybe we have only ourselves to blame. A self-inflicted madness. Our hearts are the source of magla, of magic arts. Even this new power, this archetype that has awakened within me.
Whoa, 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 what's going on? We get to talk to Mr. Dragon now?
Another. I did not know this one existed.
Wait, another dragon? The hell's going on? 2 dragons?
If this mural had been lost until
Oh,
now,
a mural.
Then, this paints quite a different picture of the
So
priestess.
that's...
She looks to be fighting.
You suppose
Against a
this
human,
is
maybe?
the truth of the priestess's duty?
Or a monster, I guess?
I mean, offering her life to quell the calamity threatening the village. Maybe that's what it meant all along.
It had always seemed odd that the dragon god dwelled within a lance, of all things. Not a sealed urn, but a weapon. My brother often wondered about it. We were wrong. No, we did not even think to question.
You would have died in the name of an era of semantics. The world has not been kind to you, girl.
Or any of the other priestesses over the years.
On the contrary, I feel I've been saved. I finally see my path laid before me. So thank you. Let us return now to the village. You said you had business with the lance when all this had settled down, did you not?
Yes, but I doubt you'll want to let go of it after all that. We have to figure that out.
I cannot simply relinquish it, but perhaps instead...
What was that?
What now?
Surely not. The human from the altar? How has it not perished?
I heard it enter the water. This channel leads straight to the ocean. If it seeks prey to regain its strength.
Then it can only be headed for the village.
Damned beast! So much for taking it slow on the way back. After it!
Uh-oh, stinky. Got Tricodios, though. He better not get on that stupid squid heart. I swear to God, I don't want to fight that tentacle piece of shit again.
Someone, please!
Monster! A monster in our village!
I hear screaming. It's gotta be here.
You lot came back! We honestly... Ha! Looks like the little lady made it out, eh?
Of
Yeah,
course.
what up, ass?
But more importantly,
Right. We've got a human on the hunt. Del's helping the villagers get to higher ground.
Truly? I'd not have expected it of him.
That's Fidelio through and through, isn't it?
I am Euphausia, the priestess. Thank you for helping with the evacuation. Here on we shall...
Oh, priestess! It's the priestess!
Man, we ain't got time for this shit.
Lady Yufa, please save us. What don't you lot get about evacuate? You want to live? Do as you're told.
Priestess, what happened to the ritual? What if the dragon god's wrath?
Did you even perform the rite? Oh, this is a disaster.
Oh, here we go.
survive now?
Oh, here we go.
The dragon god Et is here as our guardian deity.
Don't worry, you'll get your ritual. The real one, that is. The ritual that's been buried for hundreds of years.
As the priestess, on my life, I will drive back this calamity.
Hold on now. You're not actually gonna fight, are you?
Basilio,
They
where's
already
the monster?
fought it once. Unless it got bigger again.
We end this here.
We can do this.
Okay, well, never mind. It got bigger. All right, round two. I mean, it worked out last time. Well, fuck it.
It is time I put the truth to our teachings and rituals. I stand anew. I stand with you.
I thought we already finished this guy.
Homo Margo was his name. Is he still weak to wind?
This one.
Let's go.
Well, let's just basic him right now.
Don't. This is just what I need. Howling wind.
Okay, so not weak to wind anymore.
Power of heroes.
How about light? Good damage.
Everyone is counting. I must concentrate.
Whoa, we can summon the dragon!
I shall rethink those souls of kings. Give me strength.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's that? What's that? Put those hands away. What changed what? Was there any debuffs on? Can he not be hit by magic anymore? I wonder if that changed with him not being able to get hit by magic now.
Lend me your strength. No, this won't work. Come forth, royal soul. No. It didn't work.
That didn't do a thing. The captain's
I'll
anxiety
give you
is
the
overwhelming him.
performance of a
We can't let him
lifetime.
get hit.
So maybe physical doesn't hit?
Mass dancer.
Please don't kill me.
Gale. No way. The captain's fighting his
Oh.
anxiety and they're targeting him.
Oh.
flesh wound.
So if I can't hit it with magic, then we use an item so I can. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's not that then.
No
Well, what the hell you want me to do?
Oh, Mystic Purge! So unfazed!
I shall do my best.
Bro, I'm just gonna start guarding.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Ready for impact!
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked.
She'll probably try and hit it with one of her moves. That's not... I mean, sure, I guess. Can I hit you now?
Everyone is counting on me.
Bro, what is happening? What am I doing here, man? Is he weak to whatever's around him?
The situation is changing.
I'm so fucking confused. Okay.
Please go right ahead.
Let's take.
So maybe he's weak to fire now? Bro, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm gonna be honest. Do I have any buffs on? I'm so incredibly confused. Cannot understand how confused I am right now.
Maybe something else. Your turn.
Oh, healing power, grant us solace. To you.
Even
I want to try something.
You can do this.
No, that doesn't work. It looks good. Interesting. Bro, I am legitimately stupid. So now it's wind, clearly. Bro, I'm so lost right now, it's unbelievable.
By this power. Is there another way?
What if I just guard? What if everybody just guards?
Is everyone all right? I shall defend.
This is the path. Now is the time to defend.
Well, that didn't fucking...
I won't hold back.
So I don't hit it with what it's weak to, it looks like, right?
What?
It didn't affect them. This watch me.
I'm so fucking confused.
No need to rush this. I'll show you.
Does this even work? Oh.
Raging fire. No good. That didn't do a thing.
Bro, I don't know what the hell's happening.
Juna's anxious and they're out for her blood.
For all that we strive for.
Hydrate? Give me a second. I'm struggling right now.
Oh, Mystic Purge, so unfazed.
Nullified?
Everyone is counting on me.
They're immune to light. Careful, everyone.
So it's immune to light, but I can't use something that stops a barrier.
I shall refrain.
Bro, what the hell do I do?
After you.
I will fight with pride. We're looking good here.
Don't underestimate me. I'll leave this
I'll
to
do
you.
my part.
Alright, if all else fails, bring in a gun.
Grant us solace.
All else fails, shoot it.
Poison. Youth was poisoned. That's gonna keep wearing her down.
Bro, I legitimately don't know what to do. Oh, wait, why did that work? What?
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Why did that work?
Take this!
It didn't work.
That didn't do a thing.
I shall fight as the noble I am. No
Oh.
holding back.
What the fuck am I doing?
Pierce. This is doing nothing.
It didn't affect them. Youth was poisoned. That's gonna keep wearing her down.
Oh, power of heroes!
Bro, there's got to be something I'm missing about this. I mean, I know I'm a fucking moron.
This is the power said to belong to
Am I just supposed to melee with this fucking weapon every time? Is that what it is? Am I just supposed to guard and then...
Run if you want, but you can't. Staying on the defensive.
and just punch him over and over? Can you stop hitting me?
Heal Yupa. She won't last much longer.
Blade in hand. I will protect you.
I'm grateful. Even my strength will
Be purified.
It's okay. We can do this. Let's try this.
Wow, fuck it. We're just gonna try the...
Can't afford to hold back. You first.
I stand ready. I shall be as a shield.
Dick.
What's going on? How can we get anywhere if his weakness keeps changing like that? And he's not even looking at us. It seems as though he's really focused on something. Almost like he's praying. Hey, maybe I
No
can go
way.
over there and try distracting him. What do you think?
You could have said this
That
8...
is connected to how he keeps changing his weakness. If I can snap him out of it, then maybe he'll stop switching things up for a while. Once he's weak to something we can use, just give me the signal, and I'll go pester him. Should I go distract him?
Bro, I don't know what his weakness is! Fuck it!
That hurt. I mean, it worked, but
Okay, so it's not wind, not light.
take my fullest power. If we all work together.
It's definitely electric.
that was ineffective.
Fuck.
It didn't affect them.
Trivial.
Not electric. So if he's using Blizz, is it just fire? Am I just a fucking moron?
Fire!
Run if you want, but you
Just a
can't
moron.
escape my aim.
Okay, you're useless to me now.
I'll withdraw for the
Taking
moment.
center stage.
Observe
So
the
he's
enemy.
just weak to whatever he uses? Wow, I'm a moron, chat. I'm a literal fucking idiot.
I'll stay my blade.
Everyone is counting on me.
Wind isn't working. Try hitting them with
Let's
something else.
combine our powers.
Get after it, love.
Heed me.
Is that all?
Burn!
A fast dancer. Sorry, my mistake.
Is everyone all right?
Even my...
For victory! Get him! It is your turn!
Get him, big guy!
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, fuck, he didn't go down. Dick. Double dick.
Poison.
Triple dick.
Juna's poisoned. She needs an antidote before the toxin takes her out.
Fire!
Man, I'm an idiot.
This is for the future of the Mastari! Fall!
Margot's golden arrow and man, chat, I am a brain dead moron.
I've done it!
The old triple ranky uppy and the double levy uppy.
Tremble before me.
I am most certainly stronger than I was.
Right. That's the end of that.
Everyone, once again, thank you so much.
What a spectacle! To think I could have evacuated and missed the performance.
Yufa, that power.
Yeah,
It
it's
must
the
be the
dragon.
same power wielded by priestesses of old. My rescuers helped me realize that.
You mean to say sacrifice was never the intent of the ritual?
The priestess offers her life in service, not sacrifice. She takes up arms and faces the scourge. That is why our relic is a lance.
A mural on the altar suggested as much. It's likely the murals of this village don't actually depict sacrifice either.
You saw what was inside the temple? What was it? Something the church would rather keep buried? Some other mystical relic?
A relic?
Oh.
Hardly. We saw a ruined city of the old world. Evidence of a history before our own. Small wonder the clergy can't send their monks. Anyone who saw that would have their faith shaken. It's all but physical proof that the Sanctus Scriptures are fiction.
You don't say.
However, we of the islands have done no better in upholding the truth of our past. With all my heart, I wanted to save our village. But all I did was sit and hope.
Lady Yufa.
I clung to my determination with such fervor. Perhaps without my noticing, it became a desire for atonement. The day you left, Adeni, even the night father and mother left this world, I could do naught but sit and wait and hope. I believed it was my role as priestess. If I had done anything at all to change it, perhaps we would not have faced such horrors.
You can do your changing now. After all, you're still alive, you've got years ahead of you, and you've got friends and family close. You needn't bear this alone.
We support her. Without the rite of sacrifice.
Hell yeah.
Was that also depicted in the temple? Is that really the truth of the teachings?
Is that so difficult to understand? What matters the murals or the truth of the teachings? Do you believe the priestess fought out of tradition alone? She
Yeah,
fought
sure.
because she wanted to protect us. This village. She fought for you and I. Our lives and joys. Is that not enough reason to support her?
You made good on your promise to save my sister. Words cannot express my thanks. But there is something that must finally be said. Yufa, I'm glad you chose life.
Hey.
I think I understand now. It's not slaying monsters that gets rid of the melancholia. I think it goes away when we help people overcome their fear and anxiety.
I have to say, for the moment there, it looked like we'd have more dead than alive. But now they've got the lance, priestess, and the whole sodden village in their corner.
It's only relevant as far as it matters for Luis's sake, Baz. Remember, we're doing this for a world where your blood don't matter, long as you can fend for yourself.
Suppose, but what about them that can't fend for themselves? Like them village folk you helped save. Reminds me of that Glodell business too. They're tough enough that they don't need dirty tricks. If you challenged them, and they won fair and square.
Pack it in, Basilio. Our war may be quieter, but we're still fighting. Hesitate out there and you're dead.
Dell.
What up, Asher? Hope you're doing well. I've been having a good, whatever it's Saturday. I think today. I don't know. Whatever the fuck today. Quest clear. The human that escaped to Virga Island was successfully defeated in a single stroke. I saved the Princess Yufa and obtained the Draco Dios, the Divine Relic. Oh, damn. They're giving us a cutscene save? Whoa, what's this? Are we at a midpoint or some shit?
So, that's the lance everyone's after. Don't suppose you could chuck it our way, young miss?
I wanted to discuss that. Unfortunately, I cannot let the lance leave my side.
Well, that means
But
she's
to
coming
that
with
end,
us.
What if I were to accompany you?
Makes sense.
The monster is gone. The Magla-made distortion is visibly fading from our lands. The threat looming over the island has passed. That said, if I am to be a warrior priestess, then I feel I must learn what the world is like beyond our borders. Besides, if you were to hold the lance, you would lose your powers of magic, which would be inconvenient.
Wait, what?
What do you mean?
Well, a flow of some protective magla surrounds you. Yet, when the lance nears you, it seems to dispel that magic. I can only assume it's one of Dracodios's powers.
What? Hold on. Protective Magla? You don't think she's talking about the king's magic?
What's come over you, Stroll? You seem distraught.
Look, can I talk to you for a second? There's something I want to test with Dracodios. Did you all see that? This changes everything.
I'll say. I was wondering how a whole dragon's worth of magla fit in such an ordinary-looking lance. Now I finally understand.
What happened?
Your pardon, but might someone clarify?
Yeah,
He
layman's
blocked
terms.
it well enough, but the blow still landed. Our candidate was struck.
There's no doubt about it. This lance has the power to nullify the protection of the king's magic.
Well, no
That
wonder
means
Luis wants
as long
it.
as you have this lance, any candidate can be killed. And if Luis knows that, it explains a lot.
Then I am well glad the brothers are not present to hear it. What a secret to have stumbled upon.
Maybe this is our chance. We can do what Grius couldn't, and this time he wouldn't see us coming.
Assassination.
His plan to
yeah.
assassinate Luis.
Yes. That was our original mission, after all.
You would use it to take a life.
Yikes. We've been blabbing in front of Yufa.
Doesn't matter. We'll need it kept quiet that we know the Lance's secret. And we can't ask that of her without giving a proper explanation.
I was the one who came asking to be included. No matter how heavy or grim your burdens, I would shoulder them alongside you.
Hell yeah.
Sheesh. Not much we can say when she puts it like that.
But how would such an assassination be enacted? Those brothers will make damn sure we turn the lance over.
A stealth mission's out. Last time there were hardly any guards about and we still barely managed to survive. I'd rather not push our luck. We need some way to keep the lance and use it to strike Luis down. Well, Captain? Any ideas?
Fake lance.
How about we give him a fake lance?
There's a thought. After all, the lance has been shut up in a temple for ages. Not even Luis would know what the real one looks like.
Tis an easy thing to say, but are we even capable of making
Regita.
such a replica?
If you just need a visual double whipped up, That's certainly within my repertoire, what?
Or Nurse, too, I
Good.
guess.
We've got a certified craftsman on board. Have at it then. Give us a lance to turn heads.
Yufa, knowing what we want to do with the lands, are you sure you still want to stick with us?
He has
I did
to
not
now.
falter in choosing my fate as a sacrifice, and I will not falter in this. Please, tell me everything.
Well, settle in. It's a long story.
Settle in, chat. They're about to tell us to. Full recap of the 50 hours so far.
So the prince is alive.
I
Oh,
know
never mind, don't
His
worry.
Highness can guide us to a brighter future. Laugh at my hopes if you wish, yet
I do not know or love this prince as you do, but I can tell by your faith, he is not one to cast others aside.
For now, we need to figure out when and where to ambush Luis. Treasonous bastard who cursed him.
Well, if we're going to trick him with a fake, there's only one answer. Saint's Day. The city will be chock full of relics by then. Perfect for a bit of cover.
tis the same day Luis plans to attack Forden. No doubt he has the same advantages in mind. The relics will be presented at Altabree's Grand Opera House, yes?
Well then, you could try it while I'm singing. Long as I'm on stage, I can keep everyone's eyes on me.
I suppose it is time I face my destiny as well. In the name of protecting my people, I've no doubt my understanding of life itself will be tested. All I can do is hope for your support in my journey. Time to go!
Yufa, a priestess honoring her faith. Her faith's truth has become your ally.
Not just the lands, but now we've got Yufa herself. Things are looking up. Maybe you just draw people to you, like the prince did. Strange to think of an understanding of life, though. I get it. It's just not something I thought about until recently. You think a fairy could find any meaning in that?
Never too late to find out.
Yeah. I hope I'll find my own answers someday.
You getting a level up? Hell yeah. Rank 6 for Gallica. Mage Lineage gets a 3rd slot finally. Thank God. I have been needing that.
I will go tell my brother of my departure.
Then we shall rest at the inn. 'Tis altogether too cramped in these quarters.
Cramped spaces are the foundation of camaraderie, I say.
We'll have plenty of time, Nurse, to be cramped together.
Now then.
It's like 8 days away still, isn't it? Fidelio's recovery is a fine excuse for us to stay put. We only need to be here by Saint's Day, then we have some time to attend over our matters. We ought to hone our skills or gather more support before we depart. If Yufa is willing to join us, let's make sure she's caught up to speed and make sure she tags along. Good thing we're able to convince the Magnus brothers to stay on the island until our fake lance.
Most helpful.
Cannot idly while away this time, yet more battles await us, so we should ensure our archetypes are up to the task. Another one done, chat. Another one done.
Apologies for the intrusion.
Something wrong, love? It's late.
My brother had already retired for the day, so I thought I'd wait for tomorrow to tell him. But now that I find myself alone with my thoughts, I'm quite nervous.
Think you'll be able to tell him yourself?
If I cannot even do that, there would be little point in leaving the island. He will understand. After all, he left long before I did.
Oh, it's story time!
Oh, it's a fantasy novel. He's never without it.
A fantasy? But what is it a fantasy of?
Shinjuku.
It's a story about a utopia.
A utopia?
'Tis a world where all people are equal and no conflict exists. Much like the world His Highness once dreamt of.
In truth, 'tis difficult to envisage. All I have known is our own island's history and doctrine, and naught beyond it. So, well, Would it be alright if I read some?
Everybody else does. New chapter in the story, chat. Whoa, there's that tree. There's
Despite
always
all
a
that people
tree.
share in common, the world is filled with myriad faiths and beliefs. Accordingly, those in search of spiritual meaning may seek and find many different teachings to guide them. I see. So the people of this world are free to believe as they will. Anyone may follow any god, any dogma.
So basically the opposite of the Sanctus Church.
Our legends say that the ancient world was full of all manner of beliefs too. The people of Eld worshipped many gods from many pantheons. People confronted the anxiety that haunted them.
Thinking back, some of those figures in the temple murals may have been gods.
Yes, that mural depicting myriad gods is an explanation of how this world came to be.
But ultimately, war claimed everything. Suppose that means it wasn't much of a utopia, right?
Perhaps freedom unchecked gave rise to conflict. Either way, to know the past is to ensure history does not repeat. If we are to create a utopia rooted in our world, faith is not enough. We must move onward and take action as allies, because I believe that's how this must be used. This power that guides us to ideals. To walk forward, firmly, fearing nothing.
I'd be waiting a couple minutes, Royd, man. But what's up?
Time marches on,
Oh.
and the age of a new king draws
We've been in the
nearer.
thick of it for a minute here. There, I'll pause the auto for you so you can pelt me with my own eggs. Ow. Ready for it, and it still hurts.
This here.
Oh, man.
Your pardon?
Yufa, and the mainlanders. What is it?
Brother, I must speak with you.
Oh, here we go.
Until now, I have understood nothing. But it is not merely the teachings I failed to grasp. I did not understand mother and father's wishes, nor indeed their own. As the priestess, I am duty-bound to protect our village. And I would do so not with a weapon, but with understanding. Brother, please permit me to travel alongside these people.
Your own journey. I never thought I'd see the day you'd ask to leave.
We
can look after her. My own journey's end freed me from our customs. Perhaps, had I sought comrades and friends of my own to walk with, I would have found purpose.
Hey,
So
we
be it.
tried.
Go and see this world with your own eyes. As a parting gift, Yufa, I entrust this to you.
What is it?
What's
Mother's
that?
Kakara.
Oh.
With this staff in hand, she would travel the lands beyond our shore, seeking to spread our teachings.
I did not know she'd left anything behind. I gladly accept.
I must ask, Yufa, what do you plan to call yourself once off the island?
What do you mean? I am the priestess of Verga Island. Should I be called anything else?
Indeed. To outsiders, we are only the islanders. We have hardly named a land, much less our humble village. We once saw no need for a name. We had rejected the world outside for so long, we knew but two lands. Those within our borders, and those without. Now that the truth of our traditions has been restored, we may celebrate them. And in that spirit, I would like to name our village.
Sorry about that. Oh.
Our home will have a name.
By your efforts, there is no longer any doubt. The dragon god Et is our village's guardian deity. Thus, it seems only right to call it the home of the dragon god Et. Etria. One day, after years untold, I hope Etria will be a bustling town. People from far and wide will meet here. It will be worthy of its name. At least, that is my fantasy.
I think I found a world I want to be a part of. To that end, everyone, I look forward to our journeys together.
So, you're off to Alterberry. You'll have to watch for the tide, but you should arrive with plenty of time. If you have time yet to relax, our island home is humble, but I hope it is to your liking.
We got plenty of fucking days. Hey, up to 12. After defeating the human and saving Yufa alongside Virga Island, I gained their support. We're blazing a path to defeating Luis and saving the step at a time.
Well then.
Just lovely.
You have a quest?
All right.
Tide will change. We'll arrive in Alterberry all the same. Sure. Learn about the world ahead of time. Sure.
I'm quite grateful.
I mean, it didn't say it's taking up my day, so if it does, end me. I talked to Yufa about the busiest and most bustling street in Grand Trad, San Lamelos.
Wow.
Nothing like Etria.
Nothing like Etria.
Oh.
Incredible. Oh wait, do people in Grand Trad have big families?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
If it's called San Lumio Street, then
Oh,
all its
San
residents are
Lumio.
of the San Lumio, were they not? On the island, places are named after the people who live there, so... Oh.
Add an extra L for
maybe
them. Fucking
that's
stupid.
not how it works there? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
Sun
must come across
Lumio.
so
I get it, because
strangely.
sun illuminates. I've never said it out loud till right now. I just look at it on the damn map.
Brother, I'm learning about the outside world from him. If I remain naive about it, I will only be a burden.
Does living beyond our borders make you anxious, Yufa?
A little. But I shouldn't be, no? This was my own decision.
I mean, you've never been out there, though.
It's natural to feel anxious about new things.
Precisely, yes. The first time I left the island, I was so nervous my knees shook.
Really? Is that true, brother?
No one steps out into the unknown without some trepidation in their heart. That said, people only fear what they don't know because they don't fully understand themselves. I believe this is your time, sister. You've heard of the trials of Malneva, have you not? It is an island where a peculiar monster lives. Raised in stagnant magla, the monster reflects the anxiety of those who challenge it, and it provides those who overcome it with proof of their victory. I am one such victor, and I gained a great deal from it. I think you could stand to benefit as well, Yufa. You would count your new friends as reliable warriors, correct? Perhaps you might tempt them with the discarded treasures and armaments of our ancestors there. It will
Oh, okay. Hold on. My ears are back in it now.
Consider testing your strength.
But what if it proves too challenging?
Can you assist us in this, Adeni?
Oh, how I wish I could. But it's better that I don't. To leave the nest, she must spread her wings and fly.
That's fair.
The weather on the island is unpredictable at best. We won't know how dangerous it will be.
I would never send my precious sister off without regard for her safety. I have some idea of how to handle the weather. Won't you put your faith in your new friend and me? Your focus must be solely on the trial.
You can control the weather? Or what do you want from... Well, I can't pet you if you constantly... Well, hello, there you go. There you go. You want to lay down? There you go. Aurora's here in the lab, everybody.
That's the spirit. If you do decide to go, pay me a visit before heading out. I would see you all off safely.
This one's important.
Need to complete the trial in the deepest part of the land of land of ceremony for Yufa, the informant at the Golden Deer Hearth on Virga. Should know more about the monsters there. Alright. Where the hell is that?
Yes, that's
oh,
the place.
okay.
You know, I wouldn't mind visiting if we've the time.
Okay, we gotta go see if we can kill Barden monster now.
Oh, rather mysterious, isn't it?
You mean a little
Knowing
girl,
you'll be at
love,
my side, I
hello.
admit. I do. A trial awaits.
Oh shit.
Please, lend me your strength.
Hey, hasn't that island been abandoned for quite some time? I hope the Magla isn't too strong. But you'd better be prepared for the worst, okay?
Okay. How many days do we have? Just let me know. Okay, we have 9 days until departure.
All right then. What now?
Oh, I'm not on party. Shit. Alright, so what I want to do is...
All right then.
let's go get the shit
All right,
at
go.
from the informant first. Then we're gonna go see if we can deal with that stupid worm. Land of the ceremony trial. Alright, here we go.
Want in on this?
Before they venture outside the island, our youth go there to face trial. It's not mandatory, of course. According to what I've heard, the trial itself tasks the subject with defeating the monster within. Said to be a bizarre creature that doesn't resemble any living. It truly is a monster.
Just between us.
Rumor has it likes to summon its little friends. Companions strengthen it, and it hits you with a barrage of wind magic. Apparently it's weak to fire, but best to use that to your advantage. Okay, well we got a full fire team. There's also a bird-like monster called a Leogryph. The closer you are to it, the worse the attacks get. I would attack from a distance and avoid wind. Alright, that doesn't sound too bad, honestly.
Say there.
All right then.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is...
All right then. Where to?
we're going to see Barden.
Let's go.
We're going to see the Bard man. See if we're strong enough now to help him out with that stupid ass worm. And if not, it's cool. We'll just go somewhere else. Do I have the right team on? Yeah, we're all, well, everybody's back a little bit, but Ice, man. If Yufa had Ice, I'd use her, but, you know, it is what. Alright, let's go.
I thank you.
Alright, let's give this thing another shot, huh, chat? Let's give this a whirl. Alright, you stupid flower mouth son of a bitch.
Cavalry has arrived. Heads held high, everyone. Stand strong.
Hey, Wormman!
Face me!
Remember when you ate us? Well, I sure do.
Rancor!
It'll come back around. We got
Okay,
ice.
we'll do this together.
Give it all you've got.
Freeze.
hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Let's keep cool.
Much thanks.
Yeah, hey, worm base. Son of a bitch.
Oh, power of heroes! Shine!
Be all power of kings. Sleet!
You hit their weakness.
I will fight. Let's go.
Ice.
Okay.
You need training.
Good move, and we dodged, and we're not getting obliterated in one hit.
Watch me. How's this?
I knew you'd help. Let justice prevail.
All right, we'll keep healed up as much as we can.
Thanks.
My thanks.
Juna, your
General's
speed's down.
General! Freeze!
You hit their weakness. Nice
okay.
move, Heisei.
Freeze!
You hit their weakness. That's
This'll
your
be over
opening,
soon
Captain.
enough. No one here fights alone.
It's up to you now.
Great job, Juna.
Okay, weak to fire. I really wish anybody would dodge that fucking bite. That's gonna hurt.
Badly wounded. Someone heal her. Hulkenberg's in bad shape. She needs help.
Are you all right?
Now we're fine. We're fine.
Thank you.
Much thanks.
Heisman,
Let us clean
they
up
cut
this
your
mess.
speed.
General!
So be careful.
Some darker arts.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's set it up.
Get after it,
I
Nob.
set this up because I have the fire staff on.
You hit their weakness.
Don't
That's your opening,
underestimate
Captain.
me.
I call upon a royal soul.
Let's keep cool.
Quite a boon.
Is everyone all right?
For all that we strive for.
And I guess we're okay.
Mystic purge.
Please just somebody dodge. No, okay, that's fine. For the love of God, somebody dodge. Thank you, Heisei. Okay.
Face me! Sleet!
Okay.
You hit their weakness.
Let's stay calm.
Moves, Heisei.
Wizard! Ice!
You hit their weakness. That's
I've
your
got
opening,
just the
Captain.
dance for you. Behold this power. How's this?
Okay.
That helped. Oh, power of heroes!
Heal everybody up.
I knew you'd help.
Thanks.
My thanks. I'll use what I must. Rancor!
Okay, we'll just make sure he has a lot of turns of horse shit on it.
Freeze!
This'll be over soon enough.
They're weak to ice. Let's stop
This
them
is
cold.
just what I need. Raging fire.
Burn would be sick, but I don't trust it. Please just somebody dodge it. That's fine, that's fine.
Someone help him get back in the
That's,
fight.
that's,
Dodge, Hulkenberg. Like poetry in motion.
ouch.
I stand with you. Victory is at hand, my friends. Charge!
Heisei got knocked out. We gotta revive him.
Come!
Healing us.
I shall repay this favor tenfold. Face me! Freeze!
You hit their weakness.
I will fight with pride.
I gotta fucking heal us.
This should work.
Trust me. That helped.
Much thanks.
I call upon a royal soul. Let's keep cool.
My thanks.
He's knocked out. Someone help him get back in the fight. She's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
Oh, she's dead as hell. Oh my god, the one that was gonna die dodged. No, I lost to it a few times, like when I was like high 30s. Now I'm low 40s, so I'm trying to fight it again. Oh, this sucks. This sucks right now, I'm gonna be honest.
I will not let you die.
Having to fucking revive him every turn is kinda hurting. Kinda hurting a little bit.
Not now. I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
Juna, your speed's down.
We can do this. Let's try this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much thanks.
No, this is helping out Barton. He's not gonna dodge. Oh my god, he didn't die. No, we didn't beat it. It ate us. That's why we didn't win, and now it's come back, and we're trying to help Barton defeat it for his thing.
This is just what I need.
Next.
How's this?
My thanks.
The Homo Butera.
Stand ready. Come. Healing us.
Thanks.
That helped.
Quite a boon. Let us clean up this mess. General! Sleet!
You hit their weakness. Nice moves, Heisme.
Ice.
You hit their weakness.
I'll give you the performance of a lifetime. I call upon a royal soul. Masked dancer.
I'm getting 2 more attacks then.
Captain,
observe the enemy. Shine.
Please somebody dodge.
Training.
Oh, sick. Okay, good. All right, this is the dangerous turn though.
To the rear guard!
They've slowed you down.
General! Rancor!
I need my defense up.
I'll show you the act. I won't hold back. Freeze.
You hit their weakness. That's
Don't
your opening,
underestimate.
Captain.
Dancer.
Dude, my agility is
Let's keep
fucked.
cool.
That helped.
I stand ready for all that we strive for. A mystic shield.
Thanks.
Thanks.
My thanks. Be neither timid. Oh, power of kings! Freeze!
You hit their weakness. Nice moves, Heisme.
Ice.
Oh, thank God. Okay, good shit.
Cavalry has arrived. Victory is at hand, my friends.
Oh, defense back. Okay.
Masked dancer. How's this?
Okay.
Much thanks.
Is everyone with blade in hand?
Attacks back.
I will not let
Recover.
you die.
I knew you'd help.
That helped.
My thanks. The generals, I'll use what I must. Sleet!
You hit their weakness. Nice
It's okay.
moves,
Let's go.
Heisme.
Hold on. We'll do this together.
Give it all you've got.
Alright, smack him with a big one.
You hit their weakness.
This'll be over soon enough.
Oh, it looking sleepy. It looking sleepy.
Raging fire. They sure don't give up easy.
Just one dodge. 3 works too.
Heisman, they cut your speed, so be careful.
Come.
I will protect you.
Okay, we don't need to heal everybody,
Much thanks.
but it'll keep him
Let us clean up this
a little
mess.
better.
Accept your fate.
Alright, let's
Some
keep
darker
that.
arts. Commendable
Keep that up.
I'll show you the essence of truth. I'm all prepared.
If you would.
Ice.
You hit their weakness. That's
Don't
your opening,
underestimate
Captain.
me. I'll show you.
Burn!
Okay, we're making it happen right now. We're making it happen.
Observe, let justice
Bit by
prevail.
bit.
Oh, Mystic Purge! Worthy foe after all.
I see your game.
Oh, good move. Good move. Now Heismay's dodging. Once I moved Heismay to the back row.
They cut your
Face
speed,
me.
so be careful.
That's fine.
Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
Let's stay calm.
moves,
Lend me your
Heisman.
strength.
Give it all you've got.
Freeze.
You hit their weakness. That's
I've
your
got
opening,
just
Captain.
the dance fast dancer.
We got enough?
Sorry,
I would think so.
Is a cleric.
Maybe I'm off. We got a lot of attacks coming up. Oh, dumb flower grandma asshole eating me. Yeah. Good shit. We got a tooth now to add to our collection as well.
A halfway decent result.
Whoa, the quad rank, the quad level. Got a leaf.
Nice. I feel strong.
Strength
Shall
luck.
strive to use this power wisely.
Magic endurance.
Ah, I didn't know I had it
Strength
in me.
agility.
Tremble before me.
Strength. Well, you don't really need the strength, but the agility's good. Whoa, Bard, no!
There.
What a dick. Are you hurt?
Everything okay?
One of my few redeeming features is I'm right tough to kill.
I thank you.
All right.
We're almost full on courage. I could finally see your power with my own eyes, so that's how you defeated Lady Joanna's monster. It's both mighty and terrible. You really are something to be able to use such power so well. Thank you, Aggie. Please, give my thanks to your friends. With this, we save Martyria. What will you do now?
Right.
Even if Martyria doesn't want me, I still have one last thing to tell them, and I have to tell them the giant sandworm's vanquished and it's all thanks to me. Let's return and proclaim it, and then I'll depart from Martyria forever. Aww.
Thank goodness.
Worry not, his life is in no real danger. He just fainted from his... He's really some kind of man, fighting against a sandworm. Let him rest in the administration building. Even Gastro can't complain at this point. Not like that guy's around, though. He's hiding somewhere. Why would Barton do such a risky thing, especially for the people who voted against him? All he did was idiotically fight a giant sandworm, which wasn't even coming here to begin with. Truly a desperate move. Go away. Barden protected the town, not you guys. I mean, Barden is kind of scary, but deep down he's actually really nice and he loves you. Child, that's all for show. All he wants is power. You not remember how he did as he pleased? All of you against your wishes.
Excuse me?
Is that true, you think? That he just wants power? Did I happen to see him in Actus' workshop picking out weapons? He lowered his head and said nothing while his sword was tempered. He didn't boast in the slightest if he sought power. I also saw Barden before he left to fight. He brought a huge amounts of wound care supplies at the apothecary, and I had no idea why at the time. The reason why I didn't say anything is so we wouldn't worry. He didn't want us to panic, but to continue on as normal. Tell me such a man could be anything but good. Speak words of praise, but do you not remember? Barden required your help. He always leaves things for others to handle. But don't you preach collective responsibility?
No.
You're the one who preaches that. That's right, it is as you say.
Just so.
All of us have always been reliant on each other, but strangely in this instance, we suddenly look to push our anxieties onto a single man. We chose the stolid Barden to shoulder our woes, and then we grew angry when he didn't shoulder them precisely the way we wanted. It wasn't that Barden wanted power over the whole town, it was us who wanted Barden and the town to do our job. Self-governance should not be this.
That is true.
It's true that Barden lost the vote. Perhaps he wasn't as perfect as everyone wanted, but he never ceased his efforts to improve the town. I want everyone to understand that one.
Hey.
We should be the ones to think about town stuff. We can do things ourselves, all of us. We just tried to make Barden do all the work. Sad. How long have you been away?
Such a great relief.
I managed to save the Weans after all? Bet you did. Rank 7. With certain exceptions, escape will always succeed. Whoa, that's actually sick. Alright, so now we can tactically retreat. We're a true Frenchman.
Many thanks.
Thank you, Aggie. Thank you truly for saving Barden. We'll take care of things from here. We'll take care of the town too. Figure things out ourselves. I entrusted Barden to the care of the people of Martyria in return. Group, I feel like I've gotten more support from the Martyria thanks to Barden's faith in. Oh, almost top 10! Almost top 10! No, I got your shit, bro, but I gotta use the bathroom. Alright, chat, I gotta use the bathroom, and ads are in 3 minutes. So I'm gonna do that, and then we'll go talk to Nuris about a relic. That sound good, everybody? It doesn't matter if it sounds bad, because that's what I'm doing. I'll be right back. Y'all take a stretch break and a water break and a bathroom break too if you need to as well. You hear? Do it. Do it. Kirby, you're not just supposed to sit there. At least you didn't use the P emote, I guess. You just sat there and feed yourself. No, you're not supposed to just pee. Okay. You're not supposed to do that. Cat, I'm not gonna lie, I've been live every day this week now. And I'm tired of reading. Oh, no, you're just gonna fling pee everywhere if you're doing that. You're just gonna whip pee everywhere. Like a sprinkler. Like a sprinkler. Don't do that. Don't. Okay.
All right then.
Okay, we can only do Nurus and Heisme at night. I'm guess I don't know when we can do Juna, but we're gonna get Nurus out of the way because we need to start leveling this for Gunner. Plus, we finally got a new one. Improve my literacy. Learn to love reading. No, I mean like reading out loud. I've been reading out loud for like, what, 50 hours since last Thursday. Well, not like a full 50 hours, you know, but, you know, been reading a lot.
Oh-ho.
Welcome back, chat. This goes here, then capital. Never gets old, absolutely magnificent. All the wisdom of the ancients sitting in the palm of my hand rather gives a chap the strength to go on.
That's awful.
Oh shit, gotta join. Oh, that ain't it. Shit, that's it. Fuck. I forgot I said something in chat earlier. So this what's it's set up like this, then it could be forward compatible with modern design. He will be at some point, probably. Aha! Eureka! I'm struck, lad. Thunderstruck. Okay, yeah, that's gotta be copyrighted. The Nurus of moments ago was a driveling buffoon compared to the now, and it's all thanks to you, Eggy.
Thank you.
Found one of Nurse's precious relics, and he was overjoyed and thanked me for inspiring, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, the more I see them, the more mysterious they get. They're fundamentally different from igniters, both process and function. Ordinarily, magic just isn't viable without Magla and Magic Ignite. Whether for the Gauntlet Runners or otherwise. In fact, this country's technology practically relies on magic igniters. Dangerous dependency, that might be why I'm so drawn to these relics. You dislike them? I got a tunic of the magician. Huh? No, they're fine things that are quite worth researching, but wielding power beyond one's limit is a fast track to madness. Seen it happen, old boy. Meet me at our spot is great, to be honest. Where are we meeting? What does that mean? What? Took a lot of experimentation, and I'd rather forget that. Truth be told, I was once approached by the government to personally participate in Igniter development. You could have just said that. You didn't have to link the tweet. They'd gathered up some destitute parapus who had no other place to go, subjected them to experiment after awful experiment.
How about that?
Part of that team? No, at the time my coffers were thankfully full enough without their grants. I lost track of several engineers I had once considered friends that did participate, and it's hard to imagine what worked. Us tech-minded maniacs were all too easily led astray. Dangle some new technology in front of our eyes, and curiosity will win over ethics at the time. I never openly opposed the project, absorbing myself in Gauntlet Runner research. Thinking back on it, I suppose it was an easy way to bury a guilty conscience. Naive as it was, I wanted to be responsible for an invention that inspired dreams, not one meant only for death and destruction. And now, after all that, I've been kicked back down to the bottom rung. This is a setup. Or a step up, excuse me. You're not wrong. These days I get to cruise and ramble as I please with a seat in the Prince's own runner. Though it's only because of my patch choices that I can show off my best work nowadays. And the entire kingdom is a fine venue for it. A scholar could ask nothing more. Rank 4!
I'm a lucky man to be part of your grand quest.
All that said, I hope you'll keep an eye out for these relics.
This one's important.
As long as I have a place to go, I can probably go try and find it for you.
However...
Something is nagging at me. Oh, why the devil are all these relic pieces so scattered around about the world? Seems to me like they're all once part of a greater whole, so there's some kind of natural coincidental dispersal. Else altogether. Maybe it's like the fucking Dragon Ball horse shit. Like, you know, once you have the wish, they just kind of go pew, and they go in like all fucking directions, some fucking shit, you know? Maybe the old codger that used it last, like, used it, and then they just kind of, you know, flung everywhere. Dude, we got a lot of Magla. We have 50,000 right now. Holy shit. It is kind of disappeared. Been kind of, oh shit, more money? Holy shit, Brigitte, chill, bro. Chill.
Speaking of which...
Alright.
Most helpful.
Alright. Okay.
Well then.
Just lovely.
So Hulkenberg can go up. I'm gonna go talk to Moore finally, just to see what our next fucking thing is. I've been putting it off for about 8 trillion years. Man, why can't you just take me there? Why? Where? Okay, where the fuck is he here? My ass. Or none of them.
Let's go.
Wait, hold on, chat. We got a Gamba too. We got a Gamba, and then we'll talk to him.
That's the way.
Excuse me.
Hey, Vistaco, it's you.
All right. Okay.
Can we talk? Goodbye now.
All right.
Now, let's see what we
Let's
got.
head there right away.
Hey.
Let's see what we got.
Off we go.
Blues in the Gamba, chat. Blues in the Gamba.
All right.
Not worth.
Let's go.
The Gamba ain't worth it.
That's the way.
Now, where
Right,
was
it's
I?
a long time no talk more. Sorry for putting this off a few days. Eyeball.
Simply amazing.
Mythical beings from worlds we can hardly imagine. A vessel catalyst unique to each being you wish to call forth. Henceforth I shall craft. Oh no, we can do summons now. Oh
Fascinating.
No. Oh boy. Oh shit. We got more of the scrolls here.
Yes.
Going to speak further, I recalled something after watching you and your allies in action. That mysterious language used in the formula, it's from the old world. So it goes back to the time of the city we found buried beneath the Dragon Temple. Why would the king go out of his way to write in such an archaic language? The king was an avid researcher of magic and its origins. He even funded the Mage Academy from the royal treasury. It's not beyond possibility he would know the language. The person whose name is written, they're probably long dead. That I couldn't say for certain, but I did figure something else out. In front of the name is an alias, perhaps more of a title. That's me. I'm the true seeker. That's me.
Fascinating.
Why is a seeker archetype so important to the royal magic? Yeah, I haven't even leveled fucking up yet. Did it have powers? We have yet to ascertain. And how I yearn to decipher the scroll in its entirety. If you come upon any further truths, please examine the scroll again. Okay. Will do, boss.
Oh. Incredible.
Oh, we get our imagination up too.
All right.
Our research proceeds apace, thank you. Still worrying you?
I must apologize.
I don't mean to worry you. I get the impression something's weighing you down. I'm scared. Truth is, I'm beginning to remember where this place is.
What? Why,
This is where I once strove in scholarly pursuit, much like I'm doing now, yet with a crucial difference. In the past, I'm certain I had a full team at my side. All of us shared the same dream. We labored to make our ideals a reality, and that's what I remember, at least.
Just a sec.
Sounds like a pretty important clue. But if that's the case, why has no one come to rescue me from it? Isn't that strange? Under normal circumstances, surely someone would notice something was amiss. What if my imprisonment was here for the better? If I was locked not in here by kingly, but by the decision of my peers, did I make a grave mistake? Calm down.
However,
Oh, you're right. I can hardly solve any of this with a mind clouded by panic. I must not run from the past, no matter what truths lie in store for me. My apologies. The prospect of the unknown simply shook me for a moment. All we can do is continue onward, I suppose. Rank 6.
May we both come to know truth.
Now then, for your next task, I ask you summon your courage and open your mind. You must study even more varieties. I believe you are well on your way to the ultimate archetype. Hone your virtues well. Our success depends on how many?
Important.
25! Oh my god.
Until next time.
Grapple with the anxieties of those around you and overcome those obstacles. Someday we may make our ideal world a reality. We're at 51,000 magla. Summon experiments. Create vessel. Okay, do I even have any fucking vessels? You only need to create a vessel once to make it summon available. And there's no. Oh, hold on. Do I even have anything? Oh shit, I actually can. Okay, what do we got? You make the flaming mane. You make the what now? The what? The what? The coxcomb vessel? The pube brush? Why are we making a pube brush? What is what is this? Nobody combs their pubes, Derby. Don't sometimes me. We do need some dark magic, though, in case Heisme is not in the group. We do need some of that. We'll make the cock. We'll make the cock comb. Poison's pretty good, too, honestly. You can now use the summoner archetype to call upon Cockatrice, triple cock, who uses dark magic and inflicts poison. Alright, we have plenty of fire. We don't gotta touch that, right? Dude, I need to make some sort of fucking mask. Dude, Commander's skill would be cool. Having backup Commander. And we could just make it. Cleric would be kind of cool too. We do Mage Knights. Edward Resistance Flash. Right. Resistance to Pierce, weakness to Strike. That's not the best. I want a general. General's been pretty good for Heisme, but he has some strength though. I kind of just want to go Wizard because she has good magic. I mean, Mage Knight could work too, technically. So let's make a backup Mage Knight mask. Okay. Pat the kitty.
What now?
Wizard's almost at 20. how I get that. So rank 8 for Maria, and then I get the hell is it even called? You don't even know what it's called, but I want it. I want it. And what do I need for you up here? Oh my god, there's a third. What is this? Branching trees up here? Oh my god, what is it? That's 20 for Gallica. Oh, both of them. Oh, assassin at 10. Oh, wait, okay, so an assassin wizard. Or just. Oh. Interesting. Seems like we might have our backup. We might be going down the path of the assassin to get to level 2. That's the second one up, right? We could level up Thief pretty easily, thankfully, with all the shit we have. But we gotta get Wizard. What is that? 18? I could probably just level it now. Wait, I have an extra one I can equip now. Hold on. I mean.
All right.
Fuck it. Okay. Alright, hold on. We need to see her equipment. I totally didn't even think about looking at that. Oh, there might be equipment now in these places, huh? Maiden's robe. So the black bird mantle that I stole is magic +5. So we'll do this. Then you this just because it's a little higher. I mean, it's not in use. Defense rage. Then, when the hell did I get 2 of these? I want the all stats. What do I have? No. Fuck. Oh, it might. Well, I can't change the secret mask. Fuck. Oh, I guess I could put something else on. Oh. He was a knight. I mean, she's got good magic if we were to get her back to, I'm sure there's ways of doing this, but I'm kind of freeballing it without looking it up, you know. That's just RPG shit, honestly. We have first aid. You just have healers in. honestly, I might just.
That is.
It's mostly I want to try to have something from each lineage, like something from each lineage on somebody, or something from each archetype on everybody, and that's more what I'm trying to do. Because Eggy and Stroll have a little bit of Seeker. Eggy has Seeker and Mage and some Knights, you know. Stroll has Punchy and the whatchamacallit down there. What is it? Merchants and some Punchy and a little bit of Warrior that I kind of gave up on, and, you know, Sniper and a little bit of, you know, Seeker. Hulkenberg now has, you know, going down the Cleric route, has some, you know, going down the Knight route. Heismay has Faker a little bit, has what, Commander to Assassins getting there, you know. Duna has our new mask thing. I should probably teach her a second one. I don't know what it'd be though. She's pretty high in magic, so I could just teach her anything, honestly. I don't know what it'd be right this second. And then obviously Yufa's new too with our other archetype, but I don't really have a back. Basically, I just have everybody has something right now, you know, so I can kind of fiddle around, even if nothing's optimal right this second, you know. That's more what I'm trying to do. Oh, you never played Persona then? Oh man. Persona's this. Persona's basically this, except you're only controlling, like, you know, you have like 8 people, 9 people you're controlling. And then you have one guy that has 800,000 different personas he's using. Rather than, you know, what, 20 or so trees that just everybody can use. You know. Yeah, but if I had like if I had the amount of personas or whatever demons in SMT that I could choose from for archetypes for each character, this would be awful. You know. So it's just that right now, essentially up until June, it was just 5 characters that could learn some, you know, a handful of different things is a little easier. I don't know, it's hard. There's definitely a lot, I don't know. It's a different kind of depth between like this and Persona. It's kind of like Pokemon. If you don't use the same damn team every time you play, like they're just a gorillion possibilities, you know, for teams if you want to make a team work in a given run.
What now?
I wouldn't say what I'm doing is easy. My brain's stupid. So hands-on does help a little bit, but I kind of have an idea of what I want to do too, where I just want everybody to have something, you know. So that kind of helps rather than just, you know, freeballing it. Completely freeballing it. Like, we're going commando, but we still got, you know, shorts on. We're not just going full bottomless. We still have one more fucking person we gotta get to, it looks like, if I'm to believe this screen as well. So we got one more person that's gonna look like I'm gonna get that slot filled there. Okay, I think I'm good with what I want to do with her. Oh wait, hold on. We gotta go.
Oh.
We gotta
You'll come again,
go
won't you?
see if there's an item for what's her. Like a weapon. That's why I forgot to check in the shop. That's probably something to do.
All right then.
Let's go.
I said it in jest, man, Cardi. Well, I'm good try on using the raid command, Anna. Proud of you. Does she just not get anything? Do summoners not get shit? I guess. Alright.
All right then.
What the? Okay, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Gotta think. We do Hulkenberg. Right, we're gonna get. I want to do Stroll because his is like mission based, but I feel like I also just want to get Hulkenberg done right now as well. Like we can do that too. All right, let's go. We also got to remember we got to do that trial too. We have 8 days. We got plenty of days, I think. Someone to believe in him, I can't help but hope that the heart of his ambition still lies in knight's conviction. Believe I know the way. We got enough. Okay, thank God. Alright, let's go, chat.
No.
And it's probably good for, you know, the knight lineage to have her level up too. A higher chance to fight for it. Cannot afford to risk my life on a petty pursuit. You know, I actually just asked you a favor by an old acquaintance.
Say.
I'd like to go to him now. If yeah, let's go.
I thank you.
All right, chat. Hulkenberg, rank 7 coming up. Going in. I hear the animated voices of those gathered at the gallows.
Listen.
Oh my God! Why are there so many? Good citizens, once again it appears some traitors have wormed their way into our midst.
Heed my words.
But fear not. In the name of the honorable order of knights, we shall render judgment upon these 8 pawns. 8? Holy! What is a massacre?
Wait.
Whoops.
What now? Have you come to aid in this execution? No chance.
Yes.
I've come here today to set you straight. The honorable order, was it? I say that you are a stranger to honor and have been for years. Isn't this a sight that a defecting vagrant would bluster so at the knight commander himself? No. Nay, we two were once loyal knights both, birds of a feather. And so, Rodanth, I challenge you to a duel.
As a knight.
And should I win, I will halt this capricious execution. Fucking word. I stake my very life upon it. A duel? You would gamble your life for this? You'd be no match for me besides. You then mean to run for my challenge, O Commander of the Honorable Order? Alright, chill, bro. Chill, bros.
Do you see sense?
The people would have your answer. A duel is a sacred battle. As a knight, will you disregard it? Very well. Consider your foolish offer accepted. If you wish so badly to be reminded of the gulf between us, then I shall oblige. Eggy is my witness. Where is yours?
Oi.
Nastum. Sir? You will be my witness. I trust I need not explain.
Well then.
We go to more discreet grounds. This will be a fierce battle indeed, and I do not wish to set the people ill at ease. I shall meet you before the great gate. It's a great gate.
Let's move.
Oh boy, I can't wait till he doesn't want to fight. Because he's a pussy. He just doesn't want to say it in front of people. We've come to the great gate outside the capital.
Here?
You chose a place far indeed from any audience. Had you more confidence, we could have settled this for all to see.
Now then.
Witness present and ready. Now then, let us fight with all honor and fairness. Draw your sword, Rodan. That would be quite unnecessary. Nastum?
Absurd.
Fool, you and the whelp have made quite the names for yourselves. You'd think I'd do the deed right here, with the whole town watching? Nastum here was kind enough to bring a specialist igniter once outlawed. I thought killing you might take some extra measure. Hurts, doesn't it? Like 100 blades in one, slicing through every part of you.
It was you.
Why'd you face me instead, bitch?
You cur.
Weighted against despair, I would endure this pain 1,000-fold. Yeah. I wanted to believe you would accept my challenge in earnest, but now, more than anything, I see I was a fool to have faith in you. Holy shit, she won.
Rodanth.
Your skills have dulled, Rodanth. That Nastum fellow appears to have absconded. Victory is ours. As wagered, your farce of an execution shall be stayed. An heiress of nepotism, propped up by nothing more than her lineage, has no right to take what I've earned by ability alone.
Stop.
I took nothing. Alone, it was you alone who soiled it, then abandoned your knightly.
Speak no more.
Stay your tongue. I am nothing like you. You threw your title away, but I have a duty to maintain absolute order in this city while the throne remains
Heed my words.
You think it easy to keep the citizens in line? Do you think it a simple matter? Our snares must succeed for us to eliminate resistance.
No.
Nightfall is an oath of allegiance, not power alone. 'Tis not a convenience of a title, nor a means to bury one's own fears of inferiority. I'd hoped you and I might have one last fair duel as peers, but the time for sentiment has passed, and our paths diverged. Oh.
Hail!
Enough of this. Take away this fiend who mistook and abused the crown's power for his own. About time we got to step in. Take him away. Aye, sir.
My word.
Never thought you'd settle this in a duel. Not really a bloke to fight fair, is he? What happened? Rodan's been relieved of his duties as knight commander. As such, we're taking him into custody. What did Lady Hulkenberg not tell you? Knights of the Shadow Guard. Oh, that's why you've been walking around. Anyhow, you really helped us out. We've been waiting for a chance to catch Rodanth red-handed, overstepping his bounds. Did I mention, yes, I had to call upon a certain organization before we stepped. I've been asked to help expose Rodanth's wrongdoings. Having departed the knighthood, I was also free of certain limits. Seemed pretty reluctant, Lady Hulkenberg. Kept saying you'd convince Rodanth to step down of his own volition. I wanted to believe that within him a knightly pride yet survived, and now 'tis an outcome most.
No. True.
You're right, and I am not one without you, so thank you for seeing this through. We've already investigated his home. It had all the evidence we seems he was executing certain people who'd gotten on the wrong side of the nobles. Oh, what a dick. Those 8 were to be hanged today. They were acquitted of all wrongdoing. Not the Shadow Guard's true purpose, to be sure, but hard to overlook something like this. We thank you for your efforts in solving the matter, Dame Knight. Hell yeah.
A true knight.
He addressed me as a knight to fellow knight. I cannot say if I lived up to such a title. The model for a knight, dog. You exaggerate, surely. I have a ways to go until that point. We still have yet to restore His Highness the Princess. For now, though, your words are enough.
Thank you.
Sorry about trying to hop in, dog. Since I parted ways with Rodanth, I thought I was no longer worthy of the company of friends. But the more I floundered on my own, the more distant any escape seemed, and I lost sight of the path.
My thanks.
But now I've overcome the woman I once was. Thanks to you, Aggie. Good job, Aggie. You helped out. The steadfast vessel Hulkenberg, keeper and heretor of the Knight's Virtue. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged thrust, thus a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within. A new power. Bear this new power, foster this connection, by their strength fulfill thy destiny. Rank 7.
I am your knight.
The party can now study Paladin and the Batman. The Dark Knight. Branching paths. The Paladin. Whoa, he looks sick. And the Dark Knight.
Now then.
Let us return to the team. I'm tired indeed. We have done all we can here. The only thing left to do. The pursuits of the Shadow Guard are classified, of course. I'm sorry to ask, but can I keep from mentioning. Wait, what's that mean? 10? Top 10! Well, she's not even in this. I'm in the lineage more than she is. With trying to be a knight. Oh god, is Juna only nighttime too? Oh, blast all the hell. Okay, first off, let's see about these two. What do I gotta do? Paladin is literally just Magic Knight to 20, possesses skills to auto counter physical attacks as well as healing skills, making it a versatile party shield. Right, and then we can do Dark Knight. While focusing on offense, it can defend in unique ways by counterattacking magic and ailments. Oh, look at that boy. Holy shit, that's badass as hell. Just holy shit. Magic counter has a 15% chance of repelling fire, ice, electric, wind, light, and dark. Holy, that's just a passive? What the hell? Deals heavy physical pierce damage to one enemy. Automatically increases the wielder's attack, defense, hit, and evasion at the start of battle. Oh my lord. Holy shit. Increases pierce attack by 20%. Instant recovery ensures status ailments are automatically cured in one turn. Whoa, that's crazy too, bro. We're going Dark Knight, dog. We're going Batman. Deals medium physical electric damage to one enemy and lowers their defense for 3 turns. Holy, that's crazy. What are the synthesizers? The Flying Guard Thrust, extreme physical pierce damage to one enemy. The Black Guard's Hammer. Yeah, those passives are crazy. Deals severe physical dark damage to one enemy and inflicts a one-time weakness to dark. And the Peerless Shadow. Deals severe physical dark damage to all enemies and decreases attack, defense, hit, and evasion for 3 turns. Bro, this thing's crazy. How far am I away? I'm really far away. We're way far away. But I think we're about to use all of our leaves right now. And Wizard's almost to 20, so do I have anything other than Dark Knight? Well, I guess, okay. My only thing is, I want to know what these two are. The Wizard, the Assassin one, and then the normal one. Just everyone be a Dark Knight. Just 4 Dark Knights. I guess it would be convenience. Who? What the? Akuza, what up? I guess convenience. What up, Raiders? We're theory crafting. Hello, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. Where are you playing, Akuza? TCG shop. Do you have the best card shop in the world that rivals Pokemon yet? What up, Raiders? We're theory crafting right now. You wouldn't want Dark Knight if you had nobody else that fucking did physical damage. Because then you'd have just a bunch of Pierce and, you know, non-physical attackers, you know? Balder, what up? Hello! Nice to meet you. If y'all are new, I'll give the spiel. I'm FJ Longleg Egg. Yeah, it's pretty much it. I'm playing Metaphor. We're deep in the game, and we're just kind of. And if you're not wrong, this is indeed a long game. Industry pulling a 1.2. Dude, you're rich. You just paid rent for a month, dog, or maybe 2. You pulled the what? The manga art rare from a One Piece. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Raiders. You pulled that Gear 5 Luffy manga panel card. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if we can get it to. We got a bunch of it. Fuck it. We gotta try. I got 25 of these. If 25 of these doesn't get me to 20 for the night, I don't know what will. Have I been? I am staying alive. I'm trying to stay afloat as best I can. Kind of took this week to get a bunch of this game done. The next week's going to be a little more normal week, not 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hour streams every fucking day. But yeah, just trying to fucking keep on keeping on. You know how life be, dog. Hope you're doing well as well. All right, let's
Good. I'm still getting strong.
Let's do it. Rhino, stop. Man, if I can find work, man, like consistent work, that would help, so.
New skills, new possibilities.
Be saved for times like these. I'm a lurk, gonna get food. Hell yeah, get that post-stream lurking in, dog, dude. I feel you, dude. After I stream, I usually like say what's up to whoever I raid, and then I go to or lay down. So enjoy the food, rest up. And any raiders, y'all too, get some water, get some stretching, whatever you need to.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Oh god, my endurance went up by 3 there too. Also share some food with me. I mean, I guess I could go in either route technically, huh? Well, let's try it out. Bug it.
I see. Fascinating. This right here. All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
The Elite Knights. I hear the voices of past heroes' souls, a worthy heart who tempers anxiety to strength exalted. Thou art prepared to remain principled and pursue the path of the protector. I shall bestow upon thee the soul of the night. Will a strength no shield can satisfy. Will resist until the very end, all for an ideal world.
I found new power.
Damn, that's a big attack boost. Okay, we gotta inherit some. Okay, so we're gonna have fire with somebody else, usually. Okay, if we're using what's her face, we have fire and wind. We have ice and fire from Heisme. We have wind from New Girl. I'm forgetting her fucking name. Honestly, ice would probably be one that we need. Yufa, yeah, that's her name, Yufa. I mean, if I'm ever gonna use magic attack, I mean, I think I think fire is just a good, just a good extra one to have, you know. So those are probably the three I'm gonna use. But we still have good magic on us, right? Yeah, we're still at magic 4, which is crazy. Like, it's not the 53 that mage is, but it's still pretty solid. It's gonna do good damage. I guess I could put Hulkenberg on Warrior now if I wanted to. Have an extra attacker. Would definitely help her strength because she has a pretty good strength stat. Get some HP back. I guess we could throw a healer on here, huh? Oh, I guess we do need light, don't we? Well, I mean, it's not... Okay, we can't really use light too much. We don't have fucking... I think it's probably for... Well, it's probably... It's probably this. I think it's gotta be the... At least for now. Really the best that I can put on. Just endurance out the asshole. I mean, I guess it is defense 95 and endurance plus. Okay, what am I weak to? Well, I don't need that because I'm already resisting light when I'm wearing this. Maybe I should, really the best thing I have. 200, that's it? Hold on. Hold on.
All right then.
The fuck can I go there? Hello? Why the hell can't I go there? Is it closed at night?
What should we do?
Am I losing my mind?
alright, innit?
Let's get back out there.
All right then.
That's fine. So Heisme or Juna? Heisme's next one. We should probably do Heisme, right? Much as I want to hang out with Juna, and she's easy leveling up, at least right now. We can blitz her in a little bit. We got what, 8 days after this? Or 7 days, we got plenty of time. Also, chat ads in about 2 minutes, so ready those ad blockers if you don't want to see. Okay. Let's go.
I'm in your...
Oh, are we going back to the village for the urn? On guard for monsters, we made our way cautiously by carriage to the forest near Heisman village. By Tadari's account, the remains weren't anywhere in the village. He searched the home streets and even the crawl spaces, but found no sign of it. Surely the work of a villager, no doubt they hit the earth somewhere. It would not be. I never had much time, scant moments to hide it, and avoid arousing suspicion. Our culprit must have.
Sure.
True.
There's no sign of it within the village. That would be the next logical step. Suppose it went like this. A villager disagrees with Tadari, but isn't confident in speaking out directly. And then suddenly, they find themselves alone with the urn, who then seize the bones and hurry outside the village and activate.
Then,
if true, we're sure to find some traces on this road leading to the village. Let's keep an eye out as we move along.
there.
Oh, hell yeah. Good show.
Right.
Whatever it takes to hold my son in my arms once again. Placed haphazard in the shadow of a tree, easily found. It suggests to me the culprit did not truly wish it lost to me forever. I can only think that as long as I give up on laying my son to rest here, that it will satisfy them.
However...
But is that truly how it should? Time to find the culprit?
No.
No, there's little to gain from finding this culprit. I feel a greater conflict demands rather.
That's...
It's the villager. They didn't want my son buried here. I'd rather have been told. True! Had we talked openly, perhaps we could have found a spot of mutual but they staked no claim, hid themselves outright, and played it, demonstrating cowardice to the one they deemed outside. There's a tendency that runs, yes, but the village's isolation has magnified it dramatically. With such shadow cast, their trade and relations never returned. For children in that village too, ought we really turn our backs on a village such as this, one that grows poorer and more isolated? We tried talking to the villagers about it. The adults of the village need to address this for the children's sake. I'd like to speak with Tadari and the others.
For our future.
My time with you has changed me for the better, and now the time has come to pass that favor on. Luck with the ads, everybody. I can sense Heisme's kind-hearted determination. Rank 6.
I found a way to change. Surely they too.
Hey, good shit. Could I ask you to indulge my selfishness just a bit longer?
My thanks.
Thank you. Let's head back for today and return.
Time
Might need my tolerance to 4 for this.
The new king draws nearer.
Oh, Barden.
Have a look.
Hell yeah. Hey, good shit. All right,
Well then.
Just lovely.
Okay, we have 7 days. Oh, it's sale day.
Go.
See, they just wanted me to wait for sale day. See what kind of weapon.
Sale today.
That's all they wanted. All right, what's 50% off? Everything's half off? Whoa! Okay. All right. Well, we saving the big bucks today. Dude, that means... Whoa, shit, dude. Does that mean I can go travel to that one village and get that thing for 150? Oh, shit. Would that be worth it? Taking half a day to travel there? I kind of want to grab this just in case we need something for the warrior class, you know. But I do want to check something. We're gonna go grab our item of intrigue that's gonna burn us.
All right then.
We're gonna go.
Let's go.
We're gonna go grab our gamba. Maybe we'll hit a sword we know.
Hey, mister. Oh, it's you.
Hey, mister.
Can we talk? Goodbye.
You said I can only buy one a day, right?
Oh, it's you. Hey, mister.
All right.
Hey, mister.
Go.
Hey, mister.
Hey.
We've a special sale.
Ah. Ah.
We've a special sale today.
Welcome back, chat. Wait. Do I have anything to sell that's not? Oh, I do. Sand, don't need. That's my apple. That's my eggshell. We found a ruby. That's my baby clothes. That's my sucker. That's my tooth. That's my arrow. Okay, we only got a couple. But they're worth a good little bit.
Now then.
Look at my human parts collection, guys. It's growing by the moment. Growing by the day.
Good.
Okay, so we have that now.
What now? All right then.
Bro, I almost want to go to that random fucking island, dude. I ain't even joking. Or not that island. Could I go to the... I wonder if I could go there and not waste my whole day. You know?
All right.
Not the island. That one town on the way to here with that expensive ass thing I wanted.
All right.
How did I fucking do?
Go.
Because it theoretically should only take half a day, right?
Now then, what should we do?
And then I have the nighttime. I know I'm giving up hanging out with somebody.
Nice little village.
Should be a good time.
It's your call.
It'll be one. We're giving up a day to save some money. Hold on. What I'm gonna do? I have another idea. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna go to the other towns and see if
All right then.
raining.
Where to?
Let's see if it's raining in the 2 towns that I can sell Magla in.
Let's go.
Let's find out that too.
What's he says?
Honey. What's the 11? What if I just do 10K? Oh! Yeah, I'm down for that. We still have 16,000. Alright, okay, we're definitely going to that place now.
Alright,
let's go buy that expensive ass thing.
let's go.
The other one's there or whatever, I don't care about that shit. But I did want that one thing. It's gonna be half off.
Looks like everyone's here.
I know it's probably a waste of day, but it is what it is.
A village.
Should be a good time.
It's your call.
Maybe it's not a wasted day, because I just get it out of the way now.
Great. Let's move.
Can you hear me?
Altar? What? Huh? Hello? Oh, Yufa is arranged an altar in the lounge. Use it to dedicate a heartfelt prayer to another person, which may increase. Oh, that's cool. But I'm not doing that right now. Where is it? I want to take a look at it. Am I blind? The Yufa does imagine. I guess that makes sense. Oh, there it is. Whoa, look at it. It's a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. We could try to get our eloquence up, or we could try to get our tolerance up. I think I'm gonna need tolerance to help out Haizme, if I had to guess. If I had to be a gambling guessing man.
Alright then.
But the hell if I know. Either way, let's, as much as I want to get some more EXP, that can wait till our next fucking big ass trip. Huh? So, let's get some tolerance. It's only gonna be 4, it probably won't make it there, but it'll be close.
Alright.
Yeah, we're about halfway there. Good shit, good shit. We're about halfway there. I'll take that.
Coming into view is the village of Ligno.
Yeah.
Experience straight through the village.
Yeah. We know. We've been here before. There's so many rare finds here.
It'll be okay.
When I shop, I use my own funds. I would never dip into our coffers. No, it's not on sale here. No. We're outside of the armor. We're outside of the realm. All right, that's fine. I was hoping to get one of these fans with it, but what's her face? Hulkenberg needs them. Like supremely bad. Well, not supremely bad. I mean, this is a huge buff too, but MP recovery for what she's using, let her have it, dog. Alright,
Hey.
sick.
Now then.
Ah, I see.
Where the hell do I? Okay, don't want to go
We'll
there
face
yet.
danger here.
Well,
But which one?
well,
Giving it some thought?
where the fuck can I stop off? Anywhere else I can stop off right now? I don't think so.
It appears to be a labyrinth.
Let's see. Giving it some thought?
Well, I guess if we're just returning to base,
which
we're
one?
gonna be coming back here anyway.
Giving it some thought? Let's move.
I like that it we're teleporting back, but it still takes the rest of the day for some reason.
What now?
Okay. So,
All right, then.
now can't do Brigida yet, I guess. All right, let's get June to the level 2 then. Okay. Yo, why are you on here? Wonder when the fake lance will be ready. Waiting is the one thing I'm not going to shop, and I say you should accompany me, O escort of mine. Evening is the perfect time. There won't be as much fuss if I get spotted. Breaks are few and far between, so we can take them as they come.
Thanks.
Briarhaven. Going to Briarhaven, chat.
Nice.
The air of a coastal town, simply divine, and so is the shopping. What are you buying?
Hold on.
You like the whole list? Clothes and perfume. Sorry, the lady has. Here we go, Chad. The runner is sorely lacking in amenities, and if I'm frank, it stinks of sweat.
Ben.
So, shall we, O Captain? Seeing as you're tagging along, I shall require both escort and porter duties. Oh, God. Miss, aren't you the real Lady Juna? Would you sing a song for me? Book it.
Yep.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Let us greet the rising dawn, hand in hand. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da.
There's gonna be a crowd, isn't there?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I love your songs. So pretty, Juna. I hope I can do it as well as you someday. Why, thank you. I'll be rooting for you. Adorable.
Hmm?
What? Why the face? I can be plenty nice, you know. The little girl was Nydia, just like me. They're really about singing.
Hold on.
Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. We Nydia have some secret stuff going on. People have no shortage of opinions about the Nydia. Friendly liars, voracious cowards, and streetwise. They say we conceal our true ugly faces behind beautiful transformative masks. Makes you want to burst out laughing, doesn't it? Living on the fringe is hardly life at all, so we work hard to fit in, we train at it, and that's the Nydius. I'm sure that girl's life is no picnic, but I saw her eyes sparkle as she listened. If even for a fleeting moment I can lift the heart of a child putting her best foot forward, I'll gladly sing. Right now.
Oi!
Oh, the songstress, where? Right now, book it. Now we book it. Hey, he got a show. How fortune smiles. Think we're safe here? I only got through that without getting noticed thanks to you. So glad you were there, truly.
Greetings.
I do apologize, but are you perhaps the Lady June? My name is Capra. I'm the merchant of textiles in the city. Might I have a moment of your time? We owe our prosperity to our laborers, and as such we thank them with a festival in their honor once a year. I have the fortune of being in charge of this year's festivities. I would very much like to make it a grand celebration. You'd like me to sing, I take it? Yes, just so. Although our coffers are not so deep as the church, we would pay.
Yep.
Oh, let's not quibble. I'll do it.
I'm sorry.
Should have run that by. Why you gotta run it by me? I ain't the one fucking singing, dog. I want to hear it too. Fuck it.
Thank you.
I think it's wonderful that this festival is dedicated to the working class. I'll pour everything I have into making it a memorable performance. For you, I'll make sure you have a front row seat as my reliable escort, porter, and captain should my. I'm getting more fucking jobs as this goes along, dog. Rank 2.
Things
Hey,
have
what's
gotten
triumphant
fun.
him? Look at that. That's a beautiful thing to read. Hold on, I gotta move for you guys so you can see this beautiful bit of text right here. This is the most beautiful bit of text I've read in a while in this game. Oh, after battle, all party members will recover a little MP. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing we're reading. I'm afraid that that is quite exhausting my shopping list. Let no expense be spared for the best. I accompanied Juna as she shopped for a bit, and then she returned.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh man, sure, man. And I mean, you knew I spent a bunch of money. Thank you for some back. Thank you.
Well then.
All right.
All right then. All right then.
Wait, is everything on sale here too? What the hell? Why is everything still on sale? Okay, nobody needs anything? Oh shit, we can go on the ship. We could go shipping. I don't think I have a quest, do I? I don't think I. We could go to that place, right? Well, I guess we could also see if there's a bounty as well. All right. First off, let's go to the Gauntlet Runner. We're gonna see if Nuras has deciphered anything else. Apparently, if you take a shit on like the certain day of the week, you get luck, but I never remember what fucking day. We're in the Olivia Martyria, blah blah blah. We already did that. Is there a new one? I'm gonna throw some. Erased and rewritten several times. From the sparse evidence I had, the clues pointed to the ritual island northwest. Oh, that's where we're going, isn't it? Waters with religious restrictions that outsiders would never venture into. It's no wonder this relic hasn't been found. Wait, hold on. Isn't that the island we need to go to?
Right,
hold on.
Let's go.
Isn't that the island we're going to? For the thing?
Fancy a bit of info?
Hey, hold on. Hold on.
All right then. Where to? Where to?
Hold on, I'm double checking this. I'm definitely heading out today. If that's true.
So, what should we do?
Now then.
That
That's
ain't
where you want to go?
Ah, I see. Ah, I see.
Oh, maybe it's this island right here, but where the hell do I get? Okay, where?
Later.
So hold on. I'm so fucking. Oh, hold on.
All right then.
Last time we didn't have a place. We needed to do a bounty. I mean, obviously we could.
Let's go.
We could just hit the bounty on the way to the thing too. That would save us time.
Uh-huh.
Alright, there's no new bounty yet. So that doesn't help me.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go read this again. Maybe I just hit the island and we stop and it's there? Since I've already read this? Okay, Virga Island. Erased and rewritten. From the sparse evidence I had, the clues pointed to the ritual island. It's got to be the one we're going to, right? It's northwest. Religious restrictions, probably, you know. Okay, so yeah, we're going to that damn island. It's gotta be that. Oh, maybe we can ask what's his face? Who's a what's it?
Where to?
Let's go.
Maybe old chess piece knows. First off, we gotta get our Gamba for it.
Hey, mister. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I don't want any of this, but I guess we'll try for armor.
Goodbye now. Hey, mister.
All right then.
Hey, mister. Hey, mister.
Hey.
We've a special sale today.
Endurance +6? Man, that's already what I have. Oh, see, that's only 40% off. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so now let's go talk to what's his name? Know anything about this relic, or I guess this island? He said to talk to him before we leave. I'm good to go whenever. We'll actually.
All right then.
Before I do that, I don't know what I have.
I beg your pardon.
Okay.
All right then.
Let's go.
Hello there. Yes.
It's a divine relic which has been passed down through generations of chiefs, though to describe its power or challenge. I met fortune tellers who can predict the weather in other cities. They're descended from a priestly lineage, and I share this power. I use the staff to pray. I'm not yet certain, but I believe I can clear up stormy weather once a day, that is. Ah. Although again, I've not tested this power extensively. It's like that's why I'd like to use it to aid. If it can, let us push it. Sure. But I haven't spent my days training in service of the gods for nothing. It is, however, extremely taxing, so I hope you will compensate. What the hell? Where the hell am I gonna get these, dog? Oh. Inclement weather to sunny for 3 days. You can only change the weather for one location at a time. You'll gain more experience in battles fought during inclement weather. There are downsides as well, so yeah.
What will you do? Leave it to me. The weather.
And right
Oh, look at that. 3 days of heat in a row. Okay, thank God. I ain't doing that place on heat. Get that out of here.
Will that be all?
Yes,
now
please.
Then.
My God, he's the Lord of the Skies. Well, let's go now. I'm good to go, Chad. Are y'all good to go? We'll find out what this island's all about.
What's it now?
What do I have?
What do you want to do?
Oh yeah, let's grab it. Let's top off the 5th.
All right then.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Well, what do you want to do?
Now then. What? We might fill a request there.
Apologize for taking up your time. Yeah, you're fine.
I should very much like to...
It's your call.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Let's go.
Be off.
I do want to see what that island is right there, though, if possible. Hopefully that's on the route.
What to pick?
All right.
Wait, is she ready to max out? Hold on. First max rank? Wait, what do we get for max rank? A new heroic embodiment. The hell that mean? High probability for Hulkenberg to defend the protagonist from attack on his weakness. Increases the skill inheritance for the knight slot to 4. Well, so much for planting those things, huh? We're getting Hulky to 8.
Well met. Say.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
All right, the end of the Bond storyline with
word
Hulkenberg.
from the Shadow Guard.
Oh, I don't have to read.
Danth has been confined to an underground cell. For the time being, the chaos in the capital should be still.
I don't think we're in the clear just yet.
Agreed. All that's changed is that Rodanth is removed from power. We spoke of it before. A knight's duty is to their oath, yet without a king, an oath might hold little weight to any one knight. And an armed force, disunified in purpose, is but a spark away from a raging mob. If the knighthood flounders further, whether clinging to power or simply self-preservation, a second Rodanth, or even a third, will surely emerge. Unless His Royal Highness the Prince takes the throne, there will be no true rebirth for the knighthood.
Rest assured, I'll forge a path to the throne.
Yes, well
Oh,
said.
the 4
We shall
drop.
reclaim our nation's future together. My duel with Rodanth left much clear. I proved I am not the woman I once was. It can only be the journey thus far that has changed me. You've helped me grow as a new person. Never again will I wield my power only to hide my own sense of inferiority. My convictions shall lead me, and I shall fight by their strength. Thus, I vow anew to use my power for you.
You're a true knight.
Only scant days ago, I was embarrassed to call myself a knight at all. 'Tis a strange feeling.
I can feel Hulkenberg's unshakable trust in me and the strength of our bond.
The steadfast vassal, Hulkenberg, keeper and heritor of the knight's virtues, by the grace of her newfound powers, work together to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
Oh, Max!
I shall safeguard our land.
Increases the skill inheritance slots for the lineage to 4. High probability for Hulkenberg to defend the protagonist from an attack on his weakness. And Hulkenberg is ready to acquire a new heroic embodiment.
The man of the Shadow Guard paused before departing. As he bid me farewell, he told me he hoped to one day be my equal. A knight not merely in title, but in truest spirit. I never thought the day would come that I might see the honor in myself. As a knight, and as an ally, I will stay by your side, now and always.
Hell
Truly, my
yeah.
friend. Thank you.
The entirety of the knighthood now supports me. Number 9!
Nura speaking.
I've got something on the old girl's radar, so we'll be taking a short stop.
As the sunset stretches
Oh,
the
what's
gauntlet line's
that?
shadow across the water.
Hold on, I'll get
they
out of the way
arrive
already.
at the prismatic sea. Sailors
Whoa.
whisper of an otherworldly view visible in these parts, if you survive the terrors of the deep. Yet somehow, the sailors have never found an unimpeachable source, and the party was about to understand why.
Holy moly, look at that. Whoa.
So pretty.
Holy smokes. I've never seen so much red in the sky. It's like it's on fire. Holy moly, this is crazy. This is gorgeous. Oh shit, dude. I've never seen so much red in the sky. It's like it's on fire. The setting sun is akin to a streak of crimson ink, bleeding its color into the sky and sea alike. Well, I'll be damned, Stroll. Didn't know you were such a poet. That's surprising. Praised well.
Oh, right.
I suppose that's true.
Be that as it may.
Our problems feel so trivial when faced with the true sublimity of the natural world. It almost makes you want to scream, doesn't it?
Hmm?
Ah, you've lost. Okay, that one might just be you.
But
Juna, don't you feel the urge to sing something such as this? I suppose there are moments when I feel like I just want to express my feelings with a song.
Oh my.
Wait, is this your way of requesting a
A
performance?
special little number.
Well, then I must oblige, but this sea air isn't great on my vocal cords, so I'll keep it. Newfound wisdom as I enjoyed Juna's singing amidst a gorgeous...
all right.
Man, I could just lean back and stare at that all day. To capture the moment to paper, quite the evocative, if I may say so myself. It's almost as though you can still hear the young miss singing, isn't it?
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at an encampment, and sensing no imminent threats, they breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
Tolerance. Tolerance. That's what we're doing. The Lone Isle Camp.
All right then.
That's eloquence. That's not tolerance. I need tolerance. Unless I can hang out with someone. What is this? What is this new thing? What is this? What's the heroic embodiment? What is this? What am I looking at? No, not. Shut up.
What now?
Look.
All right then.
That Heisman? We don't gotta read the book. We don't gotta read the book.
Now then. All right.
We don't gotta read the book. Oh, what a lucky day. Now, if we don't get more than 4, I fuck up. Excuse me. It's quiet if only you could stay this across our entire journey. Hey, now, we can't let our guard down.
True.
Just as you say, if we allow quiet moments to dull our senses, we'll find ourselves in the enemy's jaws.
Enough. Well...
Seems we have a rare guest joining us. Okay. You little son of a bitch.
Let's have a spot of inventive ingenuity.
Wait, what the hell is a salt beacon? Increases the attack. Whoa! That's sick, actually.
This doesn't feel right.
Give them a jolt.
Do I have electricity anywhere?
Okay, I must be face me.
The answer doesn't. I definitely don't as a warrior. Trying to think. I don't think I have a way to take this thing down. At least at current.
Must settle for the easy way.
If we play it cool,
Oh wait, hold on. You have amethyst on you?
I'll take this.
Give me that shit.
I'll be taking that.
why, hello there.
Yeah. Wait, we got a new one too. Inflicts all enemies with a 1/9 weakness to dark. Okay, interesting.
I'm not feeling. I call upon a royal soul.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to kill this.
Let's keep cool.
So we're playing for round 2 here. Peerless Shadow and Flying Guard Thrust. Oh, I need 3 for this one. Holy moly.
Not this.
I do want to see what I'm down to.
Is there another way?
Give them a jolt.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna.
The next one's
hold
yours.
on. Hold on.
Is everyone all right?
This is stupid as hell. Hold on.
To you.
I'll use what I
Can we steal another one? Do they have 2?
Nothing personal. You're calling to your name?
No.
Good grief.
They're off us, and that's just how we won it. All thanks to the Watchmen, eh? The runner's safe, and we learned a valuable lesson. Yeah, deal. Deal things.
Well then.
All right.
Oh, that was only 3. That wasn't worth it. Oh, wait, we should have just read the book. I guess we got the end. Should have just read the damn book, though.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
What to pick?
Your imagination. Anybody else doing anything? Alright, well now we're reading this time. Read the book.
Now then.
Oh. Just enough. Tolerance to benevolence.
Why, that's...
Oh.
The land of ceremony rises over the water's horizon. The sun blazes down on the island year-round, giving way to scorching heat. Coming here eventually came to have ceremonial significance, as monsters who could survive these conditions boast extraordinary strength. Not even thieves dare to come near this mausoleum. The party rouses their spirits and steps inside.
I'm ready. I'm ready. The land of ceremony. This is my first time stepping within it.
Now then.
We make our way towards the inner area. Adini said we should be prepared for a fight. He also said Wanathan photo thinning damn but still disgusted. What does that I mean? I think Anna might be watching too. He also said we could have what treasure we find. We probably won't be back. So we should take him up. More than a fair trade. That's my boy. I must apologize for being such a great bird in the line. How'd you read my very thoughts? You wear them on your face, love. Bit of an open book. I can see why your brother worries. Not to dampen this spirited chat, but we have no idea what lies ahead. Best to stay sharp from here on. Does she have to be in the party? I guess for the final fight she will. I'm not sure she'll Thank God we read these notes.
So, hey.
I mean, 2 teams with some of the best players. Shocked.
What now?
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. But you don't have to look like a threat when you got what? Soto and Judge and Stanton and Chisholm, dude. And like, you know, all the people that they have. You just gotta out fucking hit everybody. Same with the Dodgers, honestly. They have fucking Shohei and good hitting. I mean, yeah, Judge has been bad in the playoffs from what I saw, but it's still Judge, you know.
I've acquired a new power. A new means of protection. I've acquired a new power.
Dude, her endurance is insane right now, and strength up too.
I see. Fascinating. This right here, all right?
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
This might be the first sword master we have.
I see. A new means of protection.
Oh, yeah, I don't see why anything would change. Grab that, and I'm gonna grab healing just in case. Probably use you, Fudge. Should back to Hulkenberg should probably in the front with me. For me, I am going to put lightning on me. We have fire and wind. I need lightning instead of. Oh, I got an extra slot. 6. So now we have everything but. Alright, that works for me then. 41st World Series and their first since 2009. Damn. I mean, say what you will about the Yankees being rich, man. They haven't been there in a while. So, it is what it is for them. Alright. Let's go.
Okay then. Let's go.
Poochie barking at something out there while he's going to the bathroom.
Please, take care.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go see what he's barking at out there. Alright, Poochie, Mama's taking him out before putting him in his crate, and he must have heard something in the woods across the street, and he was trying to go get it. Alright, let's go.
It's all clear. Everything's pretty standard.
Right there. Charging in. Let's push through.
Got the crystal. Great job.
Oh, General to 17, alright. Oh, that's pretty sick. I'll have to go check the highlights of that.
Hey,
I was seeing her highlights from when she was in Stardom, Anna Jay, and she was looking pretty decent, man. We shall serve as the trial's witnesses. The magma surrounding this place will only grow deeper as you descend to the lower levels. Within those depths, you will meet skeletal monsters. Lances of sword have little effect on their kind. Nah, I think we'll be fine. Wait, what the hell did I leave with? Oh, I didn't keep going.
Not bad.
A superior mossy artifact. Is it Soto's? Was he in a rookie as a rookie?
I think there's treasure
I
nearby.
see the enemy.
You're supposed to charge them for me.
Let's do this. On your guard.
Or not. Man,
What now?
when I lock on, it's supposed to charge. God damn it.
There they are.
Like that.
And that's the end of that.
Like that. Aaron Boone. That's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
I think there's treasure nearby.
There's the hole.
I bet we could move something near here.
There's a wall.
Oh no, looks like they found us.
Dude, I don't know why it's not locking onto these assholes. I'm sick of it.
I see the enemy.
I think that's all of them.
Alright, well, I can't take those down. It would go.
What now?
At least with this, I can't. No, we're not doing that. Stop it. Oh, big boy.
Fortune smiles upon us.
Whoa, look at that. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, well, let's equip that shit, huh?
What now?
Thick fine. Like she needed more fucking fire attacks. Be hitting like mad. Holy Moses. Alright, alright.
There they are.
Destroyed the crystal.
Oh, you forgot the 43. Sick. Where's the hole? Is it on this side?
Right there.
Push through.
That takes care of that.
Bro, I'm
I think we're
sick
safe
of getting wailed on.
Now.
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
We found something.
Oh, good shit. 33K. God, we barely found anything on this floor. Oh, I guess we're heading around. Oh, fuck.
Be forewarned, our enemies.
There they are. I'm right here. Forward!
Well done. The scourge is no more.
Talisman of the Femme. Talisman of the Femme boy. We found it.
Everything's pretty standard. Yep, we're safe here.
3 blessed water? That's a good find. Are they pots or are they skeletons?
We're spotted.
They're assholes.
Blades at the ready.
Right there. I see the enemy.
Alright, let's go through.
And if y'all want to go get the other one, sure. I'll just wail on this one. Oh, you dick! Oh, that's a thing!
There they are. Time for some close combat.
That takes care of the crystal, I believe.
Alright, that could have gone worse.
That should come.
So we can... Wait, we can cut through? We can cut through there. Let's get the rest of this map right. Whoa, big fella. Oh, big fella.
I see the enemy. All right, how's that?
What are you? That's a Leo. Okay, so I don't know what that is, but I want to steal it.
Switch with me.
Ready.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess. After you.
It's okay.
Blackguard's hammer. Whoa, a double. What is it, a triple? Whoa. So I gotta have both of them to do it. That's why it's two. Interesting.
No, this won't work. I'm counting on you.
You think yourself equal?
Oh, and then we just get Megiddolia too. Okay,
This doesn't
sick.
feel. I'll use what I must.
Yeah, I want that
I'll
thing.
take this.
That.
So much for that. I've got
I'm gonna make my way around it. We're gonna try again.
Please go right ahead.
Let's stay calm.
We gonna try again.
Nothing personal. What a blunder.
So much for that.
That's so stupid.
Everyone is counting on me. After you.
By the chivalrous spirit of I'm counting on you.
You think I'll use what I must?
Please, just steal the damn thing.
I'll be taking that.
Thank you.
Hello there, treasure. I'll give you fast dancer.
All right, I'm.
This is the power said to belong to Summoner.
No, it's not. Okay, I can't do that.
I must do this.
Oh, hell yeah.
I won't hold back.
Birds don't like ice. Let's find out.
Let us clean up this mess.
Better be careful.
General! Some darker arts.
Don't underestimate me. Try hitting them with something else. Masked dancer. Raging fire.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess.
Be beautiful.
I guess I could have passed. Like that. Huh. That's it?
Captain, your attacks have been weakened.
Let's go.
Are you weak to this now? You gotta be weak to something.
It's still up.
The general's command may turn the tides of war.
Is it actually light?
Wind isn't working. Try hitting them with something else. You hit their weakness.
I've got just the dance for you. You might say it's
Behold this power. Burn! Stubborn, hey?
I shall do my best. Take my fullest power.
It is your turn.
Get him! Get him, bird!
I'm sorry, everyone. Your attack power is down.
Come on.
Oh, the double up.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
We're done. That was.
What now?
Well, that was annoying. But we got it done.
Yep, we're safe.
Why is this here? I want to know why. What? Is there something over here I missed? Why is that there? That's so weird to me. I guess if you wanted to not have to deal with that hallway, I suppose. Whatever. Go upstairs. Or downstairs. Upstairs.
Here.
Rather old piece of fucking shit place. There's a hole. Oh, there's a big boy in here.
Right there.
We won't allow for any counter. Come on, follow me. I think not. This is just what I need. Even my strength will. I can do this.
Back 'em all.
A bit more to go.
We're counting on you, Yufa.
We're evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our toes.
Hold on, I want that sword. All of a sudden, I want that sword. All of a sudden, we won an item for Hulky to use it. So L2, L1, party.
I defer to
I
you.
won't fail you. You think yourself equal to a Yuji's agility? Face me!
Alright, first time's the charm.
Nothing personal. What a blunder.
Mother.
So much for that.
I'll give you the perform. Watch me.
Okay, don't kill him. We don't want the boss. We want the sword.
You're an inspiration.
Okay.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're
Is
clear.
there a better strategy?
Yeah, we're gonna steal to get the item I want.
We're looking good here.
Alright, can you get it this time? I wanna kill this.
So much for that.
I've got just the dance for you. This might be a good strategy. This is the power set items can only do so after you.
This is so stupid.
The next one's yours.
Alright, third time's the charm.
Sorry.
There we go.
Hello there, treasure. Yikes! Here comes the counter.
Oh. I mean, I guess I did steal his sword. I did kind of do the... These things need to stop having things I want to steal.
Satisfactory. Ha! I have never known such heights.
What now?
Glad I just bought this thing too. Oh, it's not even as good. Well, I mean, it's a little worse, but the normal attacks, just in case, that could be...
There they are.
The generator will not bother us any longer.
Alright.
I think there's treasure nearby.
Oh, I know what I can do. I need light, so I can do this. I didn't even think about this. You're using that. We're gonna give you the light, just in case I need lightning. I know it's not the strongest light, but it's at least a weakness. Especially if this is an asshole son of a bitch.
We found something.
How exciting!
Ooh, good shit. Ice elixir. Ice elixir. Yeah.
It's all clear.
Where the hell am I going? Let's just out and just found. Where this way then? Probably across the... Oh, we're just going straight down, huh? Okay. Oh, I hate this place.
Hey!
That's where we need to go, but I don't care. Well, I mean, this they might see. Walking over. What the hell is this? Oh! Hold on, is that the relic then?
Nice. How exciting!
Oh hell yeah! We got another relic. Found a strangely shaped pebble.
Okay, so
Wonder that's got to be one of those relics near us. Whatever. Get out of here. Let's show it to him and see what he thinks. Hell yeah! Relic down, baby. Let's go. Okay. Oh, that asshole. Oh, I'll need to turn around. I'll go get that in a second. Holy, that's a bunch of bad news right there. But I want to get that down before I start attacking.
I see the enemy.
they saw us. On your toes, everyone.
Come and get me. Come on.
It's too late for you.
Man, I didn't want to do this, but I guess we're here now.
This is just what I need. Burn!
I shall do my best. Oh, souls of kings, give me strength. The enemy still stands.
Only two
Let's stay
enemies
calm.
left.
Come
Stay
forth,
sharp.
Royal Soul. Freeze.
420. Phantom Swords line. 4 to 6 times? Whoa, that's pretty good.
Not this skill. For all that we strive for. My blade cuts like the wind. They yet cling to life.
Dick.
Only one left. Finish them off or we'll show you. Howling wind. Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
What now?
Don't you growl behind me, whoever is growling.
Right there. Push through.
You can't push yourself so hard. Don't let them win.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm right here.
You asshole.
Only a flesh wound.
Oh boy. Dick. Okay, this is fine.
Now is our chance to retreat. Some of them yet
I see the enemy.
That ought to do it.
There they are. Right there.
They are
Let's give them a
Okay.
fight.
One. This is our chance.
Oh. Christ.
Watch me. Raging fire.
I shall do my best. I can do this. The situation is changing. I'd rather refrain
I will
for
fight
now.
with pride. We'll do this together. Not this. Let's go. Come on!
Smack him.
You hit their weakness.
Is
That's
everyone
your opening,
assault
Captain.
master? Not now. Join with me.
I'm counting
Smack
on
him.
you.
Behold my
Oh, here we go. Whoa, whoa, this is sick. Holy shit. Holy shit, that was awesome.
This'll be over soon. I'll show you. Burn! Stubborn, hey?
Please go right ahead.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night, I'm all prepared.
All right, let's just end them. How many? 14.
Maybe there's
What's
a
my
better-
normal? 12. You know, let's just make sure it fucking goes on.
Show them our
I think it will, but you never know. Jump off the horsey. Going? I haven't seen him in a minute. 9. Well, okay, I think I would have been fine. That's a lot of damage.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
That's a lot of damage. Okay, that was a pain in the butt. Still him over there.
They found us. Look alive.
Fuck, I didn't get. I ran into a wall trying to get him. Oh man. Let's go here first and open this damn door. Oh. Let's say I'm losing my damn mind. What up? We're doing fine. I mean, we're a little low, but on MP.
Draw steel. We are spotted.
Oh, that's not half bad.
Turn around.
I see the enemy.
Come on! If we... 'Tis our opening!
Forward! Everyone, go! I'll show you.
How's this?
I would like some attack, please.
Even my strength will be needed. I'd rather refrain.
By the
for
chivalrous
now.
spirit of lend me your strength.
Go!
You gon' smack them.
No holding back.
You hit their weakness. That's your
Observe the
opening,
enemy.
Captain.
Let justice prevail. Sever!
Don't underestimate me.
Watch me.
Everyone is counting on me. I pray you're ready.
Heed me.
I unstunned him like an idiot.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh. Dick.
What?
Double crit. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
So easily.
Y'all are dicks.
Let's set it up. No, this won't work. I'm all prepared.
'Tis yours.
Hopefully you got something, Sarah.
What a finale. Keep your energy up, everyone.
Tis done. I've acquired a new power.
Oh, that's good. Glad I got that now. Glad I got that now.
Everything's pretty standard.
Alright, well, I think we're done here. Unless there's something I missed. I came down there. Yeah. Oop. sick of fighting those chimeras already. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna fight them. That's for damn sure.
We're spotted. Blades at the ready.
The other one not seen.
There are still enemies nearby. We must be cautious.
Wait, these guys don't blow up?
There they are.
Oh, we gotta hit these guys for.
I see the enemy.
On your guard.
No, I was rolling. Oh.
Be forewarned, our enemies are aware of us.
What now?
Dude, I'm so sick of eating these hits. Alright, where's the wall?
I think there's treasure nearby.
Where? Okay. Probably on the side then. Fucking asshole again. Oh, fuck
Right
me.
there. Charging it. Let's push through. All right. How's that? Let's push through. All right.
Can y'all attack with me for the love of God so this thing dies?
I think there's treasure nearby.
This better not be a mimic.
Whoa, that's lovely.
Oh, an emerald. Whoa, that seems expensive. Do you?
I'd say we're evenly matched. Which means you've got this.
You ever tell me how to fight again?
There they are. Let's push through. All right. How's that? Let's push through. Come on.
The generator will not bother us any longer.
Forward.
That'll do it.
Okay. Well, that one worked out at least for once. It's just a big fucking circle. Oh, that's a that. Why is that a spot? Why is that a spot? Why is that a spot? Oh, that's dumb. I don't like that.
I see the enemy. Time for some close. All right. How's that, Dad? Come on.
Such an elegant
Come on. Come and get me.
I knew I could count on
Right there.
I knew we could count on you.
There they are. They'll need more than this.
Did he hit me through the wall?
Juna's struggling with her anxiety. Don't let her get attacked.
Just do something. I don't care. Not that.
Brace yourselves. Juna's anxious and they're out for her blood. Is everyone okay? Not yet. You gotta heal up. Optimus down? Someone help him back up. Optimus down. Get her back up. She's really hurting. Can someone help her? Optimus down. Someone help her.
Die.
Come on, not like this. Someone help, please.
What now? I see the enemy.
I hope we can have a moment's peace now.
There There they are. Charging in.
Kick.
This is our opportunity to win style. Everyone, go! Fast dancer. Raging fire.
He might not have been wall clipping. It might have just been his AOE went through the damn wall.
After you.
It's okay. Vida's power. No. Lend me your strength.
Tis yours.
You hit their weakness. That's
I
your
stand
opening, Captain.
ready. Let justice prevail. Not now. To you.
Don't underestimate me.
Honestly,
Defending for now.
Even my
I shall persevere.
honestly, what's going on?
We'll do this together.
Gonna be a dick. I'm gonna be a dick.
You hit their weakness. That's your
By
opening,
my
Captain.
sword. Come.
You're gonna be a dick. I'm gonna be a
Blade
dick.
cuts like the wind. They yet cling to life.
Fast dancer.
Okay.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
Hey, unscathed though. 44. Add a little bit of strength finally.
We can breathe a little easier now, I think.
Damn, it really just was a big
Gotta be
fucking
something we can do here.
There's no shortcuts on any walls here. Bro, do I have anything I can give her for Magla? Holy shit. We got 100. Fucking hold on to this injection for a while. I feel like if we got to the boss like right fucking now, we'd be good. But I don't think we're anywhere near the end. It's the only problem.
It's all clear. Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
What is walking? Isn't it? Whoa, 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 whoa. How the fuck did you miss me? Whoa, 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 chill, bro, chill, bro. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. We're cool. Okay, sick. Wait, so we go up here? I'm so confused. Oh, I see it. Okay, no, never mind. I'm not confused. I'm not confused. I mean, I'm still confused. Oh, what up?
Well, isn't this a dilemma?
Oh, boy. So what was it? I'm like... Hold on. I need to... Fire attacks are effective. That's good to know.
Want in on this? Just between us.
Canyons strengthen it and hit you with a barrage of wind. It's weak to fire. Yeah, I hate those things. Okay. Okay, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this?
What now?
I think just to be safe, we're gonna go to Old Faithful, right? For everybody. Just because we know it's weak to fire. You know? Where the fuck is it? Oh. There we go. I had to chase that one down. I had to chase that shit down. Thank you, thank you. Do I have the extra? We'll get the. I don't want that on her. Wait, do I have like a level 2? The multi-card. I think I put that on it. We're all back row now. We're back row Andes. We're all back row Andes. This one.
Right there.
Bro, what do you want me to do? Oh my! What is that?
I will not succumb to a malady.
3 of us got hit with that? Oh. Bro, I don't even think I have something that can cure all my shit, can I? For all of us? I mean, I do have malady, I'm pretty sure, but...
Here.
I'm obliged. I can't handle feeling sick. Abilities are way down. I'll go with this.
Thank you.
Observe the come.
Observe the calm. Oh.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Everyone is counting on me. Please.
Thank you.
I will fight with pride. Come forth, royal soul. You better be sure.
Listen, it was just bad timing. No, wait, what the hell are you? Oh, shred.
No.
What the hell are you weak to, you little
Guess we
turds?
better stay on our toes.
Come forth, royal soul.
You know what? I'm just gonna try and kill him at least.
You're doing great, Captain.
Oh, God. You stop infecting me.
Hulkenberg's sick. She can't fight at her full strength.
Man, I'm trying to attack here.
Let's do this together.
Fire and ice.
Maybe something else. This is just what I need.
If you guys eat up fire, I'm gonna lose my damn mind.
Only 2 enemies left.
My
Stay
strength.
sharp.
With blade in hand.
I shall do my best. I pray
Alright,
already.
how about wind? Does wind work?
Yikes! Watch out for their counterattack.
I will not succumb to a malady.
You've been sickened.
I hate this fucking game.
Hard.
Ice?
I won't hold back. Ice.
Only 2
I'll
enemies
give you
left.
the performance
Stay
of
sharp.
a lifetime.
Masked dancer.
A bit much,
Wind isn't
actually.
working. Try hitting them with something else. I call upon a royal soul.
Well, I don't care if it resists, man. I don't care.
For all that we strive
I swear to God, if this is resistant or absorbs light, I'm gonna lose my damn mind.
How could I be consumed
Thank
by this
you.
melody? I shall take a defensive stance.
Thank God.
Come forth, royal soul. No, hold on.
What haven't I tried?
Guess we better stay on our toes.
Might as well.
You hit their weakness. That's your
Always the damn last one. It's always the last one, man. It's always the last one you try. Why are there more of you?
Don't underestimate me.
The hell? Why am I fighting these guys again? What happened to me?
No one here fights alone. Watch me.
We're gonna be smart about
Lady,
this.
no, come on, follow me. Let's go. This might sting.
Great job, Juna.
Let's stay calm.
Now they're weak
Let's
to
work
something
together.
new.
Show them our might.
Fire!
Oh, healing power. Grant.
Comrades, lend me your strength. We'll combine our strengths.
Oh, mystic purge.
Why were we fighting them? I already forgot.
Greater heights. Ah, I didn't know I had it in me.
Oh, this thing.
Good job, everyone.
Hey, I already forgot. It's like, why are we fighting this horde of butthole? Oh.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
This is amazing. Incredible.
A pure white helm. Alright. Another hole in here? Where the hell am I going to get over there then? I guess, oh, it's probably on the other side. Bro, if I want any shot, I gotta conserve him like like yesterday. Thank God.
What is this?
I shall.
I'm saving first. I think I have enough MP to do it, but I don't know. We're about to find out.
Yep.
I know they're weak to fire.
I think there's treasure nearby.
All right.
I love it.
I already got a bunch of coral mail, man. I don't need no coral.
We found something.
MP. Everybody has half. Fuck it. I got faith. I mean, if they're weak to fire, I can blitz them with fire.
Yep.
It's just a question of how weak are they to fire. Yeah, that's the question. What in the hell is that butt head? What am I looking at? Is that a butt with a sword sticking out of the crack? What is that thing? What is that? Why has it got the Link hat on? Why is it red? What? Is it a bard? Does it fart out? Does it fart out sword songs? What am I looking at? Oh. I just don't know anymore when I see things in the game. I just don't understand.
I see.
The bizarre shape. Yeah, I'm shocked.
Leave it to me.
Nothing we aren't. If you're used to this, Highs May, you are a braver man than I.
Of course.
Alright. Oh, it's got an eye on the helmet. Man, I already had it assembled, man.
This is the last of the trials. Let's give this all we've got.
Homo Pinto.
Let's heat this place up.
Well, if they're weak to fire, help me out, Juna. Stop throwing your sword into your butt crack mouth front crack.
This will be over soon enough. I call upon a royal soul.
Stop doing that.
You hit their weakness. Don't let up
stand
now,
ready for all that we strive for.
I honestly don't want to risk.
I'll stay my blade.
This is the power said to belong to a priestess. Please go right ahead.
I will fight with pride. Let's set it up.
I'll lend a hand myself. This is just what I need.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't, okay. What? That's fun. Yeah, you can do that. I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. That's whatever.
Cleric.
I have the thing that. Okay, that's from Ally. Okay, I don't have the other one.
Not now.
Wait, you're weak to light, right?
Better be careful.
Hold on.
Let justice prevail. Shine.
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
I shall do my best. Summoner.
I'm just worried that wind heals this asshole. Fuck it.
Yuba's down. Someone help her.
He farted on me.
Yuba's down. We gotta help her.
Well, I was right about wind.
Let's work together.
Get after it, love.
Fire.
Don't get sloppy, Captain.
What?
Yuba's down. We gotta help her.
Forget. Oh my God. I ain't dealing with that, man. That's just unfucking lucky.
Let's set it up.
That's just unfucking lucky.
Get him!
You hit their weakness. That's
I've
your
got
opening,
just
Captain.
the dance for you. This is just what I need.
You
Burn!
hit their weakness. Don't
Oh,
let up
healing
now,
power.
Juna.
Grant us solace. I'll stay my blade.
Even my strength will. I'd rather refrain.
I will
for
fight
now.
with pride. I'm all prepared.
You help me
Leave it
out.
to you.
I've got just the. Behold this power.
Oh, stop farting! Stop farting!
Oh, power of heroes!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
I shall do my best.
After you.
I'll show you the essence of truth. We'll do this together.
If you would.
You hit their weakness. That's
This'll
your
be
opening,
over. Watch
Captain.
me. Raging fire!
You hit their weakness. Don't let
Observe
up
the
now,
cleric.
Juna.
Oh, mystic purge!
Even my strength will be needed. I can do this. The situation is changing. Please go right ahead.
It's okay. I won't hold back. Burn!
Stop farting on me.
What are we doing again?
Tifa's lost her memory. This is just what her skills.
Honestly, that's probably for the best.
How did that miss? Come on, Juna, focus.
Is everyone all right?
What do you want from me, man? Come on, man. He doesn't even have evasion up. I'm losing my damn mind with this butt crack. What? Did my shit go down? Are my stats down? Is that what it is? Stop hitting me.
Tifa's lost her memory. She can't use her skills.
I'm losing my damn mind. I'm losing my damn mind right now.
After you.
Let's stay calm.
For the love of God, just hit the move. Hank,
That's your underestimate, Captain.
just hit the move. Just hit the move. Please just hit the move. Thank you. The butt crack is down. What do I have? I don't even. It doesn't. What do I even have? You know what? Balls.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
What am I
Looks like
doing
they're weak
here?
to light.
What am I doing? You're passing your damn turn.
It's okay. Fire!
Damn butt crack. Damn butt crack, chat. Oh, the quad rank, the double level. Oh, man. Oh, the butt crack.
I shall rise to the occasion.
Tremble before me. I wonder if what you got earlier could serve as that proof of victory you want. I mean, I'm not seeing anything else you could use.
Please don't find a butt crack sword. Please don't find a butt crack sword. Oh, what the hell?
These bones are aged. Old relics of my fellow countrymen. I wonder how many have fallen here. And what do the
Die to a
trials
butt
mean to
crack.
them? My own deeds merely live in their
I wanna die to a
shadow.
butt cracks.
Because it was only by chance that I entered my fight.
Your initiative to do this, even by chance, has revealed your true power.
My true power. So you're saying that the path which led me here, all my experiences, it was all a trial. There's a favor I might request of you.
I'm already
For my
chauffeured around Juna, dog.
I've seen myself as an offering. I thought of nothing except that duty. That's why panic took root in me. But at the same time, if my past had been any different, would I have had the strength to defeat that monster? This trial has shown me I am more than an offering. While it revealed my weakness, so too did it reveal my triumph. Now, my only desire is to seek a deeper faith in myself, so that I can go wherever I have decided to go.
Aw, hell yeah.
While the outside world is still
Self-realization.
frightening, I'd like you by my side. I know I have room to grow as far as believing in myself, but my belief in you is already as the tallest oak.
Of course.
Take my hand.
How happy you make me.
Take my hand.
Finally, I understand. This power which burns within me. That is the proof of victory I truly needed. Only I can know what I might bring to bear. That must be what my brother wanted me to learn. I've made my decision.
What are you bringing to a bear?
Fight for the good
Huh?
of everyone and everything. For all the world. What's this? A handshake.
Shake my hand.
Wait, I see you're offering me the type of handshake practiced by those in the outside
Dude,
world.
I am dead staring her down, dude. Alpha Chad Sigma. Holy shit. He didn't even move, man. He just held his hand out.
The Oracle Priestess, Yufa. Within her dwells the virtue of the Summoner. Nurture thy bond with her, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Yeah, stared. Feel stare, man. The party can now study the Summoner. Well, that'll make what's-his-face happy. Is that everybody? Is that everything we can study?
But,
Is there one more I'm missing? There's something wrong?
Is something wrong?
Oh, sorry. It's nothing of import. It's just that for the Mustari, handshakes mean two different things. One meaning is simply trust, which you offer now. And
Oh, I
the
just
other
took
meaning
your
is-
virginity, didn't I? Oh, my bad, dog. I didn't know.
It matters not. The
Summoner, I hardly know
don't
her.
worry
You get
My
it.
sincerest appreciation.
Get it.
All right.
The wisdom grows.
Now then, I thank you greatly, and may I suggest we turn toward home?
I gotta make sure I got everything in here. Otherwise, I'm good to go back. It looks like I got everything. Sorry about your ancestors, dog. Want to take a skull back or something?
What?
Gallica.
Let's head
I had to make sure I got all the loot, dog. I don't want to fucking come back here.
What now?
We have all of them? No, we're missing one. We're missing one spot. We're missing the... No, we're not missing the dick. The dick is where the brawler tree. Missing one spot on one of the leggy. Oh, two spots. Never mind, I'm blind. Oh, let's Dancer. We have Dancer. Oh, yeah, so we're just missing the one spot there. Right here.
Hey. Okay.
Let's
then.
go.
Right?
Hey, another dungeon down. Gotta stop doing these in one day, man. Raising my damn blood pressure.
I'm quite grateful.
Said previously, but I would once again like to reiterate my gratitude for aiding me with my task today. Bro, if I had to deal with that shit, those stupid griffins with like some sort of heat going on, I would have lost my damn mind. The Starry Trials are quite interesting. I suppose it's not rare to mark the transition into adulthood by facing down a scary foe. But this is on a whole nother level. There are so many skeletons, I'd suppose many fell there without ever completing the trial. Rather harsh for a rite of passage. Perhaps the island's harsh environment inspired the ritual. They needed warriors hardy enough to withstand the worst of the plans and made a trial to match. Good thing we were able to convince Magnus brothers to stay on the island for until our fake lance is ready. We cannot blah blah. Yeah. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then.
Just lovely.
All right then.
Wait, hold on. We can do Maria? We haven't hung out with Maria in forever, dog. Let's hang out with her.
Mister.
What up, Maria? It's been a minute. Yeah, I got like a bunch dog for you. Oh, there's that wall of water we were inside.
Wow.
Really walked on the bottom of the sea? The walls are waves? How'd you know they weren't gonna fall on? We didn't, dog. We got the fuck out of there, dog. Really a place like that outside of Grand Trad. Yeah. Bro, that's a sick drawing. Bro, that's sick. Actually, hold on one second. One second. Bro, that's sick. Nurse is crazy, dog.
Wow.
Sea is so pretty. Is this really the same sunset we see in Grand Trad? Now it's probably the hole, right? Yeah, the glowy tunnel from Nature Hell.
So
What a pretty cave. There's so many flowers. I bet fairies live in there, huh? There's really a place like that.
Thank you.
If I look at the picture, I can stop feeling lonely. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If you're here with me, then I'm sure everything will be okay. Let's go.
Thank you.
I don't know what I need for her last level up. I don't see that boy anywhere. Oh no. Oh no, is it these two again? Oh, it's this son of a bitch again. Aurora, no. Hey, do you know about that Parapus boy? He was laying around here before. And that kid who keeps digging up food out of the rubbish? What about him? You need him for something? There's something I wanted to show him. Do you want to see it too? Isn't this picture really pretty? It's what it looks like outside of the capital. Mister here gave it to me. He journeys to all sorts of places. For all incredible sights. All right, kid.
You know.
So big outside of the capital, Mister says there's all kind of flowers and trees that nobody's seen before, and too many monsters and animals to count. When he comes to visit me, I always learn something. Want to look at the pictures with me?
Yeah.
Ah, look at him. He wants to see the pictures, unless he's just being a dick.
What?
A tree that's all red. You spill paint on the picture or something? No, the tree really is all red like this. Even the air around it was all red. Wait, the tree's just huge then. Such a thing's too big, ain't it? Even my brother could make it up there. My brother's an expert at climbing trees. Not one person's better than he. He could climb the tallest tree in Grand Trad without breaking a sweat.
So
Really? That's cool.
you know.
Hey, my name's Maria. Oh, okay. What's yours? Listen, my mom told me all the people at the Honeybee Inn were dodgy. So that's why I got scared and knocked you down last time. Real sorry about that, Maria.
Okay.
It's okay, but if you want to make it up to me. Will you be? Aww! Aww, this is adorable, dog.
Yeah.
Let's be friends.
We became friends.
Mister, I made a new friend. Turns out he's a good kid.
Yeah.
He said he always felt bad for pushing me that one.
By the way.
No one knows how you feel. Don't say it out loud. But Miss Fabian's my family now because we talked about our feelings. From now on, I'm always going to say what I think. I did that today, and now I have a friend. Thank you, mister. I'm saying that because I want to make sure I told you how I feel. Rank 7.
He gave me courage.
Significantly increases post-battle experience, and when cooking at the Gulf. Okay, I never cook. Whatever. Maybe I should, but that's not for right now. Ugh. Oh, there he is. Are you okay? Are you hungry at all? Well, I want to be friends, and I brought these pictures with me, and you're different from me. I thought maybe we're the same, but we're not. You have everything. Aw. Left. I have everything, but I don't. Is everyone so mean to him? Grown-ups call him dirty, but he's only dirty because he hasn't had a bath. He only sleeps in the graveyard because there's nowhere else for him to go. He picks through the rubbish because no one will give him anything to eat. They don't know anything about him, and they don't even try to find out.
If so,
I'll probably check on him. I'm gonna talk to him. I won't give up.
Okay.
We can find a way to help him too. I'll ask Miss Fabian what she thinks. We can all help together.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, mister. See you later. Brings a tear to my eye. Yuna? Oh yeah, Nuris. God, dude, everybody needs a level. I gotta look up something right quick. Okay. Oh, I can just talk to Maria, and then we're good next time. Good shit. We can finish off Maria and get the last level. So that's pretty sick. Let's talk to Nuris now. Happy Sunday, I guess. Good luck with the ads, everybody. And don't say that about the ads. Stop that. Hello there, come to check on the progress. No, I got a relic, dog. Don't.
Well.
Alright, here we go.
Hey.
Why, hello there, my dear little guest. Such a pleasure to meet you. Baby, talking the relics never cease to amaze me. No matter how much I study them, these relics use a power that interferes directly with the fundamental elements of matter. I see. So if we harness the colossal heat generated at that point...
God, I've got it.
I hear it. My sainted aunt, I hear it. The whispers of an ancient civilization, their secrets murmured in hushed reverence. Thank you, Eggie.
Thank you.
Now strike me down, there really are all kinds of relics out there, even enough to give me a thunderclap of inspiration when I'm at a low point. Something on your mind?
Well...
And I'm deep in my research. Sometimes this anxiety just overcomes me. I start wondering if these happy days of mine might suddenly disappear. Same, bro. But that's like all... Remember I told you about my failed flight test back in my more respectable days, back when I was still just a young man. I set out to prove my own flight theory. Watched it. Spectacular. Once I'd healed from the ensuing crash, I was demoted, and they chose to adopt another flight. Worst of all, the people I'd thought friends and supporters quietly took their leave of me one by one. Seeing my colleague change their tune as easily as coin flips made me realize just how frightening people are. What I fear most, though, is coward.
You're right.
After you've been burned, instead of choosing the path of exhilaration and the unknown, you tend to favor the path that's safe, pure, and...
It'll be fine.
But learning to think in new ways is just personal growth, isn't it? Come forward so far together, we won't abandon you for taking a few steps back. I've grown too timid. Goes to show that can't let old age sour your outlook. Thank you both. I do love you.
Oh, come on.
Glad to hear you're feeling better, right?
Thanks.
I'm grateful for the encouragement. I feel like you know what it really means to be strong when I'm with lots. Welcome back, Chad. I wish I could have met you a lot sooner. Maybe my life would have been more,
I'll do it.
No, perhaps it's better to think of this time gallivanting around with you as my second leap on life. I'll make up for all that wasted youth. I'm flat. Rank 5 for Neuris.
Ah, for the blessings of youth.
Is at 7. At the start of battle on the Gauntlet Runner deck, enemies taking more damage and significantly reduces the mag cost of studying the Gunner lineage.
The truth is,
Truth be told, the relics are really starting to come together. I get the strongest sense that this gadget could generate untold. Ow. Something the size of my palm, enough power to power 1,000 Gauntlet Runner and even more, I dare. Once this is complete, not even the stars will feel like such a faraway dream. Though that hinges on you finding all those relics. That settled, I'm counting on you to bring a relic for Flash.
This one's important.
Another one.
now then.
I'm fighting, now that I'm fighting fit again, it's time for some maintenance. Yes, maintenance. Will be lending me a hand.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I mean, we're going to get Maria done right now.
Well then.
Oh, you're gonna wait. Fuck.
Just lovely.
Okay, so we can go with her. Let's go see if there is a
Where to?
bounty. Oh, we haven't been to the Coliseum in a while either.
Welcome.
No new bounty. Become the king of the land and must light the path of the power of the souls and change thy destiny.
Alright.
Okay, let's go get our mag collection. And I guess we'll hang out with Yufa.
What in tarnation's going on?
King's Rock.
What?
You see my face on there yet?
Isn't that? Let's see.
Dude, 8,100? Oh, sick.
Yep.
What in
tarnation's
All right then.
Where
to? What now?
The relic search. That's just leveling things up. That's what we'll do. We'll finally do Stroll.
All right then.
That's what we'll do.
Where to?
Let's go.
Sorry, Yuta. Stroll's been waiting like 8 years for me. And now's as good a time as any. Wait, where am I? Please find my phone. Well, where the hell am I? Oh yeah, it's at the fish market. Where the hell is that at? Probably down here somewhere.
Go.
Hey, hold on. Do I have anything to purify? Close array. Those seem pretty good. I don't got a huge amount of money on me right now. We're gonna wait a second. Alright, well, let's go. I don't know where the hell I'm looking down here, but.
This heat is insufferable.
Say there.
Proper aces. Gone clammy all over in this humidity. Well met, eh? Oh, you're not getting off ridiculous. I'll take the crown now.
You got fruit.
Hiya.
Got this. Oh, you.
Well met, eh?
You? You.
What'll I do? Welcome.
Yo, is it you? Ah, found him. What up, bro? If it swam in the rivers or seas, I've got it here, and it's all fresh as the ocean. Good opener. Count of Halia, and just how do you know such a great man? You're acquainted with his son. Hate to bring it to you, but you're an elder. Lamar nobles aren't really known for befriending your kind. Looking for his inheritance. What are you playing at? If this is some manner of con, I'll make it known far and wide. Bro, I'm the number 9. Sir. In the tournament or whatever the fuck it's called. Mr. Fisherman. He saved my skin once when some pain in the ass noble started making accusations about my produce. He happened to be there and stood up for me. From what I gather, he was only in the market to find a souvenir for his son. Fancy that, a noble buying things himself. Father like son. Blimey, you really do know him, don't you? Well then, I know another merchant you should speak to. He did a fair amount of business with the counts. That day he said he had an appointment to meet his merchant in front of the Regalith Grand. Thanks, dog.
What'll I do?
Go over there.
Proper aces. Gone clammy all over in this humidity, I have.
All right then.
What in tarnation's going? What's that?
Where the hell is it?
Yeah? And pardon?
Where are you?
Say there.
Where are you, person?
I certainly can feel it.
Wait, where am I? Am I going back to Stroll?
Go.
I'm so confused. Alright. How? Okay. Did I just miss them? What are you doing here? Follow me? He follow me? You're telling me, man. Plans to meet. Know anything about it? No, you're just a shopkeep. Way too back. Is it just this guy?
Fool. What is there to be done?
Pardon? Say that.
You're not serious.
I certainly can see it being Louise.
You there? Bye-bye now.
Okay, well.
Say
Where the fuck is this fucking
What is there to be done?
Yeah?
What's up? What in is going on? So, Santa Fix falling.
Where the hell am I going? Oh.
And what do you want?
My bad. I thought he would be further down. I don't know why. Yeah.
So foolish.
I was
to rouse
acquainted
his
with the
great
late
pity.
Count of Halia. Is that so? You say you know his son. That was truly a truly honorable upstate man. I doubt any son of his would. Okay, pal. All right. What about this riffraff just walking through a conversation? Bro, they're just walking right through. They don't give a shit. How interesting. They did indeed stink. The Count would often buy fish himself and then show up to our meetings. As it was, I was worried about how he would keep them fresh. Memory. The Count of Halia that I remember was a magnanimous man and genuinely kind to all.
Business
men.
is done.
Perhaps I should have learned from his example. Tell me your story and I will listen. I see. You must forgive my suspicion. You truly are a friend of his son. I do apologize, but surely you understand. Caution, word of his lost inheritance has spread, and con men have tried every trick in the book.
I do appreciate your
I have indeed been
assistance.
entrusted with the inheritance always meant for the Count's son. Please give him that message. The rest are details I prefer to share with him directly. Please bring him with you when you pay. Hell yeah. Unless you're a con man.
All right then.
Let's go.
Hey.
What do you think?
Let's go, brother.
Huh?
Yeah. It's nice to finally meet you. Well, we have met, but you were just a babe in your mother's arms. Funny how much you've come to resemble them both. Your father and I did charity work, providing aid to the downtrodden. It was hardly lucrative, but I was quite taken by his business. Did charity work in the capital, I hardly knew his business, to be honest. My connection to your father is ultimately what led him to trust your family fortune to my guardianship. I'm pleased to finally put it in your place.
No.
I don't mean to pry, but have you decided what you will do with it?
That is...
I had thought to use it to rebuild our house, but to hear my father use his fortune to help people, I'll admit I'm having second thoughts. Refugees of Halia are struggling to survive without permanent housing, and knowing this, I would put these funds to my house. It would take a tremendous time and money to restore our territory. I wouldn't be able to tend to their hardships for any season. Truly a stroll, lad. Right down to your father's strength of character. Might be so bold, allow me to present you with an option. It would work thusly. Purchase a parcel of land from your pick of the gentry. Many are in desperate need of coin and would easily part with the estates they cannot sustain. You could then offer this land. Aurora, you're not going outside. Chill. I don't know why you suddenly want to go outside. You could then offer this land to your people to build upon. Does that not give them solace?
True.
I see the wisdom in it, but I can't imagine finding such an ideal expanse in such short order. If it's the negotiation, that's where I come.
Quite.
Perhaps you've heard the name of Lord Hydron. Best. No, no. Yeah. But for such an occasion as this, he would be a potent ally. I dare say he would be precisely the savior you'll need to realize your ideals. Yeah, he's an asshole, though.
Yes.
I apologize, I'm just caught off guard by how quickly these tides change. I'll gladly accept your generous offer to aid me in the negotiation. That dude was a prick to us. Hope is only a step behind a clear conscience.
No.
Words I hear my mother and father say often. Practically bludgeon me. What does it mean? It means if you believe in your case enough to see it done, then you will find a way. Something like that, anyway. If I could procure new land, all those people would return to some semblance of the lives they were forced to abandon. They could go back to a time of peace before the human attack. You have no small role to play here, you know that, don't you? If treachery claims the throne, this whole country will fall into ruin, and I'll have no hope of saving the people of Halia, let alone realizing my ideals.
Hey.
In other words, the future of many depends on our fight. Our hopes lie with you, Cap. Boy, I can't pet you if you just put your tail where my hand is. Dingus. Level 6. Rank 6.
Whatever burdens you carry, I'll carry them.
Warrior lineage 3. Stroll gain experience at the normal rate now. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
You mean thanks? Discovering a man safeguarding the inheritance was surely no easy find.
You're a lifesaver.
Oh, we got more tolerance too. Stick. Oh, we gotta get that eloquence up though now.
That reminds me.
Don't mind my asking, do you hear anything else about my father in the church? Only he loved his son to the end of the world. Come off it, you've gone a bit over the top with that one. For my father in the same position I am now, I wonder what he would do. Yuna or Heisme, maybe? My day, Brigade. I want to get that merchant. What do I need for Brigade? That'd be another one to look up, honestly. Well, can't do that yet. He must progress. We don't gotta worry about Brigade. Let's just do. I don't want to get Heisme as close to done as possible. Guessing his next one will give me the yeah, and then I can. Do need to hang out with Juna, but I want to get the ones that are close to being done, just to get them fucking out of the way. And then it leaves less fucking people at night for like Alonzo and Brigade and Juna. And if I get Stroll done, it's less people in the day for I don't know, I guess Barden and Yufa. Ugh. Remains to carry out the plan in Altbay, blah, 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 blah.
That's why.
Yep, we can help.
See.
We can help. See our approach now. We unveil you to them as the king to be. My grandiloquence will not sway them alone. Let's go.
My thanks.
Let's go. The light waned. We took carriage to Heismaid's village. Heard you found the urn. Truly, I'm sorry. The villagers have caused you no end of trouble. Nothing you need to worry about. Rather, I thank you for helping me come to grips with my departure.
Everyone.
People of this village, you hide, but I know you yet listen. I'm not here to blame you for the matter with my son. I want to speak to all of you so that we can change the future of this village together.
Look!
Look around you. Look at what our village has become. Cut off from trade, our goods slow to circulate, and our people more destitute by the day. Oh well, you say, we are Ujifs, nothing to be done about it. You endure this hardship without even trying to move beyond it. That's sloth, pure and simple.
Can't you see?
The elders. Perhaps the future means little to us. Perhaps we struggle to fight for change we will never see. But what of our children? Would force your village's children to bear its dreadful legacy? Would be doomed to the same neglect and avoidance? Don't talk like you know us.
Don't you get it?
Isolated though we are, we can survive with what we have, and the children are happy enough.
Wrong.
Happy. Their only birthright is a cage. Children have no choice but to live and die here. Can you deny it? They could not choose where they were born, and now they have no choice in their future, and you as their guardians and teachers, you would keep it that way. Just shut up. What would an outsider know?
No.
He's not an outsider. Ismay is one of us. I don't know when it happened, but we've stopped chasing hope. Grown complacent and clinging to the idea that it's wiser to accept hardship than to resist it. But was that truly for the best? Surely in times long ago did we not strive towards something? Please, everyone, come here and let us speak. Won't make a difference now, whatever you do. Prejudice out beyond the walls and it's strong. The people of other lands won't accept them.
Listen.
I believe that can change. It has to, for the children's sake.
Say.
I understand your fear. Walking the land as a chief, I have suffered what seemed no end of hatred, prejudice, and bloodshed. This country will change. It's already underway. One responsible stands before you now. This is my friend, Eggy. He will change this country. Aww. A new era is coming. A new future where people of all origins and tribes can join together.
What?
New era is coming.
But...
And when it does, what will this village do? You close your doors to hope, resist change, and so wither? The world is changing, and we must change with it. Yes, it will be a long struggle. Yes, we will waver, and yes,
that's life.
Beyond that pain, beyond we will find a better tomorrow, a future where our lives' courses are ours to decide, a birthright of hope for every child. Our children could live however they wish.
Surely.
Eggy and we who follow him will light our way forward. If you live and strive with hope in your heart, then a better future is within your grasp. Nobody can decide our way of life but ourselves.
Heisme.
Heisme, thank you. I think you really got through to them. Of course, I don't think things will change that easily. That's why we must weave our new hope one step at a time. Leave it to us. We'll lead the way forward. Reassuring indeed, but rest assured I have no intention of letting you bear that burden alone. And in return, let us prepare the hilltop cemetery right away. Time I took responsibility. At the least, I can ensure your son will have the peace.
No.
I appreciate it. That's no longer necessary. I've thought long about how to properly send off my son. Now I finally have my answer. This voyage has been more than enough time to face my boy's death. Were I alone, I would have lost my son.
Oh.
Tiny voice, young words, and old air. Skyward it lilts, clouds parted in passing. Soon breath becomes zephyr, and sweet winds align upon well-trod earth.
Thank you.
I would not be here without you at my side. Thank you. The aloof hermit Heisme, keeper and erator of the Virtue. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust, thus a new pinnacle of heroism awakened within.
A new power.
Bear this new power, foster this connection, by their strength fulfill thy debt. Oh.
There is yet hope on the horizon.
The party can now study the ninja. You can now study the ninja in academia. There's no sense waiting for the winds to change. New breezes are ever blowing. Lands beyond any, in the lands beyond anything we have ever known.
We shall.
Let's go, Iggy. That's good stuff, dog. That's good stuff. Dog, we move.
Time marches on.
Thought we were going
and
to
the age
8.
of a new king draws nearer.
Oh.
Look at this.
3 life-saving medicine. Yo, thanks, dog.
Well then.
Mister.
We can level up Maria now. Hold on. We can get the final one. And just in time for the thing to get done.
All right then.
Oh, hell yeah. Mister will be so surprised. Oh, and it's raining. Actually, hold on one second. Hold on a sec. Can't spend too much. Wait, hold on. Actually, I could check.
What now?
Okay, so it'd be 18,000.
You've come at a...
Oh, 6 ain't a lot. We'll take 5,000. So we'll just level a little bit. Yuck. And I've seen higher than that.
You little bastard. Hey, mister.
Hey, mister.
Mister.
Oh, hell yeah. This is gonna... Man, Heisme already almost got me there. Now Maria's gonna fucking end me, dude. Maria's gonna end my emotions right now.
Oh, yay.
We can all eat together today. It's a party. Hell yeah.
Eat up, you two.
Oh my god, we made it
Smells
stop
good,
raining
doesn't it?
with the power of the
Hope you like it.
storyline.
This dish has some complexity to it.
There's more than enough for everyone. I've
was thinking maybe it would be good if I gave some of Miss Fabian's food to hungry people. Everyone's scared of people they don't understand or don't know. That's why they were mean to me too. So maybe if we get everyone to eat lots of good food together, they'll talk to each other and get along.
Yeah. I help?
I'd like to help too. What can I do?
Thank you. Can you serve the food?
On it, boss.
Now hold on. Let's not be hasty about inviting those sorts in, hmm? What if they make a habit of skulking around here?
I didn't realize you made all this food, lady.
Well, take a look yourself before you start clutching your pearls. Not a single one has even taken a plate, as you can plainly see.
I need to warn you, Mom. Even if you demand compensation later, I've naught to give you.
And I'm telling you, I don't need any. Maria and I just don't want you dying of hunger. After all, we're neighbors, and I won't ignore any of you any longer.
Hell yeah.
Truth be told, I turned a blind eye to your plight. But Maria saw it plain, and my eyes were opened. And I realized that it isn't right. It's not all right at all. So, go ahead and eat your fill. You've my word. There are no tricks here. I have a portion for you as well. Surely you've heard whispers about the honeybees fair now, haven't you?
Maria's idea proved to be a huge success. A large crowd formed and we served plenty of food.
Is it true that you ran your own business?
Yes, Mom. At one point, I owned a factory and had several hired hands in my employ.
Whoa.
But then, I was swindled by a moneylender. I'd like to work my way
Damn.
up again.
Loan sharks.
Even earn just enough to put a roof over my head. But once you've lost your footing, it's hard to stand back up on your own.
Hey, perhaps you could find a place that will put him to work. I've heard you're well connected around these parts.
I'll consider it.
Hell yeah.
Oh, he's here. You should try Miss Fabian's cooking. It's really good.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because eating yummy food makes everyone happy. And when my friends are happy, I'm happy too.
We're friends.
Aw.
But you're normal, and I'm not.
I've been thinking about a whole lot of things lately. And we did this today because I met you. Talking to people makes things better. It makes it so even things that were sad feel a little brighter. It's like a light in the dark all of a sudden. Or actually, it's more like you see it was never dark to begin with. I want everyone to know that. I'm Maria. What's your name?
I'm not tearing up, chat. You are.
It's Apis. I couldn't even remember my own name.
Nice to meet you, Apis. So, do you think anything around here has changed? Maybe for the better?
I'm not sure, but it does feel a little different, yeah.
Do you want to come eat with us?
Terrible day for rain indeed.
Everyone looks so happy. Miss Fabian said she wanted to try doing that again. She even wants to get some of the townspeople to help out too.
I think it's because it's October, Sarah. I think they made it rain blood for Halloween month. Miss Fabian said she wanted to try doing that again. She even wants to get some of the townspeople to help out too. I'll help too.
You always have my support.
You'll help us serve food again, right, mister? Me and Apis are friends now too. We're going to go play with Harundo and the others too next time.
Is that the other
Harundo.
boy's name?
Who's that?
That boy who drew on the walls. We played together
Oh, hell yeah.
the other day. You know, all of these good things happen because of you, mister.
Oh.
You gave me those pictures of your journey. Remember? When I look at these pictures, I imagine your voice in my head saying, just do your best.
Okay, you don't gotta do the impression.
I like it when you're here, and sometimes I'm still lonely when you're not around, but I'm not going to ask you not to go.
Is that because you have a home now?
I used to want to run away from Grand Trad so badly. I didn't feel at home here. So I thought there was someplace else I should go to. I wanted Miss Fabienne to like me so much. But the more important thing really was if I liked Miss Fabienne. When I realized that, I learned that I can pick where my home is. I can choose where I belong.
Aww.
And right now, I've picked this place. This is my home. I'll wait here with Miss Fabienne, so... Can't die, okay? So please come back.
They're not gonna kill me that easy. I'm the goddamn protagonist.
Instead of pictures, when I return, I'll bring you back a kind, caring country.
When that happens, will this be a place where people only cry when they're happy? I want to help you too. I wish everyone could smile and laugh all the time.
I can sense Maria's profound kindness and her unwavering trust.
The pure-hearted maiden, Maria, keeper and heritor of the healer's virtues. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee. By the grace of her newfound powers, work to give truth to our hopes and fulfill thy destiny.
I want to be with Mr. Forever.
Bro, Atlas with like kid characters, bro, they know how to like hit your fucking ventricles, dog. Rank 8 with Maria. Healer archetype elites. The party can now study the Savior and increases the skill inheritance from healer lineage 4. You can now study the Savior in Academia. Try seeing what new powers await you. And more skills can now be inherited.
If you don't come back on your own, I'll find you and bring you back.
Oh, you better not.
Going on a journey one day to all sorts of faraway places. I'll even go to where Papa never went to. I'll see those places for him, and then it'll be my turn to tell you all about my journey.
Do the two of you have a moment? Lend me a hand with the inn, will you?
On it, boss.
Let's go.
Maria's smile never faded as we helped Fabienne with tasks around the inn. Thanks to the strong bond of trust that has developed between Maria and I, the people of Sunshade Row and Grand Trad now all support. Well, one of these will get me there. One of these will get me to 8.
In that case, what now?
And I don't think I can go on after that, man. I mean, I'm gonna level up this, but that seems like a damn good place to end tonight. Let's get Savior though. Let's see how this shit looks.
I see.
Okay, what do we got? Okay, heavy heavy light damage on enemy. Heavy HP recovery, cures status ailments for all allies. Deals extreme light magic to one enemy. Allows one ally to endure one fatal attack with 1 HP once. And then Synthesis. Seeker Major Healer. Heavy light damage to all. Ally Gunner, Mass Dancer, Berserker. We don't have fucking Berserker yet, dog. What the fuck? But we do have Gunner. Extreme light damage to all enemies and inflicts a one-time weakness to light. Injection we've had. And Godly Blessing revives all allies from KO with full HP. Well, goddamn.
I see.
I like that we did the whole storyline with Hulkenberg and how she was a knight. So we're turning her into this. Like, look at this. It's crazy. Looks odd, dude. The scepter alone looks sick, dude. Bro, these archetype fucking designs are fucking awesome.
Fascinating.
This archetype, you sense from Maria's way of life.
Right here.
Heroic embodiment of that of the elite devotee. Holy one who could be mistaken for a messenger of the heavens, offering mercy, most in judgment.
All right.
Goddamn right I am.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
I hear the voices of past hero souls, blah blah. If thou art prepared to reach out a hand to any in need, even amidst the chaos of battle, I shall bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the unparalleled healing power to good use. I will master the art of healing, all for the victory of His Highness the Prince.
To greater heights.
Okay, well, we got 4 slots. Let's fill them in for now. I mean, we're going to learn some of these, so we don't need to put them on. Debuffs actually probably. What I'm thinking about is leveling up something with Dark Dodge, and then putting it on her, because that's what she's weak to. Bro, do I even need that with like how much healing I'm outputting? Obviously, insight. Like, I'm outputting so fucking much. What am I weak to? Oh, I'm not even weak to anything but dark now. Whoa, that's sick. So I'm not going to get hit by random stupid horse shit that's going to weaken me? I mean, that's a lot to spend though right now. Well, I mean, I guess until I get the HP recovery, I should probably at least put on those, right? Until I get the,
All right.
Until I get those unlocked. So I gotta take 5,000. Oh, that Maria stuff, dog. Almost 58 hours in. That Maria stuff, man. Right in my old man softening heart. Even the fucking Heismay stuff too, man. God damn. This is a good way to leave off until me coming back Monday afternoon. Yeah, we're getting to. I don't think we're at end game yet. We're definitely probably past the midpoint though. Or maybe we're not. I don't know. Like, we're about, what, almost 60 hours in. We're definitely past the midway point. I mean, I might be taking longer than most because I'm trying to do everything. Maybe that's like fucking, you know, taking me some time. But I feel like we're probably a little past halfway at this. I'm sitting all over to Roku. He's doing Card Shop Sim, and Akuza rated doing Card Shop Simulator. So I'm gonna let y'all go watch Card Shop Sim. And I'm gonna go totally not be sad and cry. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Sarby. Anybody else that might be lurking deep in the chat, thanks for hanging out on this fine Saturday. Thank you for the raid, Akuza. Thank you for hanging out. Anybody else? The banding raid 2 earlier. I don't remember anything anymore, man. I don't remember raids. It's been 9 hours. Everything's run together. Mandy's raided me a bunch this week, and so have other people. Everything's running together after 6 days of like streaming for like 10 hours a fucking day. But thank you for hanging out. If you've been hanging out, go say what's up to Roku. I will be back on. I will be back Monday. Tomorrow I will be watching football and doing nothing else. I might play some Overwatch to grind a little bit. But Monday, it won't be at like 3. It'll probably be closer to 4 or 5 o'clock rather than at 2 o'clock. But we'll be back Monday sometime probably around 4 or 5 CST. We'll be playing more of this. Mondays, that's true. Technically on that's why I'm saying Monday and not tomorrow. But go say what's up to Roku. I'll be back Monday sometime later in the afternoon. And yeah, get right out. Go say what's up to Roku, and I will see you guys in a couple days. Have a good rest of your weekend, everybody. Damn right, Anu.